All right. There we go, friends. Hey, good to see everybody. Sorry I couldn't stream yesterday, so we're gonna stream today instead. We got a Tuesday stream. We don't do Tuesday too often. Give me 1 minute though. I'm gonna start the TikTok stream before I forget. We should be live on horizontal and vertical. Let's see. Now we should be live on TikTok. Before we get going, better put my earbud in. It'll be a hard time hearing anybody without this. There we go. Make sure everything's picked up here. Boom. We got that. Everything should be connected. Yeah, we're good to go there. Sweet. Awesome. That's what I'm talking about. Give me 1 second and we'll be ready to rock and roll. I got the guest box open for YouTube and Twitch. We got the guest box open now for TikTok. Awesome. And as far as I can tell, I think that's everything. All right, cool. Happy Tuesday, friends. I don't know who's streaming right now, but thanks for being here. We got a couple super chats. Let me grab those. Oh, I forgot to change my prompt, though. Give me a second to change this prompt out. I totally forgot about that. All right, let's try this. Oh, almost there. I thought that I had it loaded up here already, but maybe I didn't. Maybe it's in a different color. Sorry, we can do this one for now. It'll be okay. Oops, wrong button. Hey, Ems is here. Let's get Ems while we're loading up the prompt. Good to see you, Ems.
Hello.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm good. About to make some coffee and study. How are you doing?
Not bad. Not bad. I finally got a little bit of sleep last night, so I think we're
That's
doing a
good.
little bit better today.
Hey,
Yeah,
let me know
yesterday
if
was
you
rough.
talk to your doctor about the thing I told you about.
I'll actually be
Mhm.
seeing the doctor not too long from now. A
Okay.
couple days, I think. I'll have to double check my schedule, but yeah, definitely get it going. All right, friends. I think we got the right prompt now. I'm sure we'll get some guests, maybe some angry guests loading up here shortly. Let me get this other prompt straight up. Also, for people who don't know yet, I added some merch items to the merch shop for M's. We've got some M's merch. People have been wanting to get a hold of some. What's that?
I have to see this.
Yeah, I'll show you. Hold on. It's cool. I
Sure.
got some of your. Of course, I got that. You know I do. Let's see. All right. Okay, I'll show you the new items. Give me 1 second to link up the browser. Oops, wrong button. Oops. Let's get it right this time. All right, we're gonna do that screen there. Did it load? Did not load. That's right. We'll fix that. There we go. Okay, so on the shop, we've got now the "Are You Stupid" hat because well, if you know, you know, and we've also got Habibi on a black coffee mug. I think it looks pretty nice. And we also obviously did sure. Got sure on a beautiful mug. And I already ordered that
You
one.
share
That
your
should be here
screen?
soon. Oh, sorry, it's not on vertical yet. I apologize. I see it on horizontal. Oops, there we go. There you are, friends. Sure. For the the Sure coffee mug. And then here's Habibi. Um, and then here's our hat. Are you stupid? That's embroidered, if anyone's wondering, with multiple colors. And then obviously we've got an M's bat signal for this mug. So we've got some M's merch popping up and down here. So it's
Yeah, this is hilarious.
gonna be awesome. Very excited. Very excited for this turn of events. All right, all right. All right, give me a second. But friends, sorry about that. I'm gonna read some super chats, and while we're waiting for a guest to load up, if you're watching on Facebook or Twitch, Facebook, I'm not streaming Facebook anymore. YouTube or Twitch, maybe I should start including Facebook now that they're starting to get a lot of videos. But if you're watching on anything other than TikTok, you can use the link on the screen,
Hey,
tiny.cc
Justin.
/TZ Live.
Godless engineer sent me an invite. Oh, check what's going on and come back.
Sure thing, yeah. Take care, buddy.
Right back.
WMs. All right. Hey, Kahoto, good to see you, buddy. Thanks for the super chat. It says, I don't have a load scheduled for a bit, but I'm still going to need some Bible-hating Christian pretzels for the road when I get one. Cook, brother. Kahoto, we're going to do that. Are you a truck driver? Is that what you're referring to? Interesting. If I was a truck driver, I'd probably listen to a lot of these streams while I'm driving. It's probably better entertainment than music. And helping Mega deconstruct, good to see you, friends, is let's get this barbecue going. The question when it comes to barbecuing is barbecue sauce or dry rub? Rock hard for Doug, simply wet for Sharon, and horse for life. Well, this is a tough question, to be honest. And if it's chicken, I prefer a dry rub. If it's barbecue, maybe kebabs or something like that, I'll probably go with the sauce. Big fan of Sweet Baby Ray. I like Tubbs. I tell you what, if you're gonna buy a barbecue sauce, buy a Southern one. Northern barbecue sauces aren't nearly as good, but yeah, man. Big W on grill season. Pretty excited. Although I'm not going to be grilling any meats this year. R Wordjet, good to see you, friend. Says what? Tuesday at 2:30 Pacific Standard Time. You have me questioning my sanity. Rock hard for Doug. You're the best. Well, thank you. And yeah, so yesterday's stream I had to cancel because I had a crazy bad headache yesterday. But I feel much better today. So we bumped the stream from yesterday to today, and here we are. We'll be live Wednesday at the usual time, I'm sure. And we also canceled the Q&A on Sunday too. I was kind of feeling like shit too, but I think I'll move that to Thursday, so we'll still get a Q&A this week. We just couldn't do it on Sunday. Master Machedier says, love you. Gay for Justin, excited for the cookout. Well, thank you, Master Machedier. Appreciate that. And yeah, the cookout should be exciting. We got the classic Your God is Imaginary up here. Shortly, I would imagine we'll have some guests loading up and wanting to prove that whatever version of God they have isn't imaginary. But we'll see. We'll see. It takes a few minutes to get everybody loaded up. And Julie, great to see you, friend. And Julie says, just finish the book Heaven and Hell to help cope my fears of hell. Are you in agreement that the New Testament refers to annihilation instead of eternal torment? Actually, it's a little bit of both. So I've studied the New Testament, the Old Testament, the Apocrypha, all the intertestamental literature, Enoch, the Talmud, to get, and I've got a tab on the cheat sheet with a lot of my findings about hell. And my conclusion is that the Hebrew literature is basically very divided on whether or not it's annihilation or eternal conscious torment. There's parts of Revelation that talk about eternal conscious torment, and then there's parts that seem to have annihilation. And if you look at the church fathers, it's not much easier. So in the church fathers, they're a little bit divided too. I forget who did the study, but there was a guy that went and did a study on the church fathers a long time ago, like the first couple 100 years, to see what they believed, and about half of them were annihilationists, and the other half were eternal conscious torment. And the reason why this is the case is because it just depends on which Bible verse you get. So it turns out that God is the author of confusion. But so to answer your question, it could be either. Either one of them is supported. I would say annihilation is better than eternal conscious torment. I don't know. I think it depends on... Yeah, there are some people that value being alive so much more than not existing, that they might even risk the punishment. But I don't. I think I'd rather be dead. Julie, thank you for the follow up. Says, do you think the unforgivable sin was added to keep people in fear? I know us in the OCD community have had our lives ruined over this. Well, I get it, and you don't have to worry about this. So the unforgivable sin is like a super situational sin, and it's not. Jesus didn't say this because like he was warning people not to do it. I mean, obviously, he doesn't want people to do it, but the unforgivable sin is quite simple. It's this idea that you can see the Holy Spirit at work, you can see the miracles, the healings, and then you say, "Oh, that's not the Holy Spirit. That's demonic. That's the devil. That's blaspheming the Holy Spirit. It's degrading the Holy Spirit to the status of something evil and wicked." And that's the core of blasphemy. And the reason why Jesus says this is unforgivable, it's because like once you've witnessed the Holy Spirit do all that, like the general idea is like, well, then you probably can't be saved. Like there's nothing left that I could do that would save you. I think that's kind of what he was getting at. And so I'm not entirely sure that the average person is ever going to commit is never they're not going to commit this sin. So helping Mega Deconstruct, thank you for sending out 5 DZ debate gifted memberships. I super appreciate that, friend. Big W. And also W to Amir. Good to see you tonight. Amir says, thank you, Justin. Well, thank you, Amir, for your commitment and endurance in this important cause. The inertial familiar cult inheritance is like a chain around society's neck. Early childhood indoctrination, the ritual is true. And that's one of the reasons why it's so hard to break people out of it. It's not because it's sensible. Not even that it's good. It's because they grew up with it. And when you grow up with something, you tend to, that becomes your normal. That's what feels right to you. So Amir, thank you for sending out a Deconstruction Zone gifted membership. Super appreciate that. And 15 blows. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for sending out a $5 super chat. Says we need a hat or a shirt that says I'll give you 2 minutes to preach. That would be fun, actually. I think I would enjoy that. I'll give you 2 minutes to preach, and on the back, as you're walking away, it says you can say whatever you want. That would be fantastic. We should at least put that on like a mug. Yeah.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Dalton, how you doing, buddy?
I am doing fantastic, my friend.
Good to see you tonight. It's been a minute.
Yeah, I just, it's like coming back home after college, going back home to your parents' place. That's what it's like for the Bible guy to come back to DZ Zone.
Fucking A, let's go. I'm sorry, I already turned your bedroom into a rec room. I hope you're okay with that.
Oh no, I've turned my bedroom into an office.
I put a hot tub in there. It's got the whole thing. It's okay. You can sleep in the hot tub. It'll be fine. Hey, Libertus.
I was just say we got pretty soon we got to get together on making a list of people who should go on our fireman calendar. My only request is that Joel and Mezzo get 1 month for each of for themselves together.
Sure. That makes a lot of sense. We had to make that happen. We talked about it last year, and then I didn't get around to it. I wanted to sell it on the Deconstruction Junction to raise money for the Junction, and I just never got around to it. So this year we're going to make it happen. We'll collect the photos early. We'll get the project started, and we'll make things happen. I think it'll be a really fun project. I think it'll be pretty dope, actually. So, Liberatus Dragon, thank you for the super chat. I hope I said that right. You and Ems need to do a prompt on divine command theory. It's the same for Christians and Islamic extremists. Christians pretend they're different. They aren't. Rock hard for Doug and Justin fucking Rock. Well, thank you, Dragon. We do kind of, so we do a live stream called God is Not Good, and often on that topic we get into divine command theory. We might be able to phrase another topic similar to that so that we can kind of push people in that direction. But I'm not super sure how we could push people in the direction of divine command theory, because if you make the prompt something like, I don't know, divine command theory stupid, or we could do something like this. Christians or God believers, whatever, don't have objective morals. We could say something along that line. I think that'd be okay. So that's certainly an option, and yeah, we can work that out. Boogit, thank you for the super jets. I think it'd be fun when next time a Christian dismisses the Old Testament to ask them to rip it out of their Bible since it's so useless to them. True. You should ask them why is it in your Bible if it's so useless, right? If it's gone, you don't have to worry about it. Just get one of those like Gideon Bibles that only have the New Testament, those little pocket Bibles, and be done with it. That's all you need, right?
And it's crazy when I was on my way out the door from Christianity and I started to like as a Christian take the Old Testament seriously, I ripped out that center page that said this is the New Testament. I ripped it out because I was like, no, I need to have one single Bible, not two Bibles. But Christianity
Indeed.
didn't last very long after that.
No. And
Hello,
if
you
you're
two.
Sup, Cam?
Not much. I saw Bible Guy up here, and I know that you and I haven't officially ever like spoken before, so I thought I'd come introduce myself.
Yeah, I've seen some of your content, but we haven't actually crossed paths during live streams yet.
Well, I am an avid watcher. I've been on the TikTok atheist sphere for a couple of years now. I've been watching you for some time.
Oh shit.
So
Well, thanks.
I'm a big
Appreciate
fan.
that.
Big fan.
Glad to hear it. Well, you're welcome to hang out with Dalton and I. We should be getting a guest loading up soon. Friends, if you believe in any type of God concept, you're welcome to request up and debate. You don't have to have TikTok to do it. TikTok, obviously, we can take you through TikTok, but if you don't have TikTok, you can use the link that's on the screen. Vertical would be up here somewhere, and horizontal, the link's over there. So it's also in the description of the YouTube video if you want to click on it rather than typing it into your computer. But we might have our first guest. Let's see what we get here.
Hello.
Welcome in, Ren.
Hello, how are you?
Good. How you doing?
Good, I'm doing good. How are you, Cam?
I'm doing well. How are you? Oh wait, you just said you're doing good.
Mm-hmm.
Ren, are you at least 18?
Yes, I'm
And do you
30.
believe? Awesome. Do you believe in God?
Yes, I do wholeheartedly.
Sure. Which God do you believe in?
I'm Muslim.
Sure. And what would be a good reason to believe in the Muslim God?
It's not God. You don't say Muslim God, you just say God.
Well, obviously, if you don't believe in the Islamic God, you just define it as the God you believe in. You believe in a God that is different, say, than the God of ancient Egypt or the God of,
Right.
Hermeticism. So the God specifically that you worship, what would be a good reason to believe in that deity?
Because of all the stories that were in like from since the Torah and then the Bible and then the last thing which is the Quran.
Sure, but can you be more specific?
But
What about the
but
Quran and the Bible would
but
lead one to
not
believe in a God?
I'm sorry, what?
What about the Quran or the Bible would lead one to believe in your God?
Um just the stories.
But I don't think the stories are true.
I think they're true, but I don't think that all the Bible is true, just the Gospels though.
Right, but I don't think that the Gospels are true, and I don't think that the Quran is true either. Why would I think that these books are true?
Because if you tried praying or ask for something, remember the verse that says, "I sought the Lord and he answered my prayers?"
Yeah, I know the verses, but I don't think that that happens. People pray every day, and nothing ever happens. In fact,
Because you have to wait. You have
we've
to wait.
done
It doesn't
we've done
sometimes
large
it
scale
doesn't
studies
come.
on prayer, and prayer doesn't do anything.
Yes, it does, but not right away. Sometimes you have to wait.
Wait for what?
Wait for it to come true.
Yeah, but sometimes people die waiting for it to come true.
Well, aren't we all gonna die?
Yeah, that's the
Huh?
point.
Do you wanna pass away one day and be remembered by the guy with the flame of fire with the flames of fire.
I don't know what you're talking
Huh?
about. Are you
Because
referring to the devil?
no, this dude had he had an emoji of flames.
Huh?
She's talking about the Bible guy.
Oh.
In the Bible guy's live, he's had flames in the background. I think that's what she's referring to.
But do you believe in Christ?
No.
No.
He
Let me ask you a
will.
question. In the Quran, it talks about the coming of the end and the judgment and people going into hellfire or paradise.
So does the
What?
Bible.
Sure. When was that supposed to happen? Because in both books, it speaks of this as though it's imminent, but it's been
Okay.
1,500 years for the Quran and 2,000 for the Bible.
Okay, so there are little signs and there are big signs for the end of time. Now we're just in the little signs.
Right,
It's
but I'm
not the end of
asking,
time.
when does the book say it's going to happen?
During the end of times?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's several things, but I don't think we're gonna live up to that time. But you know, the little signs are like there's gonna be really large skyscrapers, a lot of them.
Let me ask you a question. In the Quran, it says that the approaching hour, the hour for judgment, is near. What does near mean?
Near means close.
Do you think 1,500 years is close?
Oh, I think to God it's different because one day to him is like 1,000 years.
Or is
Are
it
you?
10,000? Depends on the verse.
Oh yeah, sorry.
But that's not what it actually says in the Bible. It doesn't say one day is 1,000 years. It says one day to
But
God is like 1,000
but hey,
years. And the
I've
reason
heard
why
a
it
lot of
says
nice
that is
things
because
about
God is
you.
timeless. hmm
I've heard a lot of nice things about you.
Sure. And I've tried to be a nice guy when possible. I'm just trying to figure out how we're gonna like square out this thing, because if someone told me that there's an event that's near, I'm thinking it's happening in my lifetime.
I'm sorry, what?
If somebody told me that something is near, then I'm thinking it's happening in my lifetime. I'm not thinking 1,000 years later.
Good point.
So I'm trying to figure out why we would read these verses in the Quran and think that near means like really far away, like a third of all of written history.
Oh, I know why. Maybe because you know how when you say something happened a long time ago, but really you think that it happened in a blink of an eye. So it's
Rennie.
not really a long time ago.
Rennie.
It's not really. Just
Is that your name? Was your name not Rennie when you had that picture of
oh
you
yeah.
with yeah, it was
No,
Rennie.
no. My name is Renaud.
Okay, Renat. Type. Why do you believe in God? That's all.
Because I love him.
How do you love him without already believing in him? So how do you get to the believing in him part?
I believe in him.
And how?
And how?
Why do you believe in him?
Why do I believe in him?
hmm
Because the Quran.
Okay, and why do you believe in the Quran?
Because the things that are in stories are true.
So what story is true?
What story is true?
Mm-hmm.
What story do you want?
For sure, the one about the ant stalking and the bird that was punished by a king in Israel.
Oh, wait.
Or maybe the one about the Jewish people turning into monkeys and pigs.
Hello?
Uh-huh.
That story was about
Mhm.
what is it called?
Reverse evolution, yeah.
Oh yeah, no. Those people were cursed.
Yeah, I'm asking you to show me how that is true.
How it's true?
hmm You said it's true, so how is this specific story about, for example, the bird that angered the Jewish king so much that he had to threatened to imprison it or kill it, and then it came back to him telling him about the news of why it was late coming back, or the ants that were trying to run away from the king's demon army. Could you tell me how this is true?
What page is that in?
You don't know where the story of Solomon is in the Quran?
No, but I know the book of Enoch. I know.
Why would you know the book of Enoch but not know the chapters of your own book?
I know the chapters, but like, what page is it in?
It's
Yes.
chapter 5. Like 60, 560.
Page 560?
No.
Yeah. No, chapter 5.
5.
Surah
60.
60. Mm-hmm. I want to know what Enoch has to do with this. This is wild. Like, Enoch is the most flat earth book in the world. Are you a flat earther?
The Quran is flat earther.
It sure is, yeah. You find it?
Can you say that again?
Did you find the verse?
60.
Hey, Ems, do you speak Arabic?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Maybe it'll be easier if you tell me in Arabic.
Al-Ma'idah.
Al-Ma'idah?
60.
Al-Ma'idah?
Why does it sound like that is the first time you've heard about that chapter?
No, I know Surah Al-Ma'idah. I read it.
So you should know the story then.
Because I study other things than religion. I
Well,
don't remember
how
all the
about
time.
how about I read it for you?
Okay.
So it says,
Good idea.
Sure. Say, O prophet, shall I inform you of those who deserve a worse punishment from Allah than the rebellious? It is those who earned Allah's condemnation and displeasure, some being reduced to apes and pigs, and worshippers of the false gods. These are far worse in rank and further astray from the right way.
Okay, it's right.
You
So,
think
well, no, could you
That's
like
right.
demonstrate? Could you demonstrate how this happened? Like, could you prove to me that this happened?
We weren't there back in the time,
But you said the reason you believe is because the stories are true. How do you know the stories are true if you weren't there at the time?
because there's stories like in our time, a mom made fun of a disabled kid, and then in the future when she got married and she got a baby, and when she was in labor, they saw that her baby became sick.
Sure, and what about the countless times in which a bully bullies people and nothing happens to them, and in actuality they end up being very successful?
Yeah, but it won't last long. What'll last long is your legacy and the good that you do in the world.
I agree. I think I believe in God now.
Really?
Yeah.
Listen, Ren, you're a nice young person. How about you do this? Read some of the Quran and come back and
I
have a chat with
did.
us, okay? Well,
I did.
read all
Hey,
of
do you
it.
know what? Hey, do you know? Oh, wait, hold on. Do you know what time is it right now?
Yeah,
Do you know what time it is?
sure do.
No, like right now. Do
It's
you know what?
that time.
No. Do you know what Hajj is?
Nope.
It is Hajj, yes, the
Yes,
pilgrimage.
it's Hajj. So we were flying back to Saudi Arabia, and the do you know what the pilgrimages are? Yeah, and they were yeah. So it's Arafah.
And
You know, there's two Eids. We have Eid that comes after Ramadan, and then yeah, and then there's another Eid when the
So,
story was
Ren,
because of Abraham.
Yeah.
Ren, you're very sweet, but I do think we're gonna have to move on.
Okay, but it was Abraham.
All right. Be good, friend.
Okay, bye.
I'm not sure. It took me a minute to figure out if she was.
Clock it. Yeah, same.
Yeah, but I think I'm not sure that she needed to be involved in this conversation. To be fair, nice young lady, nevertheless. Friends, but in a surprising turn of events, it's about a half hour in. We actually don't have anyone in the YouTube queue. Usually have somebody loaded up, and TikTok is out of guests too. So now's a great
I
time to
think
get
it's
in.
because Ian is live.
Yeah.
He's
Well,
back
Ian.
from vacation.
Okay, I think Ian probably ends between 6 and 6:30, so we'll probably see an Ian raid here in a little bit. But friends, let me grab a couple of super chats. We'll wait for a guest to load up. If you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, you can use the link on the screen, tiny.cc/DZ live. If you're watching on TikTok, just hit the guest request button. I'll say it, the same way I do every time. Like if you wait towards the end of the stream to get in the guest box, we might not be able to talk to you. But if you get in at the beginning of the stream, the near guarantee. Gretchen, good to see you, friend. Says, can I be a mod for today? Response, Amargan, GoFundMe links. I feel like you're saying something, but I don't know what you're saying just yet. Are you not a mod already on TikTok? Do you want to be a mod on YouTube? Is that what you're asking? Let me see. Well, you don't watch on TikTok, so you're not a mod on TikTok. And you're saying you're not. Well, you'll have to send me on Discord or email. Send me your Gmail address that you use for your account. Then I could mod you, friend. And Furtive Batak, good to see you. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says excited for the cookout. What are your thoughts on any connection between the Asherim and the menorah? Was reading Joan Taylor's paper on this earlier and interested in your perspective, Rockhard for Doug. I was interesting. I've never understood there to be a connection between the menorah and the Asherim. Typically, the Asherim were poles. They were Asherah was pretty well related, in worship with like trees. So I'm not sure what the menorah would have to do with. The menorah obviously is representing, a tree, but I'm not sure there's necessarily a connection to Asherah. I'd have to take a look at that. It's definitely a new suggestion. I'm curious to know in the paper what they're saying is the connection. It's hard because trees are really deep in all the mythologies. So Inanna, you probably know the story of Inanna and the Hapulu tree. You probably know from other Babylonian mythologies about different tree stories. And so obviously Asherah is associated with trees. I don't know if it's specifically related to Asherah or to like tree, the tropes of trees. Now, what you will find in the Bible, in the Hebrew Bible, you'll find a lot of times when trees are mentioned, that's where divine counters are happening. So Yahweh and the two angels show up at the tree to visit Abraham. The prophetess is found by a tree. In Kings, there's a seer who is found by a tree. When was it Rebecca? Wasn't Rebecca? Was Rebecca buried under a tree? No, it was either Leah or Rachel was buried underneath the sacred tree. So the Bible is full of sacred trees. They were considered to be like semi-divine type of entities. So I'm not shocked that there's some tree imagery. And even on the coins, you'll see like the first minted Jewish coins, you'll see tree imagery. But is it related to Asherah? I don't know. I do know that they probably worshipped her, but at the time the Bible was written, they probably they worship Asherah, but also Ishtar. So it's hard to say who would have been more famous, but nevertheless, I mean, it's possible. I'll have to read the paper. Let me see. I'll just type it in and look at this later. I'll be curious to see what the article is positing the connection is. Thank you for the information. Stupid Owl says, hey, Justin, I'm a new fan from Norway. Well, welcome in. I don't usually get to watch your live shows, although I sometimes catch the end of your late cookings. Rockhard for Doug. Well, thank you, Stupid Owl. I really appreciate that. And a big W for making it to a live show. Glad to have you here. Also, Cool Row, thank you for the super chat. Says, hey, Justin, I've been binging your videos over the last month, learning so much. I would love to see you collab with John Cohen again. You two are the best. Actually, I really like John Cohen. He's a really cool dude. We certainly will collab. We haven't scheduled another
John.
date yet. Yeah, but we'll definitely. Yeah, I like that, John. It's interesting. John knows enough philosophy that like the philosophy bros don't really bother him. But he's pretty competent with some of the Bible verses. He's got good logic and rhetoric, so I think he's going to go really far.
Very much so. I know they like to refer to him as British Justin. I wonder if anyone on that side of the pond is referring to you as American John.
That'd be crazy. I did find the article. It's Asherah, the Tree of Life, and the Menorah. Continuity of a goddess symbol in Jerusalem, ? So I'll give this article a read at some point and see what we can come up with, and maybe there'd be a link. Dugosaurus Erectus, great to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat, friend. Says, looking forward to the Christian barbecue. Well, hopefully we'll get some loaded up here soon. You should add, does God live in Kolob in your next medley of questions live? I like to pick your poison live. It will get the Mormons out for sure. Naughty feelings for Doug and Sharon. Cook on. Well, thank you, Dugosaurus. And yeah, you know what? That is something that is going to, draw out the LDS. We don't get too many of them, but they are kind of fun when they come on. So we'll see. I did post finally that clip of Jimmy Snow taking that Mormon apologist to task. So that's fun. That's on my main channel. And Narcissus said, thank you so much for being here. And thank you for the super chat. Says, please don't use high people for entertainment. Well, at least at the beginning, I was like, is she, elevated? And then over the course of conversation, I was like, I don't know if she's elevated. I think she might be not quite up to speed, if you know what I mean. So I think we had to move on for for the sake of her at least. Also, with the follow-up, thank you, Narcissa, says, I'm sorry, I know you weren't exploiting her on purpose. No. I didn't think you were accusing me of anything. Don't worry, friend. I think you and I were probably clocking kind of the same thing there. And Misha, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says you're starting early today. That's true, Justin. A surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. Rock hard for Doug and hope for some good barbecue today. Well, thank you. I'm going to be doing earlier live streams this summer. My summer hours always start earlier. I'm probably going to be doing. We'll see. I'll just set my schedule still yet, but probably. Maybe 4 to 8, 4 to 8:30, somewhere in there. I could do like 3 to 8. Still working that out yet, but my summer lives are going to be earlier because my son's out of school and we got stuff happening. So summer schedules starting here real soon. And Misha, thank you for the additional super chat, friend. I appreciate that. It says, while Ems is here, can you please ask him to recommend an accurate translation into English? That book bores me, but I'd like to read one that's accurate to brush up on the nonsense.
I have no idea. I haven't read a translation.
I did find through Chet.
Yeah.
I think this one might be the same as my other one, but this is the Study Quran. I don't know if it's good yet. Chet said he liked it. So I have yet to really read through much, but the study notes are actually pretty. There's a lot of them. So I don't know.
There's another one. Mm-hmm. There's another one I think I'm planning on getting. It's called the New Annotated Quran. Okay. I've heard good things about that one as well.
So that's definitely an option that you can use. And Narcissus, thank you for the additional super chat. Justin needs to have a show on the Food Network. Hell yeah, I would love to. How ironic would that be if I was able to do a cooking show, just cooking people? It'd be fun. Not everybody would get the reference though. And Jason, great to see you. Says, I think it's nap time for this one. Yeah, Jason, I think you're right. I don't think keeping her up would have been beneficial for anyone. And Foxy, good to see you. It says, hail Satan, I'll go with the fire guy. Thanks. Yeah, actually, I'm going with the fire guy as well. I mean, have you seen what the gods are doing? The gods are up to some bullshit. And Miss Meg's good to see you. Says, evidently, pharmaceuticals are needed to believe in God, like Far Out Man, the Flames. Well, it has been true that pharmaceuticals can cure your God encounters. That's definitely a thing. And some pharmaceuticals can cause them. And Bab says, I fought the lore, and the lore won. Eric Claptrap. I don't. You know what? I don't know if that's how that worked. That song. But that was a good joke. I appreciate that. All right, we have Scottish in here. I think we talked to Scottish a couple of days ago. Let me double check. Yeah, we talked to Scottish. I wrote that Scottish was a Christian, although not to clip the thing. It looks like Scottish might be in process of deconstructing. So we might not have any opposition yet. So now's a great time if you believe in God and you want to prove that God is real. It's a great time to get into the guest box and provide your best evidence or argument, or maybe a Bible verse that is proven to be true, or a verse in the Quran or the Hadith that you think proves your God to be true. Archaeological evidence, anything along those lines. I think we're open to hearing. So with that, let's bring in Scottish and we'll get the conversation rolling. Welcome back, Scottish.
Hello, you can hear me, aye?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing?
Good, thank you. I hope you're doing well.
Doing well, buddy.
Love your videos.
What's on your mind tonight?
So originally I wasn't gonna be here, but I noticed you didn't really have anyone, so I thought I was at least better than nothing.
Sure. Yeah. So you're a Christian, as far as we can remember, right?
I am.
Sure. And do you remember what we talked about last time?
I do. That was more me to introduce myself to you, so it was just to, and also I was taking notes. I did play it back a few times, actually. I don't have it on me right now, but I think I did accidentally judge one of your questions, so I do plan on getting back to you on that eventually. I didn't mean to judge one of your questions. I think I did, but I played it back. I was like, oh, I didn't answer that.
It happens. You're being good faith. Well, let me ask you a couple lines of questions, a little bit different than what we were talking about before. Because when you called in, we were doing a different topic. Remember? Right. So let me provide you an argument for why I think that Jesus is not God.
Okay.
That'd be okay?
I just had one argument for you.
Oh, sure. I mean, if you want to go first, you're welcome to it.
Oh, thank you. So in Christianity, a man can only marry one woman, aye?
Sure. Well,
why,
I mean,
if Christianity was made by men, why would that?
It does depend. So there's only one passage in the Bible. It's in one of the Timothys that refers to being with one woman, but it seems that it's not really referring to polygamy. It just means that you haven't been divorced. Polygamy is endorsed by God throughout the Bible,
and also exclusive to just a bishop. The bishop should not be married to more than one woman. There's no prescription in the scriptures that you can only have one wife.
I am gonna double check that with the actual scripture. I mean, I do believe you, but I'm just gonna, but not now. Obviously, I don't want to do that halfway through a chat.
That's fair enough. But I was listening. What's the rest of the argument?
Oh, so the argument was, if Christianity was made by men, why would men make a religion that only allows them to have one wife?
Well, so my understanding of polygamy through the ages is initially there's a couple problems in society. One, a lot of men went out to war like every year. So the population of man to women was very different. Men, it was very common to get captured in battle, to die in battle. And so in order to keep society moving, a lot of times you kind of needed polygamy in the nomadic tribal warfare days, which is why it was so abundant. And also, in order to keep your clan alive, you had to have babies. And sometimes you would marry someone who couldn't have babies. In fact, a lot of ancient marriage contracts will say that if this woman doesn't have a child or a son within 7 years, I can take a concubine as a secondary wife in order to build the family. So building the family was paramount. Now, as time went on and we went from nomadic life to, sedentary city dwelling, and it was much more easier to survive, and you didn't have tribal warfare and feuds as much. It was much more common to reduce the number of wives unless you were rich or wealthy. And so you just see a natural progression of, society reaching parity between men and women. So it was really no longer necessary to do the polygamy stuff. So I don't think it's as clear cut as God said to have only one wife, because in the Bible it runs the whole gambit from God blessing people with many wives to eventually God suggesting that if you want to be a deacon, you might only be allowed to have one wife.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
But if you have any questions for me, then by all means. The Matthew by any chance?
Mm-mm.
Oh, so okay.
And John, and we're going to read the words of Jesus, and I want you to tell me what you think. So in
Okay.
the passage, Jesus is referring to his betrayal, and he says, I'm not speaking of all of you. I know whom I've chosen. It is to fulfill the scripture. And then he quotes the scripture. The scripture is, the one who ate my bread has lifted his heel against me, right? So you would recognize this as some sort of prophecy about being betrayed, right?
Aye.
Sure. Now, I think the problem that we have is when you go back to this reference, it's not a prophecy at all. It's actually just King David talking about his struggles. It says, As for me, I said, O Lord, be gracious to me. Heal me, for I have sinned against you. So this is David talking, and he talks about his enemies. My enemies wander in malice, when I will die and my name perish. And so he's on the complain track. And then in verse 9, he says, Even my close friend in whom I've trusted, who ate of my bread, has lifted the heel against me, which you would expect, because that's what Ahithophel did. That was one of his advisors that turned against him. So I guess I don't see why we would take this chapter of Psalms, chapter 41, and think that this is a prophecy about Jesus. It didn't say anything about the future.
Well, I can still. Okay, let me give you an example. Let's say someone betrays me. I can still compare that to Judas betraying Jesus. So I guess it could just be the same concept like that.
Well, I mean, I've been betrayed. Does that mean that I fulfilled the prophecy?
No, I'm saying that you could apply something to you that isn't literally totally at you.
Right, but what I'm asking is, if I can apply it to me, then
You
it
can?
means maybe I'm the Messiah.
No.
Why not?
Are you asking me why you are not the Messiah?
Yeah, because the reckoning of Jesus being the Messiah is essentially he fulfilled all the messianic prophecies, but when I look at these prophecies, he didn't fulfill anything.
Well, I mean, history already repeats itself, so
What does that
I
mean?
mean, I wouldn't have called it a massive prophecy that Jesus got betrayed. I think anyone could have saw that coming 2,000 years ago anyway.
Right,
I
but what I'm
think it was
saying is
obviously going to happen.
Psalm 41 is not a prediction for the future.
Oh, Pan, can you repeat that? I do apologize.
Yeah, Psalm 41 is not a prediction for the future, my friend.
Okay.
Right? So if the prophecy isn't really a prophecy, then it would mean that Jesus is making stuff up, or somebody's making it up for Jesus.
I mean, I won't lie to not having an answer to your question. I can't give you an actual correct answer to that.
Sure, right? But you do see the issue, right?
I see the issue. I just don't have an answer for you. I'm not going to make something up in my head just to give you an answer. I can't. If I can't
No,
answer you, I can't answer you.
that's fair. Nothing wrong with that. Let me ask you another question. Do you think Jesus knows the Hebrew Bible?
I mean, do you mean the Old Testament or the new one, the Hebrew?
Well, yeah, you would probably call it the Old Testament.
I am pretty sure he. I remember this time in the Bible where Jesus got mad that kids weren't being stoned to death for disrespecting their parents.
Right. Yeah, that's in Mark 7 and Matthew 15. So Jesus seems to like the Hebrew Bible. He wants you to follow those laws, right?
That seems about right to me. That's what the Bible seems to point at.
Well,
I'd
then
say so, yeah.
I guess I'm confused why he couldn't like quote it in Hebrew. He always quotes it in Greek, and he can't point to an actual prophecy that he fulfilled. He always points to weird things that aren't prophecies.
I don't have an answer for you. The best I can do is just make a note in my notepad and just go back to you and then answer them in the future. That's the best I can actually do for you.
Fair enough. Well, it sounds like that's some stuff to work on. Maybe do some Googling, check out some apologetic websites, and come back and we'll hit them again. Okay.
Okay. Like, I'm
Yeah,
sure. I mean, I know probably most people that you talk to tend to just make something up if they don't know how to answer your question. But I have to
True.
be honest with you. If I can't answer you, I can't answer you, and that's the best I can give you.
Yeah, that's fair.
So that's a bit disappointing, but
It's okay. I understand. We appreciate you being honest.
would you rather me just try to give you an answer, or would you rather just maybe?
No, we'd rather you be honest.
Yeah, I can't answer. Yeah.
Honesty is the best
How do you
policy,
see the problem?
Yeah.
Oh, pardon?
So honesty is the best policy.
Okay.
For sure. All right, buddy. Take care of yourself, okay?
All right, thank you.
Buddy, I'm this close to just writing an essay on Isaiah 53 because I'm so tired of explaining it to people.
I have a whole write-up on it in my Google Drive, in case I forget something. It's helpful to put down some notes on paper. That way, when you get to it, you're like, oh yeah, I don't want to forget that part.
Yeah.
But your memory's phenomenal, so
Well, my memory's fine. I just get tired of repeating myself. So I'm gonna write something just so if they ever bring it up, I go, okay, go read my paper. What's the next prophecy?
Right. Yeah. Well, friends, I think we got another guest in queue. It looks like it's Majid. Give me 1 second. We'll grab one or two super chats. William, good to see you tonight. Hope you're doing well. Says, have you ever heard of the Orthodox Jewish Bible? Yeah, it's a what's the word? An Abomination by Philip Goebel. Yeah, it's terrible.
I got it in my closet. I'm the one who showed Justin about it the first time. It's
painful.
Very obviously a ploy to trick Orthodox Jewish people into thinking Jesus in the New Testament is Jewish, more Jewish than it is.
It's rough. It's really rough. But yeah, it's a Messianic Jewish Bible that adds Yiddish cultural expressions and dates to the events. Weird translation. It is. They tried. There's also another one called the Complete Jewish Bible, I think is what they call it. It's really just their translation.
A paraphrase.
Yeah, of the Hebrew Bible with the New Testament.
I think what makes the OJB just so egregious is they'll have Jesus calling God the Oibishter when Jesus would never have used such a phrase.
It's weird that people try so hard to trick people into believing this stuff, but like anyone with a little bit of sense is not going to. Low PNC, thank you for the super. It says run the whole gamut. I'm going to try low PNC. I'm hopefully going to be getting some guests in here that will help run the gamut with me, but we do have one guest in queue. Let's bring in Matt, and if you're watching on TikTok, you can request up as well. Hajid was just in the box and they left, so we'll bring in Matthew. I guess they couldn't stay, but welcome in, Matt.
Hello.
Yep.
Hey, how are you?
Good. Hey, Matt, it sounds like you're like a mile away from your phone. Is it like across the room?
I was using my headphone mic. I could change it.
Well, you might have actually selected the wrong mic. Let me check. Let's see. It says right now that you're using the external microphone, but
No, you don't build some headphones. I can just turn it off.
Yeah.
Here, I'll go out and come back on.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yep. Interesting. He sounded really far away. I would imagine if the headphone was picking him up, it'd at least be less echoey and clear, right? Jason, thank you for the additional super chat. It says, I hear the Sultan James version is the most accurate. It's so not. But King James, it's really, if you compare it to like what it was using, the Bishop's Bible, it's like 80% the same as the Bishop's Bible. It's not anything special. Let's try Matt again. Welcome back, Matt.
Hello. Better? Cool.
Yeah. So Matt, are you at least 18?
Yes, I'm like 28.
Awesome. And which God do you believe in?
The Christian God.
Sure.
Mostly.
And what do you think is a good reason to believe in God?
I think there's plenty of good reasons.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the one, I mean, there's a bunch of other reasons I could make. I looking at the universe, I think the first cause argument is a really strong argument. Like
Why?
this uni-
Mm-hmm.
like this universe requires is a universe that is based off cause and effect,
I agree.
and so rolling back the clock, there must be either a first cause to the universe, or else it's an infinite regression,
Mm-hmm.
which I mean doesn't make logical sense to me to be an infinite regression.
Why?
So
What's
just
wrong with
I
the
mean,
infinite regress?
just because it's a well, it's a good question.
Because the God that you believe in would have to be an infinite regress as well if he existed forever. Existing outside of time is logically
Yeah.
absurd because you would have no abilities. You couldn't be omnipotent outside of time because you need time to do stuff.
Well, I don't know if that's necessarily that's true, but I mean I can grant that.
Sure, but you understand that
Like,
doing stuff is a change of states, right?
yeah.
Yeah, I get that.
Right. And to get a change of states, you would be in time, right?
Yeah,
Sure.
but also if you go back to infinite, I mean, God by definition is infinite.
Well, I mean, that's your definition of God. I mean, not everyone
That's
holds
true.
that definition. But so I'm not sure I understand why we need a first cause. And we do have like good models for a universe that doesn't have a starting cause. I like the quantum eternity theorem. It's really simple. In layman's words, it would be something akin to, as long as there's a positive amount of energy in the universe and energy is conserved, on average across the universe, and energy can't be created and destroyed, nor destroyed, would be the right word, then it just means that energy has always existed.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I mean, obviously, matter and energy can't be created or destroyed within natural means. That's just by the
Well,
scientific law.
I think you mean
Um,
mass.
well, energy as well, because energy equals mass times speed light squared, so they're equivalent in a sense. So
Well,
neither energy nor mass can be created or destroyed. One just changes it to the other.
well, I think in order to understand energy, you would. So energy is a measure of properties or a measure of change within something that has properties, right? So when we say energy, we're not saying that there is like an energy that turns into mass or matter or anything like that. It's saying that the energy, the amount of energy in a given thing would be equal to this. So it's not necessarily that energy exists in itself. It's like the measure of change and velocity, like direction and velocity in something. That's like a proper physics definition of energy.
Okay. Well, maybe that's a better definition, but regardless, new energy can't be created
I,
unless
I
inside
agree.
our universe, unless an external force acts upon it.
But I agree.
Uh,
Yeah, I don't think energy can be created. As far as we know, energy can't be created. So it just seems like it always existed.
yes.
Yeah.
So, um, sorry, words are hard.
Mhm.
With entropy always increasing in our universe, like the amount of entropy in our universe increasing, like second law of thermodynamics, there's always some sort of energy that's
Well,
diffused
that's
away
if
in a
the
reaction.
that's if the universe is like a closed system, which we don't know whether or not that's the case.
That's fair. We don't know whether that's the case.
I would say
Um,
too. So I got to take a little bit of like thermal when I was in engineering school, and if you drill down into the definitions, what it says is that the entropy in a given system is going to increase. It can't decrease, but it'd be better to say that the entropy will not decrease until it reaches equilibrium. Because if you have a finite amount of energy, and you do in a closed system, you don't have infinite energy, you've got finite energy. What that means is once all the particles, everything in whatever this container is, once it's at equilibrium, meaning every particle is at the same temperature, then you would be at equilibrium, and then there wouldn't be any entropy increasing. You'd just be at equilibrium. But I understand that if you just heard the second law, but you didn't take any thermal classes, I understand why you would think that it would infinitely increase, but that's not what it's positing.
It's been a long time since I took like chemistry or physics, so
Mhm.
to be fair, yeah. But I mean, it's either increasing or staying the same. So it's never decreasing.
Right.
Entropy never decreases. So
In a closed system, yeah.
In a closed system. I mean, assuming the universe is a closed system, which I mean, you might not want to grant, but this is where my argument comes from. Assuming it is a closed system, then there has to be a point where there is, going back in time, we have less and less entropy until there is near zero.
Justin, Ian is bringing me up. I'll be back, okay?
Sweet. All right. Cheers, buddy.
There has to be less and less energy until there's near zero energy. So like all the potential energy in the universe is at a maximum, and then entropy increases from there.
Right. So if we're saying that prior to the Big Bang there was a lower amount of entropy, which it is not everybody in physics believes that, but if there was a lower amount of entropy, it's a different type of entropy. Like you still have the same amount of heat, but it's packed into a super, super dense ball.
Yeah, like a singularity.
Well, there's not singularity. I think is be careful with singularity, because singularities don't actually exist. It's something that is like the mathematical end. If you trace the math completely backwards, it's the point where the math kind of stops working. The same way, like when you're dividing numbers, eventually you reach the denominator of 0, and you can't divide by 0. It's kind of something akin to that. But it doesn't mean that there actually was a singularity. It just means that here's kind of where things get funny with the math. Nevertheless, if we're in a low entropy state there, the entropy they're referring to is not thermal in nature. They're just referring to, let's say, the location and the mass of the body that's there. And I'm not also sure, because there's going to be quantum fields basically everywhere. So take, for example, like the electron field. The electron field creates electrons. The electromagnetic field creates all kinds of stuff. It carries photons and whatnot. So like those fields exist everywhere. So during the and they do contain energy. And so those fields being like literally everywhere, they're fundamental. It seems like it's very difficult to say that the entire universe was in a low entropy state. I think we might say something akin to the matter that we know about, right, was in a lower entropy state. But in the cyclical universe model, there's not like an issue with that. The entropy increasing and decreasing as it expands and contracts, and it can do that infinitely because gravity like always wins.
Potentially. I mean, there's also models out there of our universe that point to a heat death of the universe, wherein the entropy reaches equilibrium and then everything dissipates. As far as I understand it, I mean, I'm not an expert.
Right, but that does assume a couple of things that we don't know yet, right? It assumes that the acceleration rate of the expansion is always going to increase, and it seems like that's actually decreasing based on our DESI data. It also assumes that outside of our observable universe, there's not more universe. We don't know that yet. And it also assumes that gravity wouldn't pull it back in, which if the acceleration rate is decreasing, eventually gravity would pull it back in. There's actually no amount of distance that two bodies in space could be away from each other where gravity wouldn't have some effect on it, as long as they were stationary. If they're moving, it's a different story. But once they become stationary, it seems that gravity is capable of pulling it back in. Even if you want to do like a first mover. So people sometimes might say, well, yeah, sure, the universe could have been here, but we still need a first mover. Well, gravity works as a first mover too. If you put two bodies in space anywhere, and there's static, eventually they're going to come together because gravity, right? So gravity is like a perpetual motion machine.
Well, that's also assuming that if you're saying gravity is a first mover, you're assuming that space-time exists. I mean, and God would exist outside of space-time, at least and as far as my understanding of God goes. I mean, it could be wrong. But saying that gravity or one of the elemental forces is a first mover just again assumes that those forces in that area which they can act exist. So something has to. There's also another step that needs to be taken there, as in what is the reason for those forces to exist?
Well,
who's
they're
to say
fundamental.
who's to say they couldn't like they could not exist? Like, as far as I would say that because you can't get something from nothing, and we do have something, I would say that the universe has always existed. Like Occam's razor, we just have less like things to assume in our model than you do in yours. Because I'm not even sure if a being existing outside of space and time is even coherent.
Right. Yeah. There's nowhere for it to exist, and it existed for no time. It just seems like it's indistinguishable from something that doesn't exist.
Well, then, that's a great question. It's a good one. There's nowhere for it to exist, but I mean, all right. So, I mean, if the universe is infinite, then that could technically speaking also be labeled as what could be defined as God, because it would contain all possible states. So being all powerful, that it can do a thing. It would contain all knowledge of itself. When being omniscient, the only thing that would be different from God is that it wouldn't be conscious.
Well, I don't think you can have knowledge without consciousness, right? And you can't have agency without consciousness either.
Well, a book has knowledge in it; it's not conscious.
But
it
it
takes
doesn't.
a mind to interpret that knowledge, but the knowledge is in that book.
I mean,
well,
without any minds present,
or the information,
the content, without any minds present, the content of the books is meaningless. Like they're just black ink in different shapes on a white piece of paper. Without any mind conscious, that's not information. It's nothing. Without someone who can interpret it.
Yeah, I mean, the universe is at least partially conscious, though, because we are in the universe and we exist.
That's fair. Like we are conscious, right?
Yes, we are conscious. We are part of the universe. Therefore, at least in part, the universe is conscious. This is not the classical Christian God. I understand.
Right, but we're not gods.
Yes, we're not gods. I mean,
right.
Not like omniscient. We're not maximally great beings or stuff like that.
Right. So I don't think renaming the universe God does a whole lot for us, especially if it doesn't have any sentience or agency. It just seems like we want to cling on to the title of God without it really being God, you know?
It's possible, yeah. But I mean,
also wouldn't by that. Sorry, but wouldn't by that definition, wouldn't by that same definition, us humans would be God? Because you considered us being part of the universe as being the universe being part conscious. So then wouldn't that just literally define us as gods?
Well, no, because we are not, us individual beings are not omnipresent. We're not omniscient. We're not omnipotent. The universe as a whole contains all knowledge of itself, therefore being omniscient, contains all possible elements of space and time, therefore being omnipresent, and contains all possible actions, therefore being omnipotent.
But
so either God is the universe or God exists outside of the universe.
Wait. So then you're not considering us being part of, like, you're not considering our consciousness as the conscious part of the universe then? Because you're saying that God isn't, you're saying that our consciousness is not the same as quote unquote God's consciousness, but you acknowledge that the universe itself, like just as it is without any life, is not conscious. So then God doesn't have consciousness.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the weak. I do say that the universe being God is the weaker model. I do think that God exists outside of the universe. It's not the universe, but even if you're going to say the universe is infinite, then it has a lot of the same omni properties as God would.
But it's not
Except for being
sentient.
loving.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
a banana has some of the same properties as a bus. They're both long and they're both yellow, but a banana isn't a bus and vice versa. And just because the universe might have some similar properties to what you imagine a god would have, doesn't make them even remotely the same, though.
I mean, there's a lot of more differentiating qualities than just long and yellow between a banana and a bus. So, I mean, that's possible.
Yeah, but you understand just because some things shares properties with another things that they're not equivalent, right?
Of course. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, yeah. Let me ask you a question. You said when you came in that you were a Christian. Why pick Christianity?
I think the resurrection of Jesus Christ is one of the most historically verifiable things to have happened in history.
Sure. What's the evidence for the resurrection
right now? What?
What's the evidence for the resurrection?
So the best evidence I would say is that there are multiple attestations of group visions or group sightings of Jesus. You have it in Paul saying that he appeared to Peter, the 12, and the 500. You have it in the gospel accounts, Matthew, Luke, and John. You have it in Josephus saying that he appeared to the disciples alive again.
No, he didn't. Josephus didn't say that in book 18. He says that there were people who believed that he was still alive, but he doesn't say that he was. So let's talk about the Gospels.
I know Josephus didn't believe it, but he did say that his disciples said that they believed it. You also have the early sermons in Acts that say that we have seen this risen Jesus, like Peter speaking to the crowd, saying, "We have seen this risen Jesus."
Sure. So let's start with the eyewitnesses. Did any of the eyewitnesses write anything for us?
Yes.
Who's that?
I believe so, at least. So we have Paul saying he's a witness later on, writing he sees Jesus at a later time, but he is writing down his experience and also writes down the early creed in 1 Corinthians.
But he didn't witness resurrection.
He witnessed Jesus on the road to Damascus. I mean,
well, he had a near-death experience, right? He saw some kind of a vision for sure, but he did not witness the resurrection.
He witnessed he thought he witnessed a resurrected Christ, and I mean he didn't witness the resurrection per se, but he thought he witnessed a resurrected Christ, and given his own self-admitted history of being a persecutor of early Christian followers.
Well, that's according to his legend, right? According to the Bible.
Right? Well, that's according to his epistles that he wrote.
But even then, Matt, like, who's to say that Paul, like, people are really convicted by martyrdom. Who's to say that Paul wasn't seeing these people who were being martyred for Christianity and like something snapped in his head, like some sort of conviction, like, why are these people so willing to die for this thing that they believe in? And all the while also hearing arguments from them. Who's to say that this wouldn't create some sort of cognitive dissonance, some amount of seed of a belief, and then also guilt for maybe I'm killing innocent people. And this very much could have led to having some sort of visionary experience. This happens in psychology a lot.
I mean, by Paul's own admission, he was a Pharisee of Pharisees. He was a student.
Sure.
He claimed to be a student of Gamaliel.
I don't know if that's true because he doesn't even know the Hebrew Bible. He misquotes it. He quotes it in Greek. He certainly doesn't know Hebrew. He can't be a Pharisee without knowing Hebrew.
What do you mean he doesn't know Hebrew? I mean,
he doesn't know Hebrew. He fucks it up in Galatians.
Can you give me the reference for that?
Yeah, sure thing. Going to be in chapter 3, and you're going to want verses, let's say 16, 17, 18.
Galatians 3:16 through 18.
Yep. I'll put it on the screen so we can read along. It says, now the promises were made to Abraham and to his offspring. It does not say, and to his offsprings, meaning plural, as many, but it says, as to your offspring, that is to one person who is Christ. So he's basically saying that the promise made to Abraham is not referring to Abraham's lineage, it's referring to Jesus, because offspring is singular rather than plural. You kind of understand what he's saying?
A singular seed rather than plural seed, right? I think that's King James, but yeah.
Well, yeah, King James might say seed because that's typically the root word. In fact, in Greek, it uses the right words. Was it sperma or spermata? I have to check it. But that's the word in Hebrew would be the same, zerah, for seed. So here's the problem. The argument that he's making clues us in that first of all, he didn't read the Greek text because the Greek doesn't even use the singular, but he sure didn't read the Hebrew, nor does he know Hebrew. It's a super common word. Seed is all over the Hebrew Bible. It's like one of the top words. When you learn Hebrew, you're going to learn this particular word. It's like in probably the top 200 or 300 most used words. But it's a collective noun. It means offspring in the plural. It almost 99.9% of the time it's used in Jewish literature. And if you look at how it's used in the promise made to Abraham, it's clearly referring to many offspring. It says they're going to be as numerous as the sand on the seashore, right? So Paul's argument tells me that, one, he doesn't know the story of Abraham very well. And number two, he doesn't even know Hebrew because he would know that seed is referring to plural, all of the offspring. Does that make sense?
But is the actual word for the... Sorry, hello?
Mm-hmm.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yep.
Is that a reference to seed in the original Hebrew?
Yeah.
It might be a collective noun, but is it the singular conjugation or is it in the plural conjugation?
It's a collective noun. It refers to people in the plural, even though it's conjugated as singular. So when it says your seed,
so it is conjugated.
It says your seed will be as multiplied as the stars in the sky, because it's, even though it's grammatically in the singular, it always gets used as a plural.
Yes, well, it is. I mean, that's the point he's making, is the grammatically in the singular.
Right.
So it is kind of...
That's how we know he doesn't know Hebrew.
Like, Matt, if someone said to you, notice that the text says sheep and not sheeps, therefore it can only refer to this one sheep. As an English speaker, you would recognize that that's not a good argument because we don't have sheeps in English. We only say sheep, even referring to multiple sheep.
That's true. I mean, it could be the singular and plural of sheep is sheep. I mean, we could make a new word for a singular sheep being shoop.
And in Hebrew, whether you're referring to one seed or many seed, it's always zera in the singular. And the text makes it very clear in Genesis that the seed of Abraham refers not just to one individual, but to the nation as a whole. Your seed will be as numerous as the stars of heaven.
All right. So what's the reference in Genesis there?
There's a couple. You can go to Genesis 12 13? Or Genesis 15. So the verse in 13 says, your seed will be a sojourner in a land that's not theirs, and they will serve them and they will afflict. So
yes, that is clearly plural, I'd say.
It has to be because it's a they, right? Referring to how the children of Abraham are going to be afflicted for 400 years in Egypt. So
yeah,
the point is we don't have usages of the plural to refer to plural offspring in the Hebrew Bible. It's always a singular, which means there's no way that whoever this Paul guy was, that he knew any Hebrew. And if he didn't know any Hebrew, then I can't imagine that he was a Pharisee of Pharisees. And he says he got permission and papers in the book of Acts to go round up the Christians, but I've read the writings of the Sanhedrin. There's no Paul mentioned. They weren't issuing papers to people to go round anybody up.
Hold up. The writings of the Sanhedrin? When were those written down? Hold up. Because if you're talking about like the Sanhedrin tractates in the Talmud, those are written down like 500 AD.
No, it was just like the Bible. They were written over a course of time. They were initially collected starting in the beginning, late 1st century, early 2nd century. And then the entire collection of all of them was completed in about 500 CE. But they were clearly being written prior to that, just like the Bible, even though it wasn't collated into one unit until later in time. The individual writings did exist.
Okay, that's possible they did exist. But again, we don't. If you're going to trust the Sanhedrin writings in the Talmud as authoritative, historically verifiable, those were collected. I mean, they could have been written down in earlier centuries. They weren't collected until the 5th century. We don't have copies of those until the 1st millennium or 2nd millennium.
No, they weren't just collected in the 5th century, no. In fact, some of it was already complete in the 2nd century.
Some of it might have been. Do we have any copies of those from the 2nd century?
We
don't have
physical copies of that, because the Old Testament would fail that. The Old Testament copies come from, like, for the Torah, 1,000 years later.
Yeah, well, the Torah, yes. But also, the New Testament would far exceed that of both the Old Testament and the Talmud.
So what?
And the Mishnah.
My point is, if having documents close to the time of writing is important, then the Old Testament fails.
Well, we are farther removed from the writing of the Old Testament than the New Testament. If the Old Testament is failing, then the Jewish writings like the Mishnah and the Talmuds are also going to fail as well.
So do you want to throw the Old Testament out then?
I don't want to throw the Old Testament out. I'm just saying, if you're going to use one, then you should also consider the other equally valuable.
Well, I don't. So the Talmud, when it says that people did magic and things like that, I don't believe the magical claims in the Talmud, and I certainly don't believe the magical claims in the Bible either. So I think both the Old Testament and the Talmud are attempting to say some things that are true, but it's also full of mythology, just like Tacitus and Titonius and Livy and all the other Greek and Roman writers. They attempted to write history, but it included a lot of mythology as well. And obviously, when the history matches up, we say, it seems like it happened in history. But when the mythological stuff pops up, you're like, well, mythological stuff obviously isn't true.
Well, there could be kernels of truth in mythological stuff. You take the Odyssey and the Iliad, for example. There definitely was a city named Troy that went to war and was destroyed. There is also legendary exaggeration in Homer's writings. So you do have to judge on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah, I agree. So what I'm saying is that we don't find any documentation in the Jewish writings that indicated that they were authorizing anyone to go round up Jesus. And in Sanhedrin, was it 53, 54a? We do have the arrest and the trial of Jesus told, and we don't. After that, when you look at what's happening, there's nothing about Paul. There's no people rounding up Christians. It just seems like a weird thing that they would omit.
Okay, but that's also an argument from silence too. Just because it's not there doesn't mean it didn't happen.
No, what I'm saying is nobody was given papers to go round up Christians. And according to Paul, that's exactly what they were doing. They were giving people authority, Paul one of them, to go and round up the Christians. But we don't have any evidence that ever happened.
Well, we have the New Testament as evidence.
It really doesn't make any sense for a Pharisee to go to a Sadducee and why, and the high priest doesn't have this authority anyways to issue out these decrees.
Well,
so I think the main reason why like these accounts by Paul and the Gospels fail is because it's so easy to demonstrate that they're unreliable. Paul's own narratives, like in his texts, his epistles, contradict what we find in the Book of Acts. The Gospel authors contradict each other all the time.
I mean, I don't believe that.
We can show you.
I mean, there are differences between Paul's account and Acts. I know. Paul mentions like 3 years in Arabia that are explicitly mentioned in Acts. That doesn't mean they're contradictory necessarily.
He also says explicitly that he had no contact with other believers in his own epistles, but in Acts, he absolutely does.
Well, it's not other believers, it's the apostles that he's referring to. Should you talk about Galatians, I believe. Because it says, let's see.
I conferred not with flesh and blood, is what Paul says. Not apostolic flesh and blood. His whole point was that his gospel is not of a human origin. Let's see. For I want you to know, brothers and sisters, the gospel that was proclaimed by me is not of human origin, for I did not receive it from human source, nor was I taught it, but I received it through a revelation of Jesus. And he also, let me see.
Oh. We lost Dalton.
I'm on my computer looking.
Well, my Dalton's looking for that. The point is that the reliability of the Gospels, I think, is problematic because it reads just like other texts from the time period. Like if you read other texts from the time period, they talk about resurrections, they talk about visits of dead people, but they also, a lot of them will contradict each other. And so the Gospels, we find much of the same. These fantastical stories about resurrections and miracles, which were common in the time period, and then we also see where it contradicts other texts. So, for example,
what other stories?
You never heard of the other like miracle and resurrection stories from the time period?
Apollonius of Tyana.
Okay.
By the way, the passage specifically from Paul was him saying, quote, I did not confer with any human, nor did I go up to Jerusalem to those who were apostles before me. So he makes it very clear that it's not just apostles. I did not confer with any human.
Yeah. What verse was that?
Galatians 1:16 and 17.
But then he says he went to Arabia and then went to Damascus in verse 17.
Yeah. But prior to going to Arabia, like in the Acts of the Apostles, he does confer with Ananias and other believers in the city of Damascus.
Okay. So that, I mean, that could be harmonized potentially by saying, I mean, just do not fly here. I mean, it could be that, I mean, that he went to Arabia first off and then went to Damascus and then spoke with Ananias. We don't know how long he was blind for. It could be.
Well, no, he stayed with Ananias. Ananias took care of him while he's and then healed him, and then he was in the synagogue preaching, and then he had to escape Damascus by basket.
In fact, he's described as a disciple too, actually. So it says, now there was a disciple in Damascus named Ananias. The Lord said to him in a vision, Ananias. He answered him, Lord, here I am, so on and so forth. So it seems like he did confer.
Okay. So it's Acts, 9 something?
Yeah, Acts 9. I just read 10.
Okay.
Yeah. And then he starts making converts already in Damascus before he meets any of the disciples. So it's just, an anachronistic feature.
There's a timeline that could be worked out there, but I mean, I could see how you might say that.
Right. But I think there are like super critical problems though in the gospel accounts. So if I asked you like a really simple question, and Dalton loves this contradiction as well, according to the Bible, like approximately when was Jesus born? Well, unfortunately, the Bible can't give you an answer for that. What would you say?
0. No, that's a joke answer. I believe most historians would date to about 4 BC to 6 BC.
Sure, I would say about then, because he died prior to the reign of Herod, according to Matthew, right?
Prior to the reign of Herod?
Yeah, Herod the Great. So it says in Matthew 2 that they had to go into Egypt, child and mother, to avoid being executed. And then later on in Matthew 2, it says after Herod had died and Archelaus was ruling, that's his son, in Judea, they returned, right?
They went up to Nazareth, yes.
So that means that Jesus had to have been born prior to the death of Herod, right?
Most likely, yeah.
Yeah, because they were waiting for Herod to die. It says, those that were seeking your life are dead now.
Yeah.
So if you go to Luke, though, we have like a really interesting problem, because Luke has his birth at least 10 years later, right? It says, in those days, a decree went out from Caesar Augustus to all the world to be registered. This was the first registration and was taken while Quirinius was governor of Syria. All went to their own towns to be registered. So this is a really interesting turn of events, because Quirinius wasn't a governor anywhere until Archelaus was already deposed. So if Jesus was born prior to Archelaus even ruling, and then here we have Jesus being born after Archelaus has already been deposed, it just seems to me that what the Bible has got like a fundamental problem. Like you would think that this long of a gap wouldn't exist.
I mean, I don't think there is a gap, because there's multiple different ways to resolve this. The one I prefer is, I mean, I don't know, you're using, updated New Revised Standard. I have ESV in front of me.
Oh boy.
And also the Berean Standard Bible has this footnote as well. But there could also, where it says it was the first registration when Quirinius was governor of Syria, it could also be translated as this was the registration before Quirinius was governor of Syria.
It could not. So I have here what's called Greek Grammar Beyond the Basics by Daniel B. Wallace. And by the way, Daniel B. Wallace is a Baptist. He works for the Dallas.
He's a Christian.
Yeah, he's a Christian. Yeah. He works for the Dallas Theological Seminary, and he actually has
the New Testament.
He has he has an entry specifically on this claim that the Greek word prote in this reason means before, and he tells us that the grammar just doesn't allow for it. It wouldn't make any sense for it to be prote, and he basically just says that it is like there is no way for us to resolve this. It's a mystery, basically. I can find it. Give me a moment. I'll read it. It's going to take a second, so y'all continue the conversation. I'm just going to look for this.
Yeah, I think that one of the problems too is you still have to deal with the fact that Archelaus had already been deposed. Whether it's the first census under Quirinius or the second, it would still be under Quirinius. And prior to Quirinius, he was ruling. He was at war, so like he obviously wasn't issuing any censuses while he was at war.
Yeah.
We also don't have any documentation from history about a census, like 2 of them under Quirinius. There definitely was a census under Quirinius, though.
Yes. I mean, it's also, I mean, I've seen another explanation as well. I mean, I'm not fluent in Greek, so I mean, I could be wrong, obviously. I mean, I believe the word for governor for Quirinius is hegemon. I mean, it could be referred to a governor, like an office of governor. It could also refer to
like a ruler.
a general leader. So it could be possibly when he was military leader. I think there's between those two solutions, either one of those could work out.
All right. Well, so page 304 of Greek Grammar Beyond the Basics. Second, it has sometimes been suggested that the text should be translated. The census was before the census which Quirinius, governor of Syria, made. It is argued that other comparative expressions sometimes have elided words, and therefore such is possible here. But this basis is insufficient for the following reasons. A, in both John 5:36 and 1 Corinthians 1:25, the genitive immediately follows the comparative adjective, making the comparison explicit, while in this text, Korineu is far removed from prote and in fact is genitive because it is part of a genitive absolute construction. Thus, what must necessarily be supplied in those texts is neither necessary nor naturally in this one. B, this view presupposes that aute modifies apographe, but since the construction is anarthrous, such a view is almost impossible, because when a demonstrative functions attributively to a noun, the noun is almost always articular, and far more natural translation would be, this is the first census rather than this is the census is. In conclusion, facile solutions do not come naturally to Luke 2:2. This does not, of course, mean that Luke is erred. In agreement with Sherman, Marshall warns against too easily acceptance of the conclusion that Luke has gone astray here. So just accepting that, because of his presuppositions about biblical infallibility. But yeah, prote does not mean before in this instance. It just means first.
Okay. I mean, Daniel Wallace is one of the biggest experts. So,
yeah, he's pretty good. So I think this seems to be a huge issue too. And for example, some of the problems we have as well is, like, as far as I can tell, if Mark wrote Mark's literally just one of the co-workers with Paul, possibly John Mark, the cousin of Barnabas. He didn't eyewitness anything. We don't know whose story he wrote down, where he got it from. Church history says that he got it from Peter. I have a good reason to believe that. And then the other two Gospels that are synoptic copy directly from Mark, which is weird. If Matthew was there, why is he copying directly from Mark rather than telling it himself? And also, why is he copying his own conversion story? And the earliest documents just didn't have names on them. Like P1, the earliest of Matthew, has no name on it. We have no reason to believe that Matthew wrote that. The early church descriptions of Matthew and Mark don't match what Matthew and Mark say. And Luke is a wild one. Luke seems to have been written damn near, at least being edited, almost as late as John, near the end of the century. Because Luke is like twisting a lot of the stuff in Matthew and Mark to spiritualize it. So in Matthew and Mark, like, Elijah is John the Baptist. In Luke, no, he came in the spirit of John the Baptist. In Matthew and Mark, the kingdom of God is going to come down from heaven and Jesus is going to rule the world. In Matthew, no, the kingdom is, or in Luke, the kingdom is mysterious. It's within you. You won't be able to see it. And so it's weird. Like Luke wasn't there. He admits to it in chapter 1, right? But Luke is obviously dealing with a time period where, like, the promises of Jesus have failed. He said he was coming back in that generation. He said, some of you standing here will not taste death. And then all of those things didn't happen. He didn't come back. So Luke now has to spiritualize everything to make it work. And so to me, this is like kind of preposterous. And John in chapter 21 just admits, you'll find that John didn't write John because there's a multiplicity of authors call themselves a we, and they're collecting what they say are testimonies from various people, including the disciple whom Jesus loved and also from John the Baptist. But whoever they are, they're not eyewitnesses.
Okay, so there's a couple of different responses there. You kind of did a whole spiel.
It was a lot, yeah.
Here's the thing: there are copies of Gospels that don't have labels on them. That's true. But here's the thing: every copy that does have a title has the correct title, and every church, like church father, from the 2nd to the 4th century, that mentions the name of an author, mentions the authors we have. So
it just means that the tradition was well established by the end of the 2nd century. It doesn't mean that that this was always understood that who wrote what books.
So that's true. The tradition was well established by the 2nd century. But why would that tradition be established by the 2nd century when Christianity had already spread from at least Italy to the east part of the Roman Empire? What kind of unanimous decision would make that a unanimous attestation that these are the authors that are named and there's no differences?
To be clear, we don't know how unanimous it was. We don't have other manuscripts, very many manuscripts dating from this time. Very few indeed. As far as we know, they could have. We know the majority of our manuscripts are post the 9th century CE. Very few of our manuscripts are from before this period.
Yes, I mean, that's true. But the ones that we do have that have titles all have the correct title.
But why would we expect them to not have the correct title? Like, once the naming convention was developed, obviously they're going to know who's who, right?
That's true. But like we see with Hebrews that there are different attributions with the book of Hebrews. Like some say it's from Paul, some say it's from Timothy, some say it's written by another, like Barnabas or something like that. So we have disagreement with the book of Hebrews as to who wrote that.
Are there multiple competing books of Hebrews? Like there are multiple competing gospels, and thus the necessity to ground some gospels as being more legitimate than others?
Well, there were. Okay, so by the mid 2nd century, there were the 4 main gospels. We have them quoted in Irenaeus. We have them listed.
Origin.
Well, we have listed. We have the Muratorian canon, which scholars date to the 2nd century. It says the 3rd gospel is Luke, and the 4th gospel is John.
What I'm saying is the reason why you get more definitive titles for the Gospels than for Hebrews is there aren't alternative books of Hebrews out there competing for authenticity, unlike the Gospels where we have all these different Gospels and that are competing for like authenticity. So we need to establish that these ones are more authentic by giving them either direct apostolic attestation or close companions of the apostles.
Okay, but why would you go with Mark and Luke of all people? I could see why you could pick John.
You would go in Mark because he was an interpreter of Peter, and you can't call it the Gospel of Peter because there's already another one in circulation. And you go with Luke because he's a companion of Paul, and Paul is very authoritative in Christian circles.
Okay, there could be multiple Gospels with the same name. I mean, there are Gnostic Gospels that are devoted to John and Matthew.
It would be very confusing, though, wouldn't it?
It would be. So why would you go with? I mean, if Peter is a source, why wouldn't you just say it as the Gospel of Peter? I mean, I guess
you might mistake it for the other one.
True.
I mean, it brings up a good point. Why wouldn't, if Mark was writing for Peter, why wouldn't Mark just say so? Like, why wouldn't Mark use Peter's status and let people know that this is from Paul? Or, I'm sorry, Peter.
Some people say that he might have.
Where?
I'm not as knowledgeable, but there's like, I believe it's called, the technique is called inclusio of eyewitness. So Peter is mentioned at the beginning of Mark and at the end of Mark. So basically bookending the gospel, saying that this is his main source without explicitly stating it outright.
Well, that's just because the author of the Gospel of Mark, has a sort of structure of their gospel where every chapter, it's like an onion, the way that it's built, with these the things in the back referencing the things in the front, and all throughout the book until it gets to the center with the clearing of the temple. That's just the style that the author of the Gospel of Mark chose.
That could be a stylistic choice as well. There's other points within Mark. I mean, many of Jesus' sayings, like when Jesus is saying, "You strain out a gnat and swallow a camel." If you back translate that into Aramaic, it's a pun. Like it's like Gamla and Galma, I believe is the pun there for gnat and camel.
It's a very, yes, Gamal would be the word you're looking for. Means camel, but that's in Greek if I remember correctly. But the problem is, and that saying was already around. We've got other sayings just like it from comparable texts. I'm not sure that matters for anything, right? We're not debating whether or not Jesus existed and whether or not he said some things, right? Trying to figure out if there's eyewitnesses to the resurrection that left us anything credible.
If the standard model for the synoptic problem is true, then you would expect to find like puns like that, because the Gospel of Mark was built off of the Q source, which would be oral traditions that may or may not go back to a historical Jesus. So that's what you would expect to find.
The Gospel of Mark, Q is the source behind Matthew and Luke that's not contained in Mark.
Yeah. Q is the agreeing material that's in Matthew and Luke that's not unique to the two of them, but is also not in Mark. Yeah, so there's Mark would be a source, and then Matthew and Luke would have Mark, and then it would have their own material, then it would have Q. So that's usually how that works. But to the point, though, like the fact that they copied so much from Mark, who wasn't there, to me sounds like super troubling. Like we have 4 Gospels, and not one of them says, "I was there, I saw this." If God really wanted to, John doesn't say that.
This is the disciple that saw these things, and we testify that those things are true.
Well, yeah, who's the we?
John.
Yeah, we.
Traditional. I mean, I don't know. Doesn't say in the gospel, but traditionally, it's attributed to John and his disciples, possibly Andrew, possibly Papias. So that's an answer that could be the we.
So. It's a lot of possibilities.
Right. And so, like, we don't know who the we is. They could say that they're collecting John's testimony. We don't even know that to be the case, right? And remember, John is written somewhere after 70, maybe 90 CE. Yeah. What a weird time to write down a gospel, that many decades later. Probably because, and the reason why the gospels didn't get written down until decades later seems pretty obvious. Is because they thought Jesus was coming back imminently. And then once the disciples, once people realized he wasn't coming back imminently, they're like, oh, we need to write this stuff down. And so to me, that's like really damning. And some of like the stuff that was written down, it demonstrates that Jesus kind of failed.
Okay. So I don't think that's I don't think that logically follows, because I mean, just because that stuff was written down decades later doesn't mean it's A, that it's false, and B, that Jesus failed necessarily. And I would actually argue that Luke and Mark are earlier than 70s and 80s.
Well, why?
The ending of the book of Acts is my biggest claim, because it ends with Paul living in Rome. It does not have like the legends of Peter's and Paul's martyrdoms. It doesn't have the fire of Rome. It doesn't have James's martyrdom, James, brother of Jesus, that's mentioned in Josephus. It doesn't have the destruction of the temple, which you would think that if the prophecy of the destruction of the temple is so prominent in the Synoptic Gospels, you would think that the fulfillment of that prophecy would be a very important thing to highlight in the book of Acts.
So
if it's a history of the church.
By the same token, then you would say that like Mark is after the fall of the temple. Like if Luke not mentioning the fall of the temple means it was written before it, then Mark mentioning the fall of the temple would be written after it.
Well, no, because Mark is recording Jesus's prediction of the fall of the temple.
That doesn't follow.
What do you mean?
Like Mark, you're using a naturalistic dating the fall of the temple, right? And you're applying it to Luke, but you're not going to apply it to Mark.
Well, no, because here's the thing. The book of Acts does not mention the fall of the temple or either the topics I mentioned. So my theory I'm working off is that
why would Acts mention the fall of the temple if it's writing a story that's supposed to predate it?
Well, why wouldn't, if it's trying to relate a history of the church as it's spread throughout the Roman Empire?
It's the history of the church prior to 70 AD, so it wouldn't write about the destruction of the temple.
Okay, so where does it say explicitly that it's only going to write up to the destruction of the temple?
Paul was executed in the 60s CE, And
Yes.
this all the content of Acts takes place prior to Paul's death. So it wouldn't write about the destruction of the temple, because it's not like the author is writing a story about what he thinks happened to Peter and Paul in their lifetime. He's not writing about the destruction of the temple because his story is supposed to take place before that happened.
Okay,
Oh,
but
it
even
does actually
then,
show up,
why does
just
it?
to be clear, in Luke 21. Like, so the allusion to the fall of the temple and Jesus predicting it is in Luke 21, 5 and 6, right? Because when
Yes.
some were speaking about the temple, how it was adorned with beautiful stones and gifts dedicated to God, he said, "As for these things that you see, the days will come when not one stone will be left upon another, and all will be thrown down." It's very similar to the Olivet Discourse in the other Gospels.
Yeah, the Olivet Discourse is in all three of those Gospels.
Right, so
Just
it does seem to reference the temple.
Yes.
Which means it
But
probably came after.
that doesn't follow, because it's totally possible on a naturalistic framework for Jesus to predict the fall of the temple.
Well,
we have a record in Josephus of this prophet named Jesus ben Ananias predicting the fall of Jerusalem 40 years before it happens. We have prophecies in Daniel saying that the temple will be destroyed.
You don't want to do Daniel. Daniel has nothing to do with Jesus at all.
Here,
I'm saying
these
I'm not.
Gospels.
Hold up a second.
Matt, if these Gospels are written by eyewitnesses, like for example, why does the Gospel author of John place Jesus's death date a whole day before the Synoptic Gospels, and at a completely different time if they're allegedly an eyewitness to these events?
Yeah,
That's false.
In John, he's on trial at noon, but in the Synoptics, he's already on the cross at 9.
Yeah, on the preparation of the Passover, mind you.
Oh no, the day of preparation was a reference to Friday because it was day of preparation for Sabbath.
No, it's the preparation not for this. No, it says preparation for Passover.
Yes, the Passover week was that week, and the day of preparation was a way to refer to Friday. So the day of preparation of the Passover would be the Friday of Passover week.
No, the Passover refers to the sacrifice. The sacrificial lamb is the Passover. The day for preparation for Passover is the 14th of Nisan. That's the day that you go out and you prepare for the meal and you sacrifice the lamb, and then you take it home to eat it at sunset.
So
that's why in the Gospel of John, the Jewish people don't want to go into Herod's court because they don't want to defile themselves because the Passover meal is about to occur.
So, yes, the Sabbath day was about to occur. The day of preparation was a way to refer to Friday.
No, the Passover was about to occur. They wanted to eat the Passover meal, so they didn't want to go into Herod's court because it would defile them, so they couldn't participate in the Passover meal.
Right, yes, because Exodus 12:18, the Passover ritual commands, says that in the evening of the 14th day is the preparation.
Yes. All right, so John 19:21 or 31, sorry. Since it was the day of preparation, and so the bodies would not remain on the cross on the Sabbath, for that Sabbath was a high day, the Jews asked Pilate that their legs might be broken. This is John 19. So it doesn't mention that the preparation for the Passover.
Notice what it's. Well, it does say in John 19:14 it was preparation for the Passover is what it says. But also notice in John chapter 18, specifically in verse 28, it says about the Pharisees. It says, "Then they took Jesus from Caiaphas to Pilate's headquarters. It was early in the morning. They themselves did not enter the headquarters, so to avoid ritual defilement, to be able to eat the Passover."
Yes.
So the Passover hasn't occurred yet from the perspective of the Gospel author John, but according to the Synoptic authors, Jesus has already eaten the Passover, placing the Pilate incident after the eating of the Passover.
Right, so they eat on Thursday in the other Gospels, if I recall.
Yeah, yes. At sunset on Thursday, they eat the Passover meal. The whole following day is the 15th of Nisan, the day of Passover. But in John, it says that they don't want to go to Herod's court, inside Herod's court, while they have Jesus, because they don't want to defile themselves, so they can eat the Passover meal later that evening, because it's the 14th of Nisan in John.
Okay, the date's not given in John, but
John 19:14.
It just says the days. It just says the day of preparation, and
no, John 19:14. John 19:14.
Yes, that says that it's the day of preparation of the Passover.
And the Passover is the name of this. Yeah, that's the name of the sacrifice. That's the name of the sacrifice.
No, well, it's the name of the holiday. Yes, it's the name of the sacrifice.
Well, no. The Pesach. No. In biblical times, the Pesach is the name of the lamb itself. The lamb is the Pesach.
Yes.
So the preparation for the Pesach is on the 14th of Nisan.
No. So it was the day of preparation of the Passover. So
you're saying Matt, let me ask you a basic question. Do you know when day and night start in the Hebrew culture in the Bible? You know the day starts at nightfall, right?
Day starts at sunset.
Okay. Yeah. So the first day, like the first, we'll call it day, 24-hour period of Passover actually starts at night, right? So that means the day of preparation prior to nightfall is the 14th. Passover starts on the 15th at nightfall. That's the beginning of the 24-hour period. So the day of preparation must have been prior to that.
So what the day of preparation I'm referring to, it's not preparing for the Passover. It's the name for preparing for the Sabbath. So the day of preparation is the name for Friday to prepare for Sabbath.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm arguing.
But John 19:14 says it's the preparation for the Passover.
No, it's not for. It's of.
Matt, why don't the Pharisees go into Herod's court? Why don't they go into Herod's court?
Because they don't want to defile themselves.
So that they can do what?
So they could eat the Passover.
When does one eat the Passover?
On the day of Passover.
So as soon as the sun sets on the 14th of Nisan, that's when you eat the Passover meal, right?
Yes, but here's the thing. Jesus has that Passover meal the night he's betrayed.
In John.
This is still the same. This is still the same day.
In the Synoptic Gospels, no, it's not the same day. In the Synoptic Gospels, Jesus on the 14th of Nisan tells his disciples, I want you to go and I want you to prepare the Passover meal for us. The sun sets, it is evening, and they eat the Passover meal. And the next day, now that it's sunset, it's the next day, later that night, Jesus gets arrested, gets taken to Pontius Pilate. No one is eating the Passover meal later that day because you already ate it on the sunset of the 14th of Nisan. But in the Gospel of John, the Passover meal hasn't been had yet. Jesus is before court, before Pontius Pilate, before the Passover meal is supposed to be eaten. It's like one gospel says that Jesus celebrated Christmas with his disciples, and then later that he gets killed. But in this gospel, it's saying, well, no, the Jewish people don't want to go into Herod's court so that they can not defile themselves because Christmas is coming.
Okay. So first off, I don't think it says the date 14th of Nisan anywhere explicitly in the Gospels.
Well, the 14th of Nisan is the preparation day of the Passover. That's what that is.
It would be, yes, but it doesn't say that date in the Gospel. So you're assuming that's the day that it happens on.
No, I'm not assuming. The Gospel says that it's the preparation day of the Passover. Well, no, it says in the Gospel of John, it's the preparation day for the Passover, and that the Pharisees have not yet participated in the Passover meal because it happens later that evening. That happens on the 14th of Nisan.
It's probably because they were busy trying Jesus unjustly all night. That's probably why they didn't eat it.
No, you don't. You don't eat the Passover on the 15th of Nisan. It's not how that happens.
Okay, so again, there's no dates in the gospel accounts. It just says day of preparation and Passover. So
if I say the Christmas Eve, I don't have to say December 24th because Christmas Eve is December 24th. In the same way, I don't have to say 14th of Nisan if I say preparation day of the Passover.
So this isn't saying preparation day of the Passover. It's saying day of preparation, i.e. Friday of the Passover, i.e. the Passover week.
Passover is not Passover is the name of the sacrifice.
Yes.
So the preparation for the when does the sacrifice take place?
The 15th of the Nisan.
14th.
Oh, okay.
So I just want to point out, in the Greek text, I looked it up, and it's in genitive form. It's got to be of Passover. Like, Matt, you sound like you've read the Bible. I don't know if you learned any Greek, but I mean, in the genitive, that means when it says, now they don't say Pascha in the Greek because they're not transliterating the Hebrew very much, Paraskew, but the day of preparation would be the Paraskew, and it literally says of the Passover. It all of the definite article, to, and Pascha are all in the genitive. All of the same case. They're the thing. It's the preparation day of the Passover.
So we're just gonna have to disagree on this, I think, because
what do you think?
What I've told is that the words day of preparation refer to the day before Sabbath.
No,
it's not. So it literally says in the text, right? How is in the genitive form, right? That's the definite article for Passover, Pascha. So the Passover, and both of them are in the genitive form, which means this must read the day of preparation of the Passover. That's how genitives work.
Can you click on the definition of where it says day of preparation?
Yeah. Thayer's Greek Lexicon says making ready, preparation or equipping, the day of preparation, the day on which the Jews made necessary preparation to celebrate the Sabbath or a feast.
Okay, so that's my argument. It's the day of preparation for the Sabbath.
But it didn't say for the Sabbath. It says for the Passover.
Okay.
I think the biggest problem here, Maddie, is that you're thinking anachronistically. While today we refer to the 15th of Nisan, or the week following there, as the Passover, in biblical times, the Passover refers is what you call the lamb itself. The lamb is the Passover. The Passover is the lamb. To prepare for the Passover is to prepare for the sacrifice of that lamb. So when John says that the day is the preparation for the Passover, it's the day that you prepare to sacrifice the Paschal lamb.
I just disagree with you on that. I think we're just gonna have to disagree.
As someone who used to practice Judaism, you can do that, but as someone who used to practice Judaism, this is killing me.
Yeah, I want to, maybe you can tell me what this text means. Can you read it on the screen?
All right. It was now the day of preparation of the Passover.
Right. What's that mean?
It was the day of preparation of the Passover.
Not the Sabbath.
So
when is the day of preparation of the Passover?
It would be the Friday of Passover, because day of preparation refers to the day before the Sabbath.
Right. So it'd be the 14th.
Like so it's not saying that the Passover is the next day. It's saying that it was the day of preparation, i.e.
Right.
Friday,
which would be the 14th.
The Passover. It's okay.
Yeah, I agree that he's going to get crucified on Friday.
Yes.
But I'm saying
so either way, he's crucified on Friday. So, I mean, what's the contradiction here?
Contradiction is that one gospel says that the 14th of Nisan happened on a Friday, while the other gospels are portraying Friday as being the 15th of Nisan, and Jesus gets killed at 9 in the morning versus in the afternoon, because the gospel author of John wants to make Jesus look as if he is the Passover himself, thus changing his death date from the 15th of Nisan at 9 in the morning to the 14th of Nisan in the afternoon, when the Passover is slayed.
Okay. So, I mean, you could say that's a contradiction. I mean, either way, you have Jesus being crucified around Passover on a Friday, and then still his disciples saying that they saw him appear in group experiences 2 days later.
Well, his disciples didn't say it. That's the problem, right? So when we're talking about authorship of the Gospels, nothing was left from the disciples. That's kind of the point we've been making here, which is why they contradict each other at like every turn. Like, what time was he crucified? Was it 9 in the morning or was it afternoon? What were his last words? That's not recorded either. Who saw the resurrected Jesus first is not clear. Mark and John say that Mary Magdalene did, but Paul doesn't even mention Mary Magdalene. It says that he appeared to the disciples first. And the synoptics have, like, if you go to Mark, there's a huge problem because at the beginning of Mark, it shows Mary Magdalene going to the tomb with the other women, and they're discussing who they're going to go spice the body. And they're discussing who's going to roll away the stone. Well, Mary Magdalene was already there, according to the long ending of Mark and John chapter 20. So there wouldn't be any discussion about who's going to roll away the stone, and there wouldn't be anyone going to spice the body because Mary Magdalene already knew the body was gone.
Okay, so there's again, you did a whole list of things. So the issue with the women not being mentioned in 1 Corinthians, that seems like the fact that the Gospels report women being the first to witness the empty tomb is actually, I would say, a mark in its favor because the testimony of women at the time was not viewed as equal to that of a man.
So what? The testimony wasn't what people were relying on. In fact, they didn't believe the women. They went and checked for themselves.
I know, but the fact that the Gospels are reporting,
but they have
have
to put women at the tomb first. Women were the ones usually in charge of spicing the body. Like,
it
wouldn't make sense to have the disciples going to spice the body.
Okay, that's possible, but the fact that it did mention the women sitting the empty tomb first,
so what?
Is a point in the Gospel's favor because
no, it's not. They have to, or else it's even more silly. That's what I'm saying. If you're writing a story about the events and you have the disciples going to the tomb first, it wouldn't make sense. People would be like, what the fuck do the other dudes doing there? The women go and spice the bodies typically.
Yeah. All right. So, but I mean, you have the report of the women being taken back to the disciples. They don't believe it, so they go check for themselves.
That's what I'm saying. The witness by the women is irrelevant because they didn't believe them anyways.
Yes, but I mean, the witness by the women is relevant because the initial women's testimony would not have been a good point in favor to an outside audience.
Why? Why? Why would that not be good?
Because women were not equal in society at this time.
So what? No one's depending on their witness.
Yeah, that's why in the story the women go to the men, and then the men go and they verify it. That's what makes it That's what makes it reliable, is the fact that the men in the story. But if I was going to make up the story of the empty tomb, I would definitely have women approaching the tomb because it's their job to take care of the body.
Okay, so that's also possible. But I mean, if you're going to want to have people believe you, you also might want to have men be there first because they are the most trustworthy of witnesses.
It wouldn't be a reasonable story.
What?
Just because just because women aren't trustworthy in the opinions of men in that society doesn't make the woman's testimony untrustworthy. Like, just because it's societally quote unquote accepted doesn't make it true.
Yes.
Also, that's usually only for a court of law that a woman's testimony was not considered as valid. In a day-to-day instance, that's not necessarily true. But even if you want to say that, dude, that's why in the story they have to go and tell the men, and then the men go and verify it. And as Justin just said, it wouldn't make any sense to have the men go and check the tomb. First off, they think Jesus is dead. Secondly, men don't take care of the bodies of the dead. It wouldn't make any sense the way you're proposing that they should have written it.
I'm not saying they should have written it one way or the other. I'm saying if they did write it to make up a story, why would they include the story of women there first?
Because that's the only thing that makes sense.
Okay.
Like, it wouldn't make sense if they weren't there. Somebody has to spice the body, and that's the women.
Okay.
Also, in Cicero, women do give, if you read some of the writings in Cicero, women do actually give testimony in court. I have to look at the digest of Justinian as well. I haven't looked in that one yet. But so it wasn't that they couldn't give witness. Maybe not as valuable, but nevertheless, the value of the women's witness isn't relevant here because they're relying on the men's witness.
Okay.
But you understand the problem here, though. Like, if these gospels were written by eyewitnesses, we have kind of a huge issue with Mary Magdalene, right? And I'll give you the problem here, right? So the long ending of Mark, which you probably already know, is a late edition. Says when
Yes.
we start from the beginning. Mark 16 says, when the Sabbath was over, Mary Magdalene and Mary, the mother of James, and Salome brought spices so they might go and anoint him. And very early on the first day of the week, when the sun had risen, so sun's already up. When the sun had risen, they went to the tomb. They had been saying to one another, who will roll away the stone from the entrance of the tomb? Well, this doesn't make sense because according to the long ending of Mark and the Gospel of John, they should already know the body's gone. Mary Magdalene has already seen that the stone is rolled away. She's already seen that Jesus' body is missing, which is why this ending got added to it, right? It says, after he rose early on the first day of the week, he appeared first to Mary Magdalene, whom he had cast out 7 demons.
Hold up.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying that that Mary Magdalene doesn't know that the stone is rolled away at the beginning of chapter 16?
At the beginning of chapter 16, she doesn't.
And that she does at the end at 16:9.
But see, in John, no. She. Okay, yes.
Because I mean, if you're saying that the long ending of Mark says that. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you. My apologies.
It says that Jesus appeared to Mary Magdalene first. And the reason why this is most likely added is to bring Mark into unison with John. Because John says, before sunrise, Mary Magdalene went to the tomb and found that Jesus' body was already gone. The stone was rolled away. So if you go to John, it says, early on the first day of the week, while it was still dark, meaning the sun's not up yet, Mary Magdalene came to the...
Okay, sorry.
Mary Magdalene came to the tomb and saw that the stone had been removed from the tomb. So she ran and went to Simon Peter, to the other disciple, the one whom Jesus loved, and said to them, they have taken our Lord, so on and so forth, right? So if this is the case, right, if John is to be believed that Mary Magdalene went there first, early in the morning before sunup, then you can see why somebody later would want to modify Mark with the longer ending, saying, actually, Mary Magdalene saw him first. Even though at the beginning of Mark, it doesn't make any sense. If Mary Magdalene saw him first, then why are they discussing rolling away the stone?
Well, here's the thing. Saying the sun has risen doesn't mean it's fully light outside. I mean, it could be very early in the sunrise, where like the sun is low in the sky, but it's still somewhat darker. So saying that it's dark, I mean, it doesn't say it's pitch black at night in John. So it could be that it's just early in the morning as well.
When the sun has risen, is it dark?
Around sunrise, it's not as bright as what it's in like midday.
But is it dark?
Not as
it's
dark.
Definitely not dark. I've seen. Not as dark.
See, these are qualitative words, so I think there's could be discrepancy in there because how one person describes one thing is not.
You don't think that people associate darkness with the sun being down and daylight with the sun being up?
Well, of course they do, but I mean, early in the morning is definitely not as bright as like a midday or like a 9 a.m.
But it's not dark. Darkness is night. The dark of night. It's nighttime.
Okay. Does it say night in John?
It's still pretty bright outside before the sun even rises.
True, but it's not as bright as like a midday. So I feel like you're making a mountain out of a molehill here.
So if it happened at 9 in the morning before noon, could you say it was dark because it's not as bright as it is at noon?
Well, probably not because the sun's like in full force at that point. But like if you're saying the sun had risen,
like, well, the sun isn't at full force until noon. To be clear.
Okay, but like at sunrise, there's like a window within sunrise. It's like first few minutes, the first half hour or so. That's like not quite as bright as it would be on a normal day.
Do you see the pretzels you have to twist yourself into in order to make this work?
Okay, that's a great comeback.
So it says here in Thayer's Greek lexicon for the word.
Hold 1 second.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. You still hear me?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I got to take some of my grandpa's calling me real quick.
Sure.
I'm not trying to run.
It's okay. We don't think you're a runner. No, you're a kind one. So Dalton, if you look at Thayer's Greek lexicon, it shows the definition for Scotia literally darkness, properly the darkness due to the lack of daylight, or it says want because it's an old reference, but it means there's no daylight.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure if you go to the Septuagint in Genesis, prior to the creation of light, when darkness is upon the face of the earth, I bet it'd be the same Greek word.
Yeah, I suspect so, actually. Well, I'm not sure how long he's going to be talking before he comes back. I got to put a note in here. Let's see. Clip. I don't know how long we've been talking. It's been a while, though. Let me see about where we're at in the stream so I can get a time marker. Let's see. Oh, it doesn't actually show how long you've been live on YouTube. That's kind of a bummer. I wish it would. It looks
doesn't your OBS have a timer on it?
No.
Hello?
Yeah, how you doing? Oh, maybe it does.
Hello?
Hello, how you doing? Welcome back.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a good comeback with the pretzels. That's their good one.
Well, so in the basic definition of the word we were talking about have you were gone, it just says darkness, properly the darkness due to the want or the lack of daylight, meaning it would have been dark. There's no daylight.
Okay.
Right.
Well, it doesn't mean no daylight. It's just lack of. So it would be a lesser amount.
Well, a lack of daylight would be no daylight. The sun's still down.
Okay.
Right.
Possibly.
Now let's talk about one last thing. We've had you up for a while, but we don't want to overload you. But you asked earlier about other resurrection accounts, and I think it's kind of important to go over at least one or two of them, because while the gospel accounts are they're certainly interesting, I don't think they would do anything for anyone who studied like the classics. So there are two people I think that are really compelling around the same time period, actually before Jesus, that supposedly resurrected. One is Aristeas, and Dalton mentioned Apollonius of Tyana, but I'm not going to go with Apollonius just yet. I would also, there's a really interesting case of a girl named Philinian, and Philinian is a really interesting case. It was written about by Phlegon in his Book of Marvels, and his sources say that she was visiting a young boy. She died. She was a teenager. She visited a young boy in her parents' house, and then the nurse, or the help, walked in and saw the ghost of the young woman, and she was startled, and she went and told the mother. Now the young boy who she appeared to didn't know that she was dead. He was new there. And so the mother's like, "What are you, crazy? She's dead." And so they devise a plan. Well, let's wait and see if she shows up again the next night and see if this is actually happening. And then she does show up the next night. And it turns into a whole thing. They have a whole conversation, but eventually the young girl gets mad at her mother, and then she ends up dying a second time on the bed. Well, they end up going to like the council to report this stuff, and they're like, "What are you talking about? There's a girl coming back to life. She's visiting somebody in your house." And so they go to the house and look, and there her dead body was already on the bed, and like, what the fuck's going on here? And so they like, listen, a year and a half ago she was buried in a tomb. Let's go check her tomb. So they go to her tomb, and there's no body in it. The bed that she was laid in was there, but there was no body in the tomb. Like, what an interesting story of a person reappearing after they're dead and missing from a tomb.
Yeah, interesting. So here's the thing. I'm looking this up by Phlegon of Tralles, right?
No, yeah, Phlegon or Phlegon. I'm not sure how to pronounce it, but yeah, he's the one who collected the story.
Yeah, so I mean, he's writing in the late 2nd century. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, that's possible. That could have happened. Is that the only account that we have of that story?
There probably are other accounts. The only account that I'm aware of is from Phlegon. I mean, you can check something like Topo's text. Topo's text is a huge repository of Greek and Roman texts. You can search for her name in there. The only problem is there's lots of different spellings of her name, so sometimes it's difficult to know which spelling is going to show up in the database. But nevertheless, that's the most full story is told in Phlegon. Now, the other one, Aristeas, is got a ton of sources. So the resurrection and appearances of Aristeas is told in Herodotus, Pliny the Elder, Apollonius in his histories, and then also Diodorus and Plutarch talk about how this boy named Aristeas died in a fuller's shop. And then he subsequently they locked the door, went and got people, came back to the fuller's shop, and he was gone, missing body. And then he subsequently was appearing to people for decades after that, so much so that they converted his status to a god and put up a statue of him next to the statue of Apollos. And that's why all these historians, these Greek and Roman historians, are writing about it, collecting the testimony. In fact, Herodotus says, so much told by the cities that what I know follows happened to the people of Metapontion in Italy 240 years after the second disappearance of Aristeas. The second disappearance of Aristeas, meaning he appeared again and disappeared. I was found putting together the evidence at Proconnesus. So they appeared, the Proconnesus people were in Metapontion. He's literally over there collecting the witness testimonies talking about this, right? It seems like par for par what we find in the Gospels. Some guy going to the people who claim that they saw the resurrected person and writing down their narratives for a guy who, the body went missing and then subsequently was reappearing after his death.
Okay.
So I say all that to say this. I think resurrection accounts, miracle stories, I think they're like super abundant, and there's no good reason to believe that they're interesting. And even like in the Hebrew Bible, the grave of Elisha, there's a man who falls into the grave. He touches Elisha's body and is immediately resurrected back to life. I don't think the resurrection is all that interesting, and I don't think it would make Jesus the Messiah. In fact, if it did anything, I would suggest that it makes Jesus the false prophet listed in Deuteronomy 13. I don't think that the resurrection has anything to do with messianic hopes.
I would argue against that. I know you got a big spiel on Isaiah 53, but I mean, out of the anguish of his soul, he shall see life and be satisfied. So, I mean, there's an argument you can make from that, based on prophetic literature, that the resurrection would be a hallmark of Messiah. But also, I don't see how that would be a hallmark of a false Messiah, first off.
But so in Deuteronomy 13, the false Messiah is going to do wonders.
Okay, let me read the fault.
I can read for you.
He'll do wonders.
Right. So it says, if false prophets or those who divine by dreams appear among you, if prophets or those who divine by dreams appear among you, and they show you omens or portents, and the omens or portents declared by them take place, and they say, let us follow other gods whom you have not known, let us serve them. You must not heed the words of those prophets or those who divine by dreams, for the Lord your God is testing you to know whether you indeed love the Lord your God with all your heart and soul. The Lord your God you shall follow, him alone you shall fear, his commandments you shall keep, his voice you shall obey, and to him you shall serve, and to him you shall hold fast. But these prophets who divine by dreams shall be put to death, so on and so forth, right? So
so where did Jesus teach rebellion against God?
Well, do you think that Jesus's name is the same as Yahweh? Because he says that you're going to follow the name of Yahweh. And that's why Isaiah says that every knee will bow to the name of Yahweh, not the name of Jesus.
Yeah, if I was Jewish, so if I still practice Judaism and I'd never heard of Christianity before, this religion would be super suspect, because we got this guy who makes prophecies, some which fail, and then also people worshiping him as if he's God, when all throughout the Jewish history it's always been told, don't worship men as if they are God.
Okay, so a couple points. I don't want to assume your background, but I mean, I'm assuming it's rabbinic or something like that.
Mine or his?
Or sorry, Dalton. Is that correct, your name?
Dalton. Yeah, Dalton practiced Judaism for a while.
All right. I mean, I would say that, what we have of rabbinic Judaism today is purposefully separates itself from Christianity because there was a divide in the first century. B, I don't know of any false prophecies that Jesus said. And C,
Matthew 16. Before this generation passes, you will see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. Before this generation passes.
That's Matthew 24.
There are some standing
Matthew
here
16
today.
was
Yeah. So there are some standing here today who will not taste death until they see the Son of Man coming in his glory. And that
right after that
didn't happen.
Right?
Well, no, because it says in the text that he will come with judgment and with his angels, and that didn't happen at the transfiguration.
Also, he says come, right? He didn't come from anywhere during the transfiguration.
Yeah.
He went.
Taste death until they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, right after that is the transfiguration where he goes up to the mountain and is transformed.
But did he, not to sound crass, but did Jesus come on the mountain to transfiguration, or was he just already present?
Well, he was already present, yes, but I mean, his full glory was shown.
Did he come with judgment and with his angels?
No, but it doesn't say in verse 28 that the Son of Man will come. They will see the Son of Man come with his angels. It says in verse 27.
For the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the power and glory of his Father, and then he will pay everyone for what has been done. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death till they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. That's one statement.
Okay. You could argue that.
What would be a good reason to separate it? Because he's obviously referring to Daniel 7. There's no two comings of the Son of Man in Daniel 7. It's just Daniel 7, 14, the Son of Man, or the one like the Son of Man, shows up in the clouds with the Father, and he receives whatever power and authority he needs from Yahweh, and then he sets up dominion, and all the nations worship him, right? So there's no reason to believe that there's two comings of the Son of Man.
What's the Greek there for truly I tell you? Is it like amen, amen? If so, then that's just basically him verifying that what he's about to say is just going to be following explicitly within verse 27.
Okay.
Right. I mean, what would be a good reason to think that this is somehow two prophecies rather than one?
Well, I don't think it's two prophecies, but it's saying there are some that will standing here that will not taste death till they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom.
Which is when?
That could be at the end of the age. There's one that certainly will happen.
That's what I think he's talking about, which is because he says it in Matthew on 3 different occasions: Matthew 10:23 and Matthew 24. If you go to 10:23, he makes it pretty explicit what he's referring to. He says, "When they persecute you in this town, flee to the next. For truly I tell you, you will not have finished going through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes." The coming of the Son of Man is Daniel 7. That's the end of the age.
Okay.
Right. So Jesus he predicted he was going to come back within that generation. Everyone believed it. Paul wrote about it in 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, 1 Corinthians chapter 7. He talks about the end of the age being imminent. In fact, he says in Thessalonians, we who are still alive will be caught up in the air with him. And then in Corinthians 7, he instructs them, if you're single, hey, just remain so. If you're married, act as though you're not married, because the present form of the world is passing away. It seems like if Paul was, if Paul was a real person, he was under the impression that Jesus was coming back very, very soon, as are all the other New Testament authors. And I would imagine the only reason to think that is that Jesus literally said so.
It also does explicitly state that the day or the hour no one knows, not the angels nor the Son. Also,
that's actually a really good point, because if you go to Matthew 24:29 through 36, which is the reference, in 36 he says that part. Yes. He's actually saying, I know that I'm going to come back within this generation. I just don't know the day or the hour. So in Matthew 24, it talks about the signs of the coming of the Son of Man, right? And it says, then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and all the tribes of the earth shall mourn, and they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. He will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call. They will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. Now, this is the coming of the Son of Man, right? It says, from the fig tree, learn its lesson. As soon as its branches become tender and put forth their leaves, you know that summer is near. Whew. So also, when you see all these things, you know that he is near at the very gates. Truly, I tell you, this generation will not pass away until all of these things have taken place. Heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will not pass away. But about the day or the hour, or the day and the hour, no one knows, neither the angels of heaven nor the Son, but only the Father. So he's saying, I'm coming back within this generation, but the day and the hour, I don't know that. That's up to the Father.
Yes. I mean, I think you just have to. I think the main thing that's going to determine what he means here is what the word generation means. Like, does it mean just a literal generation, or is it more like a kind of a figure of like this age or like this?
Well,
this time
I think
period.
it has to be a literal generation.
Since he said that there are some standing here who will not see death.
What's that, Dalton?
We lost you.
We lost Dalton. I think
Sorry, I got far away from my house. Anyways, I'm just gonna mute up for a second.
Okay. So I think it has to mean a generation, and the reason why is because if it means something other than a generation, then it's a useless marker. So the thing he's trying to answer is, when will be your coming and the end of the age? That's the end of the age is his coming, right? So that's the question he's trying to answer, and he's talking to the disciples. So he says, this generation, meaning this current generation. He could say that if it's a future generation, he'd say that generation will not pass away, right? Now, if he's saying this generation, meaning just some ambiguous amount of time, like who knows, then it doesn't actually work as a time marker. Like, well, what is this generation if it's not literally this generation? What would that even mean?
Let me look this up.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
The Greek word's going to be gene in the text.
Yes, genea. Yeah.
It just means generation.
Let's see. Age, generation, nation, time. From a presumed derivative of genos, a generation, by application age, the period of the person's age, generation, nation, time. So I mean, it could refer to an age, or it could refer to a literal generation.
I'm not disagreeing there. What I'm saying is,
it's possible.
The context tells you that it has to be about a generation.
Well, no, because I mean, it says that there will be earthquakes and famines and wars and rumors of wars and false Christs and false prophets will arise. So there's a bunch of events that are going to happen before the end of the age.
So what?
So
they're all going to happen in that generation.
Yeah, but is a generation just like 20 years, or is it an age?
Typically about 40 years.
Okay, yeah. So I mean, that's going to be the deciding factor, is what he means by generation.
Well, it's a meaningless thing if it's the age. Telling the disciples to look for these signs is useless. He's responding to the disciples, giving them a timeline, what to look for. So he says, when you see these things.
Yes, there's also the signs of the destruction of the temple there. This is all the discourse after all. Like, there's going to be the abomination of desolation. So they're going to see some of these signs for that.
It says all the signs, not some of them. Right? He says, so also you know that when you see all these things, you know that he is near. Right? So all the signs, he said, they're all going to happen. Then you'll know when these things happen. 33.
33. All right. So also, when you see all these things, you know that he is near, very near the gates.
Right. So all of these signs are completed prior to Jesus coming back.
Yes, I mean, I think plenty of false Christs and false prophets has arisen in our last age. So I mean,
but I'm asking, why would I think generation is a long time in the future?
I mean, it's the meaning is ambiguous. It could refer to a generation.
Why?
It could just refer to an age.
But I'm asking, why would anyone?
I'm not an expert on Greek.
But I'm asking, why would anyone interpret it that way?
I don't know. That's a great question.
Right? I mean, other than just this satisfies your apologetic need, right? But it doesn't match the context of the passage to read it that way. If he's referring to a future generation, then this statement is actually just useless. It's a useless statement, right? So, for example, if he's saying, he says this generation, which means currently, not that generation. Like in Greek, this is near, that is far, right? So he says, truly I tell you, this generation, meaning the near generation, will not pass away. If he actually meant a future generation, say that this future generation will not pass away until all these things have taken place. Okay, yeah, we know that. Obviously, the generation that witnesses these things are going to exist, or else no one's witnessing them. That doesn't actually answer the question. It's a redundant statement. Nobody has to say that. This statement only makes sense if he's saying this actual generation is going to see all these signs.
That's possible. I think both readings are possible, so I don't know.
Okay. Listen, but you've been
I
a really
also
kind
say
guest. Mm-hmm.
That's your third point. How Jesus being God would contradict Judaism.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't. I was on here a couple months ago, and I think we talked about like Psalm 22, Daniel 7.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you remember or not, but
yeah.
I wanted to talk about the angel of the Lord and the word of the Lord. Because there's this motif in the Hebrew Bible, the second power in heaven. And I think throughout the New Testament, Jesus is claimed to be that second power. Like he claims to be the Son of Man. He claims to be Lord of the Sabbath. He claims to be higher in honor than father and mother, which is a place only reserved for God. So
traditionally, the second power is not Jesus. It's been interpreted as either Metatron, who was Enoch resurrected, or somebody else. There's no reason to believe it was Jesus.
Well, that's how the disciples interpreted it, because I mean, when John says in the beginning was the Word and the Word became flesh, he's drawing on the logos ideas found throughout
Philo.
Philo, and also, I mean, in Aramaic that's Memra, so you see that throughout the Targums as well.
So what? I'm failing to see the point here.
So I mean,
this is a later Jewish theological development, but like, and the authors of the Gospels are utilizing this theological development, but it doesn't mean that the theological development is relating to anything true about the Hebrew Bible. Later Jewish people recontextualizing and renegotiating with their Bible.
Well, no, because you have Genesis 19, the Lord rained down fire from the Lord out of heaven.
That's Yahweh.
Well, it also says that.
Well, yes.
Well, that doesn't mean that there's two Yahweh. No, that's not two Yahwehs. There's another example in the scriptures where it says that Solomon sent so and so from Solomon.
Right.
Where's it at? Okay.
Yeah, here, let me find it for you.
You also have, Jacob wrestling with a man that, he says.
Well, Hosea says an angel.
Well, yes, it could be an angel. Well, the angel just means messenger.
Was it an angel, or was it a man, or was it a god?
It was probably the angel who took the appearance of a man, oftentimes, as we see in Genesis, Sodom and Gomorrah. That story of Jacob, we see that in Joshua 5. The captain of the Lord's armies talks with Joshua, tells him to take off his shoes for its holy ground, like in Moses when the angel appears in the burning bush. And then Joshua 6:1, it says the Lord speaks. So we have this.
Do you know how the angel of the Lord was added to the text over time? Like if you look in the later writings, like in the Septuagint, you'll find that angel of the Lord is like spuriously added, whereas in the prior Hebrew text, it didn't say angel of the Lord, it just said Yahweh.
Sure. They're trying to interpret how the God who is invisible could be seen. So they were inserting the angel of the Lord there. But even if you take out all the parts where it says angel of the Lord or word of the Lord, you still have the Lord being visible, talking about the Lord in third person.
That's not a problem. That happens all the time in the Bible.
Yeah, but why would the Lord talk about himself in third person?
Because the authors of the book didn't know how grammar worked.
The passage is 1 Kings chapter 8. The passage is 1 Kings chapter 8, verse 1. Then Solomon assembled the elders of Israel and all the heads of the tribes the leaders of the ancestral house of the Israelites before King Solomon in Jerusalem. So Solomon assembled them before Solomon.
Okay. Yeah.
And there's another interesting one in Genesis when it gives a lineage. It says, Lamech said to his wife, so Lamech is speaking, Ada and Zillah, hear my voice, you wives of Lamech. So now he's referring to himself. You wives of Lamech. Why wouldn't he say you wives of me?
I guess.
Right.
So I think that's a good counterpoint.
I think the reason why these things happen is not because there's a hidden message in the text. It's just because, sometimes scribes do things that, when they mix and stitch stories together, they don't carefully go back and check to see if all of the pronouns are matching, right?
I mean, I don't think it's hidden. That's where you get me wrong, because, I mean, it seems pretty obvious to me when you have Aramaic Targums saying the word of the Lord is doing these things and acting as a person of the Lord. When you have Philos calling the word of the Lord the two stairs.
There's a reason for that. Well, to be clear, the Logos of Philo of Alexandria's work is specifically not God. It's just an angelic being. Philo says that it is not like God. Now, the Memra, we don't get Memra in the Targumim until like the 2nd or 3rd centuries CE, but that's perfectly fine, because while Yahweh was very down to earth in ancient Israelite culture, with the emergence of Hellenization of Judaism and God becoming far more transcendent, we get more mediator roles occurring between God and human beings, which is why the Memra theology gets developed in the first place.
Well, I would say that's also, I mean, that could be the case too. I mean, you have it all throughout Genesis and Exodus, man. I mean, I don't know if that's how to say it. Like,
I don't understand why I don't understand why we would interpret this as Jesus in any stretch of the imagination.
Well, he's claiming to be the Son of Man, which is
what?
Interpreted as a second power.
Well, the Son of Man in Daniel is just Michael.
What? That's not true.
It is, yeah.
Where does it say the Son of Man is Michael?
So if you read the story, Michael is the one who ushers in the end in Daniel chapter 12. He's the one that achieves victory. He's the one that's described as like a man and also like a son of a god in the fiery furnace. An angel is described. So if you go to,
but it doesn't say Michael in Daniel chapter 3 when the fiery furnace is there.
I'm aware. What I'm saying is it's an angel, and the highest ranking angel would have been Michael at that time.
Okay, some people do interpret Michael as Christ. I think Luther did.
Yes, some people tried.
Yeah,
but so that wouldn't work.
Not an issue for me.
But it should be an issue for you, because Michael is not Jesus. He would just be Michael. If he came to the earth, he would be Michael. When he approaches Daniel, he doesn't say that I'm Jesus. He says I'm Michael.
Well, yeah, I don't think he is Michael, but I don't think the Son of Man is said as Michael either, because there's nowhere in Daniel chapter 7 where Michael is introduced. I mean,
it says one like a son of man. It's not even a human.
Yes, but he's coming on the clouds of heaven.
So what? That's where angels are.
God does in the Bible.
Angels do it all the time.
Okay.
That's why Jesus says he's coming on the clouds with angels. It's coming on the clouds with angels is where the angels live.
Yeah.
Right. So when the text says, listen, it describes the person in the fiery furnace. It describes them as an angel and also one like the son of a god. Or we know this text, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, in the same book, this angel is also referred to as a man, or like a man, right? So when we see Daniel 7, and we're to say, hey, one like the son of a man who's not a man is going to come on the clouds to the Father. Oh, well, we know that it's one of the angels. The angel is described as man-like and godlike. It's some sort of in-between divinity.
Yes. I mean, angels, there are other angels in the Bible. They're explicitly not God.
I didn't say he was God.
I mean, this angel that's the Son of Man is coming to the Ancient of Days and sitting next to him on a throne.
Yeah, he's been given the power and authority.
Yes.
He didn't take it; it was given to him.
True. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, that doesn't disagree with my theology at all.
But that's Yahweh's prerogative. He could give it to an angel if he wants to.
Well, I mean, I would interpret this in the light of Philippians 2, where Christ was he was in the form of God or in the nature of God. He didn't think equality with God is something to be grasped, so he took on the form of a servant and emptied himself. And then God raised him up and gave him that authority.
I grant that this is what Paul believed about Jesus. Why should we think any of this? Like, there's a lot of claims about Jesus being a divine being, obviously not being God, because, the Father is greater than I, and Jesus is given authority, not having authority inherently. But why should we believe in any of these divine claims about Jesus?
Well, because he resurrected. So we're back at square one.
Yeah. Yeah, it's now become circular, right? So the
evidence because
the evidence for Jesus always ends up in the same loop, right? You have to first believe he resurrected, and then you have to believe that makes him the Messiah, despite the fact that the Old Testament doesn't say that about the Messiah. And then you have to say, okay, well, if the prophecies listed in the Bible aren't actually about him, why do I accept them? Oh, because Jesus resurrected and he's the Messiah, right? So you have to go back and say, okay, all these prophecies that weren't about him, they must be about him because he resurrected, even though like anyone with eyes can see that they're not about him. And so it's a weird circular argument.
I would almost disagree. Like a halo.
Ha 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 ha. Anyways, I would just disagree because I think the resurrection is the starting point. Because we had the claims, if we are taking the gospel accounts as reliable, where there's a crap ton of evidence they are. I mean, you can look at Craig Keener's
I don't think they're reliable. Like Jesus wasn't even from the line of David. Like Matthew chapter 1 has like 5 errors on it.
Yeah, he's making a theological point with his genealogy because he's doing gematria.
I guess we can make up 14. I guess we can make up anything we want as long as we're making a theological point. It can be as unfactual as possible, as we're making theological points here.
Right. The 14 generations are only interesting if it's true, but it's not.
Okay, well, it is true. It's this.
Also, it's not a very good theological point if you make Jesus be a descendant of David through Jeconiah.
Yeah, Jeconiah was cursed in Jeremiah 22:30. None of his descendants are allowed to sit on the throne. And he's double counted in the last set of 14. He gets counted in the second set of 14, gets counted again in the last set of 14. So the last set only has 13.
Okay. So, I mean, he's not making exactly a historically accurate genealogy like Luke is, I would say. Well, I think Luke is much more facts-oriented than Matthew is. Matthew's more making theological statements.
But even his theological statement fails. And the theological statement wouldn't be interesting unless it was true. Like the whole point is saying, look at this thing God did. God put 14 generations here, 14 generations here, 14 generations here. This is a sign from God that he's, from the line of David somehow. That's the point. But if that's not true, if there's actually not 14 generations here, here, and here, well, then it's just meaningless. It's just Matthew asserting, hey, it's cool. Jesus is associated with David. Well, who cares?
Well, I don't think he's asserting that this is a sign. He's making a poetic statement.
What's it mean?
He's not making it. What?
What's the meaning of his 14 generations?
What I've heard is that it's gematria because 14 is like
for David.
It's 2 sevens. Also, it's also for David.
Right.
So I mean, that's what I've heard. The main poetic point behind that genealogy is.
But what's it mean? What's the importance of it? Why include
David
it?
Is? Well, I think it is important because I mean he is listing ancestors, even though it's not a thorough, comprehensive list.
Right, but what I'm asking is why do this gematria trick? What's the meaning behind it, other than you want to look like you're doing gematria?
I don't know. That's a great question.
Right, because it wouldn't make sense just to say, hey, cool, look, I can do gematria. That's a meaningless statement. The force behind what he's doing is if it's actually true. There literally were 14 generations here, 14 generations there, so on and so forth.
And you picked a bad line of kings to do this from. Like Jeremiah literally says about Jeconiah, none of his offspring shall succeed in sitting on the throne of David or ruling again in Judah. And the author of Matthew has Jesus coming from Jeconiah.
Yeah, what's the verse for that?
Jeremiah 22:30.
22, yeah.
Okay.
And also in 2 Samuel 7:12 and 13, and elsewhere, it actually says that Jesus has to come from the body, has to come from the actual lineage of King David, and he doesn't.
Okay, what's your evidence that he doesn't?
Because the Gospels say he comes from Mary, and Mary's a Levite, and Joseph wasn't a blood relative to Jesus; he was adopted.
Okay, it doesn't say anywhere that Mary's a Levite.
Yeah, it says that her sister was of her cousin. Sorry, Elizabeth was of the daughters of Aaron, meaning she was a Levite,
so,
or at least of Aaron's lineage.
That would have come from the parentage.
You also don't track your tribal allotment through your mother. You track it only through your father, which is why they track it to Joseph, not Mary. But Joseph didn't give any blood to Jesus.
No.
Mm-mm. So Jesus could not have come from the seed. It actually says in Samuel, it says from the seed and the actual body of David, and he doesn't.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's something you have to prove, because
what do you mean?
Mary is probably a descendant of David, according to either one of those genealogies.
Why? How could anyone show that Mary was a descendant of David when all we're told is that her cousin is a descendant from Aaron?
And we have no genealogy from Mary.
Why would both genealogies go to Joseph if Mary was the connection to David?
Well, I mean, Luke says, I think there's a very possible way to read Luke where it says that he was supposedly the son of Joseph, but he was the son of Eli.
Joseph was the son of Eli.
Yeah, it says that Jesus was supposedly the son of Joseph, and Joseph was the son of Eli.
Right. Obviously, Jesus wasn't the son of Eli. It says Jesus was about 30 years old when he began his work. He was the son, as was thought, of Joseph. Joseph being the son of Eli.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know off the top of my head. So.
Right. So, and the verses that you want specifically are interesting, but what you want is going to be 2 Samuel 7, 12, 13. And this is often cited as a prophecy about Jesus, but it can't be. It says, when your days are fulfilled and you lie down with your ancestors, I will raise up your offspring after you, who shall come forth from your body, and I will establish his kingdom. He will build a house for my name, so on and so forth, right? So the lineage for King David and his kings need to come from his actual body, which is actually, it comes up again in the Psalms. Was it Psalm 83? Let me check. But you do see the problem, right?
No, because it's totally possible for Jesus to be a descendant of David still. So I don't see.
Based on what information is he the descendant of David?
Based on the genealogies provided.
Where in the genealogy is he a son of David? Related from the body, the blood.
Joseph's not his dad, dude.
I understand that. I mean,
Psalm 89 is the one I wanted. Sorry, go ahead.
One of those, I think, is Mary's blood heritage. I think one of those is Joseph's heritage.
Why would you think one's for Mary?
Probably. I don't know. That's just what I've been told. So,
but
that's what I've heard.
If you look at the verse, it doesn't say Mary's lineage. It says Joseph's lineage.
Yes.
And again, your lineage was patrilineal, not matrilineal. It went through your father. That's your tribal allotment.
I think that's why I would say Luke, where it could be parenthetical, that he was the son of Eli because he was Mary's son, and the only patrilineal figure for Mary would be Eli, I think.
But Heli's the father of Joseph, it says.
Yes, but I'm saying that the phrase "as was supposed the son of Joseph,"
yeah,
it's not just supposed in the parentheses; it's the whole pericope there.
No, the part. I don't know why Christians have such a hard time reading Luke 3:23. It says that Jesus was supposedly the son of Joseph, and then it says matter of factly Joseph the son of Heli.
Yeah.
The only thing that's supposedly here is that Jesus is Joseph's son.
Well, it says Jesus, as was supposed, the son of Joseph, the son of Heli. So that parenthesis could go around as was supposed, or it could go around as was supposed, the son of Joseph.
Jesus cannot be the son of Heli because he has no daddy. Second of all, again, you're going to get cooked by the genitive, right? So it literally says Jesus was of Joseph, and then Joseph follows tau Heli, meaning also of Heli. It's still in genitive, so Joseph is of Heli.
Okay.
Right.
Makes sense.
So there's no good reason to think this goes to Mary. If it went to Mary, they could have just said so.
Fair enough.
Right.
All right.
Listen, buddy, we covered a lot of ground. You're always welcome to come back. You're always nice. We appreciate you having a long conversation with us.
No worries. I think we're both trying to seek the truth here, so
sure.
I think we should be open to it no matter which way it falls.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
Hopefully I am. Hopefully I am. Hopefully you are. So hopefully everyone is.
Sure thing, man. Take care of yourself, okay?
All right. You have a nice day.
Cheers.
Cheers.
I gotta write down. Go ahead, man.
I'm about to head out, but before I go, can I do a shameless plug?
Yeah.
My friend Cam, you saw Cam earlier on the live. She just started a YouTube channel last night. I already got her 100 subscribers. We're trying to get her to 1,000 so we can get her monetized. So if everyone could please go to YouTube and follow Cam. Her show is called The Cam Show, but her username is at Aragorn Lover, which is ARAGORNLUVRR.
Let me see if I can find it. It's going to be so new that it might not show up in search results. So you would have to manually type that in. Be youtube.com at Aragorn Lover. See if it comes up. I don't think that's the right one. It says it's got race cars and games on it.
At it's ARAGORNLUVRR.
You know what? I missed an A in here, I think.
Yeah.
ARAGORN Lover.
Yep, and then LUVRR.
Oh, LUVRR. Oh, Lover is spelled wrong. I'm sorry. Let me do that right. That makes sense. It does pop up. Okay. So here is the channel, friends. If you can find it, it's at Aragorn Lover, but love is LUVRR. That's going to be the trick to getting it. She's been streaming with Dalton recently, doing debates and whatnot. So definitely let's support. And if you're on YouTube, jump over and get a follow for your channel, and we'd all appreciate it. Fucking A. I'm gonna do the same myself right now.
Thank you, buddy. Okay.
Absolutely.
You have a
good to see you, man. Take care.
Good to see you too.
All right, friends. I'm gonna read a couple of super chats, and then we're gonna get neighborhood adversary in here, and then after that, we're gonna do Austin. And apparently, Stay Woke came to get spanked. I don't know why Stay Woke does this. Elvis Presley Touch Me. It says Hajj is powerful, powerfully lethal. Tens to hundreds of people die from crowd surges and or heat stroke every year. Number one ever got crushed going to Graceland. No one ever got crushed going. I don't know what Hajj is. Can you help me out here? HAJJ. Oh, that's when they do the circle, the pilgrimage. Oh yeah. People die all the time. They get trampled from that. That's a fair point. Yeah, isn't it crazy that God, like the Muslim God, would ordain that kind of nonsense? And Absurdus, thank you so much for sending out 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. Huge W. And Narcissa, thank you for the follow-up super chat. Says, help me out. I'm disturbed that my trans friend joined the Christian Fellowship Center. They openly told her she's not welcome. I think she's still going there. What the fuck? I don't know why. And I'm not sure what. Yeah, I'm not sure what to tell them, because like, listen, like there's no good reason to be a Christian. They're gonna reject you. Like, why would you want to be a part of a group that's gonna reject you? They must believe for some reason. Narcissa, send them to our channel. We'll deconvert them, and maybe this won't be a problem anymore. We can find out at least. God-eating penguin, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says most historically verifiable cites the Bible, and misquotes Josephus. It was, but I didn't want to spend time on Josephus. Josephus, whose work has been speculated to have forgeries that weren't written by Josephus himself. That seems to be the case. I still kind of like the one preserved in Arabic. I think it's generous to the Christians, while still also generous to the people who don't think that he said that nonsense. And Milf Wrangler, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. Says, love seeing our boys, John and Duncan, together. It was good to see the Dalkin, right? We will see Dalkin as a stand-in host one day for Unapologetic. He has, actually, and this summer he probably will. Because he fills in for me if I'm missing, and he's awesome. Yeah, he'll definitely be on Unapologetic sometime in the future. X Million, my friend, thank you for the $20 super chat. I really appreciate that. Huge W. It says, finally able to catch a live stream. Just an excuse for this deconstructed son of a Seventh-day Adventist minister to pay tithe for the entertaining education. Keep it up, good prophet. Super rock hard for Doug. Simply wet for Sharon. Super gay for Justin. And Justin's rock hard? Fucking A, Million. Hey, good to see you, friend. I appreciate you stopping by. We had a long call with Matt. I suspect our next couple calls won't be quite as long. Peace, loving Kate, great to see you. Says, I had my first experience with Ray Comfort today. No way. When listening to the newest debate between him and Dillahunty. I didn't know that happened. There's a Dillahunty Ray Comfort debate? I'd rather straddle a barbed wire fence than hear an ignorant ass hat's voice again. Oh my gosh. I looked, Dillahunty, Ray. I think Ray Comfort called in on Dillahunty's show before. Is that the one you're referring to? Or was it an actual live debate? Oh, it was 5 years ago. They debated on Modern Day Debates. I had no idea. And now I got to go back and watch it. It sounds like a banger. Thank you. Herbie, thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. That really helps the channel. I appreciate that, buddy. Hope you're doing well. And Ariadwin, great to see you as well tonight. Says, good morning, lovely people. Hope the cooking starts early today. Activate Aussie accent for you. Appreciate that. Let's get another theist on the Barbie rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you. Or the accent would be Bobby. Is that about right? You don't want to hear my Australian accents. It's really bad. I'll say bullshit like Foster's, which is not even an Australian beer. Hazak, thank you for this super chat. It says, also, did Mary and Joseph go straight to Egypt or went to circumcise Jesus in the temple? Different gospels. So yeah, Matthew and Luke differ as to what happened. Like Matthew has him leaving immediately after the birth to go to Egypt, whereas Luke, not the same. He's goes down to get the tip snipped. So that should be on the cheat sheet. Why on earth would they take a male infant to the temple when there was a word to kill them? I agree. They must not have heard about the order, right? But yeah, if you read the text carefully, you'll see that the turn of events were different. And also the calling of the disciples between John and the synoptics don't match either. Shirley, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Hope you're doing well. It says, this lineup is dynamite. Snitch, Bible Guy, and Justin. Great job, you guys. Thanks. Actually, I'm really excited to have Snitch here. It's been a hot minute, Snitch, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has been. And I found a really crazy abiogenesis study I've been itching to tell you about. And I think it's kind of groundbreaking because they found abiotic reproduction that spontaneously occurred under primitive Earth conditions. And I can send over the, or I can at least repeat the PMID so you can look it up.
Yeah, was it the one located over by the hydrothermal vents in Japan?
No, it's it demonstrated reproduction. This is under laboratory conditions, but it's still really, really cool because it's the first. Yeah, it's the first time that protocells abiotically reproduced. The title is Self-Reproduction as an Autonomous Process of Growth and reorganization in fully abiotic artificial and synthetic cells. And the PMID is 404-24147.
Gotcha. All right, I'm going to type this in real quick. Yeah, I see it here. It says self-reproduction as an autonomous process of growth and reorganization in fully abiotic artificial and synthetic cells. Fucking A. I'm going to add that to my cheat sheet. I've got a couple abiogenesis references in the resources on my cheat sheet, friends. This one I'm going to add right to the list. I've got a couple interesting ones in there. But hell yeah, this is actually really exciting news. I think this would be really good to break out if we get a caller who's like, yeah, but abiogenesis is impossible. Like, well, you sure about that? Okay, perfect. Also, I got a question for you later about the Medusa virus. Jay Garns says Paul was a drag queen. Just because it doesn't say it in the Bible doesn't mean it isn't true. Christian logic. I know that's the crazy thing. They'll say, well, I have to believe that Jesus descended from King David, so therefore I have to plug Mary in here. Not how that works. Philip Dragon, great to see you, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. Truly, I tell you the truth. There are some of you still sitting here who will taste of this pizza when it comes out of heaven. The pizza never arrives. Yes. That would be very disappointing. I would probably sing like the Pizza Angel song from the VeggieTales. If you know that song, you know what I'm talking about. I've got 4 more super chats after this, friends, and then we're going to get neighborhood adversary in here. Birdkeeper Mikey, good to see you, says, can confirm I am the bread of the angels and the son of Doug. Rock hard for Doug. Well, hell yeah, Bird. Actually, in one of the Psalms, was it Psalm 72, 73? Refers to the bread of the angels. I'll double check that for you. But Penelope, thank you for the super chat, friend, says it's possible that 1, Paul suffered brain damage. I agree when he fell on his head. I think he did. I think he had a near-death experience when he bumped his head. 2, he was mentally ill, probably. That seems to be the case. He claims he's killing people. And 3, he was an intentional grifter. Maybe. Any of these ideas are more plausible than New Testament Bible stories. I agree. I think that has to be the case. And remember, if God ordained any of this, we would expect these stories to match, wouldn't we? Don't you think that that's at least a reasonable explanation or expectation is for these verses to match? I don't know. I'm just, maybe I shouldn't have that expectation, but that seems to be reasonable. And Philodragon, thank you for the additional, my friend, says, Justin is literally Morpheus waking people up from the religion matrix. Red pill for Doug. That's fucking amazing. Red pill for Doug's a new hashtag. I love that one. We're definitely going to be waking people up. That's the goal. That is the goal. And Two Hand Dan, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says claimers of gematria are hoping for an irrational number, which by definition contains all other numbers, which justifies all biblical context, interpretations, moralities, copes, and wines. Yeah, you're definitely right there. The funny thing is, like when they go to the gematria excuse in Matthew, it's funny because it actually doesn't work, because the counting in the last 14 generations that were listed don't even add up to 14. So it doesn't add up to 14 in real life. It doesn't even add up to 14 in the fake generations that are listed. That's how crazy the gematria excuse is in this text. So all right, let's bring in neighborhood adversary and get our next conversation rolling. Welcome in, adversary. Are you at least 18?
Yes, sir.
And do you believe in God?
Kind of. But I'm hoping you guys here can help me with that. Wise sages.
Well, I mean, well, let's start this. How about you give us your best, tell us what God you believe in and give us your best argument for God, and we'll tell you probably why we think it fails.
I'm sorry. I was attracted by your prompt here. Your God is imaginary. Prove me wrong. And I would say that I kind of agree, but I kind of disagree. I would say that God is imaginary, symbolic, and in a very tiny sense, real. He is imaginary because he's kind of like the perfect image, loving Father of divine wholeness. And I mean, this kind of completion can work not just for God, it can be for stuff like love and people. Like, have you ever heard of the myth in Plato's Symposium?
The myth of air?
Not necessarily that one. In the Symposium, Socrates, well, not Socrates, but Aristophanes tells a myth of a long, long time ago. there's people rolling around on cartwheels, and it's two people stuck together, and they're forced to elope together until they made Zeus angry, and he struck them in half. And then for the rest of the people's lives, they're supposed to find their quote unquote soulmate.
I don't know the myth. No,
I forgot the name. Yeah, sorry, I forgot the name of it, but it's in Plato's Symposium.
Okay.
So I do believe God is kind of like that, but I also believe that he is symbolic. So, like, let's take, I guess,
Well,
like the Bible.
What
Sorry?
do you believe in a God that like created everything and has sentience and agency?
Not necessarily, but I do believe a kind of God exists. Not necessarily like the typical theist does.
Well, if you don't believe in a God that created the universe and like is in charge of things and is, anything like that, it sounds like you don't really believe in God, and that's fine. But like we're actually, our goal is to debate people who believe in like an actual God, not like nature is God or anything like that.
Yeah, I don't necessarily believe that, but if you would like to just skip me, that's fine. I was just more thinking about your prompt. But yeah,
Yeah, it just
it's
might.
up to you.
Sorry you waited, but it just might not be a good fit for what we're doing here.
Yeah, I understand.
All right, cheers, buddy. Take care.
Okay. Cheers.
That's a shame. He had good connection and his battery was full, but it just wasn't really on topic. Shame. So I said we bring in Austin next. So let me grab Austin from the queue, and we'll get our next conversation rolling here in just a second. Then after that, because apparently I like punishment, I'm gonna get Stay Woke in here. Those of you who are on TikTok, sure you already know Stay Woke. Welcome in, Austin. Are you at least 18?
Yes.
Awesome. And do you believe in God?
I do.
Awesome. Which God?
Catholic. Oh, shoot. Sorry,
Sure.
I have a German Shepherd and he's scared of golf.
Oh, all right then. Interesting.
King, shut up.
Is there a chance you can get to a better location?
Yeah, let me just turn my TV off.
Mm-hmm.
Good boy. Good. All right, sorry about that.
Mm-hmm. It's okay.
I just got him. I'm still training him right now. Are you gonna settle down? Good. Okay. Sorry, continue.
Sure. So you're Catholic, you believe in the Bible God. What would be a good reason, argument, or piece of evidence to believe in your God?
So I'm kind of going to take a different approach. First things first, I am not really a fan of all the Christians that have come on your podcast to try to debate the topic of God being real. I think they're doing a terrible job. I think they are forgetting the fact that it's not scientific proof, or there is scientific proof. I think it's all based off faith. I know there's not going to be much of an argument here. I think we're going to both agree on this, that it's based off faith and you can't prove faith.
I mean, yeah, we agree you can't prove faith. Why would we have faith in this particular God as opposed to any other God?
I don't think it's a matter of I think it's a matter based on, it varies person per person. For me, it's more of a comfort thing. I'm assuming you probably, I don't know how much of the chat you saw. I was kind of talking about this with a couple of the users. I think Blaster and Brian, I believe. But I think it's just more of a based off personal preference, whether it comes down to comfort or just more philosophical understandings in personal lives.
So, like, why not have faith in Muhammad's religion?
I mean, I'm not saying you can't. I don't see why not.
Well, what I'm saying is
I'm not
why
agreeing or disagreeing. I'm just going based off the argument that I don't think you can prove God is real. It's just all based off faith.
Well, I guess I'm confused about what's happening then. I mean, I can give you an argument for why I don't believe in your God, and you can work with that.
Sure. Like I said, I'm not trying to disprove your argument or prove my argument to be right. I'm just here to say, hey, I think all these other Christians are just kind of like going haywire, trying to prove every bit of existence, and they're not doing a good job at it. I think they're forgetting the faith stance of Christianity.
So you came with a message to the other Christians then?
Mostly, I would say, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. So you didn't come to talk to me then?
No, we've talked before. I know we've had this discussion before in the past. We both agree on it. I just kind of wanted to get that message out there for all the other Christians. Like, hey, like, y'all are trying to prove some. I swear, if you're eating something, okay. I think it's just more of a matter of they're trying too hard, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. Yeah. Okay. Well, hey, thanks for stopping by, friend, and take care of that doggo, okay?
Oh, I am.
All right, cheers, buddy.
Bye.
That was interesting. W dog at least. All right, friends. Our YouTube queue is actually cleared out, which is surprising. TikTok, we don't have a whole lot of people in the queue other than Stay Woke. So now's a great time to request up. The link, if you're not on TikTok, is tiny.cc/DZ live. And if you're on TikTok, obviously you just hit the get request button and you'll pop into the front of the queue. And I guess we'll bring in Stay Woke. I have no idea what he's doing back here after our prior conversation, but we'll find out.
By the way, there is one person who's in the chat who I know is a decent interlocutor. I'm not sure if she's deconstructed fully yet, but her name's Tulip.
Okay. Well, Tulip, you're definitely welcome to come on up. Welcome back, Woke.
Hey, how we doing? How's everybody doing this evening?
How we're doing?
Doing good. That's good. No, I just came to share some love and spread some of the gospel.
Well, we don't need any of that. We want an argument, maybe.
An argument that God is a well, the last call, he kind of like, he kind of knocked it out of the park. I mean, this is faith-based.
Okay, so you don't have an argument for God?
Well, I do, right? I do. I mean, I can go a little bit further than what he did. But the same reason, well, let me go backtrack a little bit. I was speaking in the comments earlier. And you guys are debating things. You can easily go to ChatGTP and ask, and it'll give you the answer.
ChatGPT is not reliable.
So we disagree with science and technology nowadays?
No, ChatGPT is not science. ChatGPT is based off of prior probabilities. So it will say what it thinks that you will think is correct.
Is probability
not the
science?
correct thing. That's it. So ChatGPT again and other AI generative models, and I know this because I'm a scientist. AI generative models are not they're not trustworthy because they are based on prior probabilities, which inherently rely on basically what it'll think you will think is correct, not what is actually correct. So it's not going to base it off of evidence. It doesn't cite things. It's the reason why AI hallucinated so many resources in RFK Jr.'s little health document. So it'll hallucinate sources. It doesn't actually provide them.
Yeah, I've literally seen it hallucinate
hold on,
sources.
the scientist is saying that, the scientist just said chat is not science and that it also hallucinates?
So AI itself is a growing field in science, and the development of AI is a growing field in science. That concept is science. However, the actual things AI says are not science. AI is just saying what it thinks you will think is correct based on prior probabilities.
Which is science, right?
No.
I think you're really confused. So science created the model, but the model is not doing science.
Yeah.
Science hold on. So science creates the model, but the model doesn't do science?
Yep.
Yeah. The model is not sentient.
The model is good for?
It's a glorified search engine.
Yep, literally.
And what does a search engine do? What is the benefit of a search engine?
It just locates things.
Yep.
It locates things. Okay. Can it locate what is not there?
ChatGPT can.
Hold on. I'm just saying. Can the search engine locate what is not there?
Google, no, but ChatGPT makes up sources that don't exist. You actually think ChatGPT is smart? Hey, watch this. Hey, ChatGPT, I need to run a mile. Will you count the time for me?
Sure, I can track it. Just let me know when you're ready to start, and I'll keep the time for you.
All right, I'm going to count down, and when I say 1, 2, 3, go, you need to start timing, okay?
Got it. I'll be ready. Just let me know when you're about to go, and I'll start the timer exactly on your cue.
1, 2, 3, go.
Timer started. I'll keep track. Just focus on your run, and let me know when you finish that mile.
Oh boy, what a great mile. I just finished. How long was that?
You finished in great time. I had the clock running at about what felt like a conversational moment, but if you want exact seconds, next time we could use a stopwatch app. Still, you did it. Nice job on the mile.
Right, but how long?
I wasn't running an exact stopwatch, but I was counting from when you said go. You were roughly at about a minute or so. But if you need precision down to the second, next time I'd recommend using a dedicated timing tool or app.
A minute, huh? I got one more question.
Absolutely. Go ahead. What's your next question?
How many words are in this sentence?
Your sentence has 9 words. If you have any others, feel free to ask.
That sentence had 7 words.
You're right. That one had 7. If I ever miscount, feel free to correct me. I'm all about accuracy.
Yeah, appreciate it. Do you still think it's smart, stay woke?
You proved nothing.
I just proved that ChatGPT doesn't know how to do anything.
Garbage in, garbage out, just like a calculator.
I asked it to count. I asked it basic questions. I didn't trick it. I asked it basic questions it couldn't answer.
Garbage in, garbage out. I'm
what
sorry.
Garbage what garbage did I put in it, dummy? What garbage did I put in it?
The dumb stuff you said to it. What you talking about?
What? Asking it to count?
the dumb stuff you gave
asking
it.
something to count is dumb.
How you asked it in a dumb way, so that's why it gave
how?
you a dumb answer.
What was dumb about it?
It gave you a dumb answer because you asked it in a dumb way.
Yeah, what was dumb about my question?
It lacked context.
Why do you need context to count?
Garbage. But now,
what was
when you give the
what was the garbage? Woke, what was the garbage?
You told it. You said I'm going to run a mile, and when I'm done
count.
running, count.
And then it did. And then it did what?
It told you get a stopwatch.
But it said about a minute. Did I the truth? Did I run about a minute? Or was it like 5 seconds?
It said under a minute, but it said get a stopwatch.
It said about a minute.
I'm starting to see why you dreaded this guy.
And this is why no one likes Stay Woke, is because he's just a lying POS. He doesn't have anything valuable to add to any conversation.
You're the one lying. I'm telling you that you can look these questions up with chat.
Intellectuals like you.
But I mean, you don't want to use the chat. You want to just argue with people on the internet instead of looking it up and doing the research yourself.
Stay woke. I'm actually a researcher, so I actually do research myself.
I doubt it.
I literally. Do you want me to show you a photo of my cells? I will literally pull up a photo of my heart cells for you.
Impress me.
Sure fucking thing.
Because I just don't find a lot of intelligence on this platform. Sorry.
That's because you don't have any. You have to have it to find it.
I find a lot of ignorance, and people are
persuading. You're demonstrating it right now.
Young people. You're persuading young people, persuading them away from the faith, taking them out of church and giving them nonsense. Like I see a lot of that.
That's my goal, is to get them out of the church. So why should we believe in your God?
That's wrong to get them out of the church. Let them be.
I disagree. Why should anyone believe in your God?
It helps. It provides hope.
Is it true?
It provides truth and security and all these wonderful things.
Is it true?
Because it didn't work for you, why would you go around spreading your hate story?
My question is,
like you got
true?
dumped once.
You're not going to answer my question, are you? What's true about it? How can we know it's true?
In the beginning, God created, like right there.
That's a verse. 1. Prove it.
First bar is 100% truth.
Prove it.
By the way, I just wanted to mention that right now I'm showing GFP transfected HEC293 cells that I use. So what I did is I attached something called green fluorescent protein to another protein. Specifically, it was Mochi is playing with my mouse. It's a green fluorescent protein which is used to tag specific proteins. At this point, it was a target protein that we were trying to image and visualize in order to see whether or not it was inside of the cell. You tag that protein with this green fluorescent protein, and then when you expose it to specific UV, then it'll start to fluoresce. And this is that fluorescence, and you can literally see the cells fluorescing. HEC293 is a specific kidney cancer cell line. I also have another specific photo of the cells up close like this. Oh, that's my cat. And then let me quickly show you one more of the actual cell dying. So this right here is a cell that has underwent something called apoptosis, which is basically a programmed form of cell death. As you can see, all of the contents of the cell are spilling out, including the GFP.
What do you
Okay, I
research?
stand to be corrected. You seem to be very passionate about what you just spoke there. So passion is definitely a good sign of intelligence. It's a sign of intelligence, passion. It is.
Yeah, and I did research with cardiovascular, specifically an inherited cardiac arrhythmia for about 1.5 years, where I ran the entire lab pretty much and ended up genetically modifying some mice, which they had a FLOX-CRE genotype specific to the gene of interest that we were looking for, and it was a tamoxifen-inducible model, which I had to give tamoxifen injections for 7 days straight with a 2-week break time afterwards. So yeah, I do actually, or ChatGPT is not doing research, and I can tell you this because you wouldn't rely on ChatGPT to diagnose you with a chronic disease that would potentially end your life. And if you did, you would be very dumb.
But so can you give God his glory and how he's created things? Because what you're just describing here is creation. You're describing a programmer,
You'd
an
have to prove that
intelligence
he
of high
created
level.
first.
You're not describing millions and millions of years of dumb luck.
You'd have to prove that he created
It's
anything
not
first.
dumb luck, it's natural selection.
You're not describing millions and millions of years of natural selection.
Yes, you are.
Billions.
You literally are. Do you know what natural selection is?
He doesn't.
Enlighten me.
Yeah, so natural selection is basically the most fit organism to survive is able to pass on their genes to the next generation because they've survived long enough to actually procreate. So for example, in low-income countries, the mortality rate for having a third molar is higher because that third molar is more likely to get infected. So over the past few years, we've seen a gradual increase in the number of people with third molar agenesis, which basically means that that molar, otherwise known as your wisdom tooth, is no longer there, because in countries where a wisdom tooth is associated with a higher mortality rate due to more tooth infections, it is less favorable for survival and procreation for the next generation. So those born with a mutation, which basically causes that wisdom tooth to not be there and for your jaw to be narrower, people with that mutation are more likely to procreate. Therefore, the prevalence of third molar or wisdom tooth agenesis is higher in countries that are more likely to experience this kind of mortality. Then when you compare that to other countries that are more well-developed, for example, the United States, you'll see that the prevalence of wisdom tooth agenesis is a little bit lower because not as many people are passing away from wisdom tooth infections.
I mean, that all sounds nice, but you and I both know that all can change.
Do you not even know what a wisdom tooth is?
That could all change tomorrow. They'll tell you tomorrow, new study published.
No, it won't.
And change everything.
It
what
really
you just
won't
spoke.
because this is the data from
You'll
the
be
last
like,
decade.
oh well, the new research says this, and it's like, yeah,
you realize that this is the data from the last decade.
That's all you're doing. You've
this
done
is
nothing.
the data
You've
from
done
the last
nothing.
decade.
You're wasting time researching things that lead nowhere.
You're wasting
you can put that energy into the Bible and actually learn something that's going to be good for your life.
Dude, we're not wasting time researching. We've increased. Our research has been consistent, and the reason why I know this is because consistent research has led us to improving the cancer mortality rate, the overall cancer mortality rate, from approximately 49% to 70% since the mid-1970s.
Oh, and you feel responsible for that, huh?
I'm not personally responsible for it, but millions of scientists are.
Okay, so stop patting yourself on the back, and I'm telling you to do something good
Millions
for yourself.
of consistent scientists are.
Pick up your Bible, young lady, and start
Millions
investing
of
in your
consistent
future.
scientists are responsible for this. Millions of consistent scientists are for this by providing that consistent research that doesn't change every year.
And by actually finding repeatable and reliable results, we've been able to improve the survival rate for many chronic conditions, including cancer, which I just gave you the statistics for.
I mean, I was impressed, but not so much more now. You sound like you're just full of knowledge. You don't know where you're going in life. You just know all these things and you don't know where you're going.
Well, actually, I do. I'm planning to obtain my PhD.
All these fun facts.
So that way I can then pursue a career where I try to find treatments for a comorbidity that took the life of somebody who I cared about. That's my purpose.
About somebody. So you don't even have anybody you care about, who you want to name, who you could name
she actually,
or reference.
So I'm not naming her because she died.
You're just like out here.
I'm not naming her because she died of pancreatic cancer-associated cachexia. And that's something that I really want to treat because currently there are no FDA-approved treatments for cachexia. And
okay, so sound genuine when you first speak then. Say that when you first speak. You didn't sound genuine when you first said that.
Fuck?
You said, I'm just going to do something for somebody in the world that's going to be great. And it's like, man, stop that.
Oh, God. I see why you don't like this guy.
It's because...
we can't hear you, deconstruction.
Hey, Stay Woke, in the Bible, what's created first, the animals or the people? Or like Adam and Eve?
The animals.
Oh, really? Have you read Genesis 2?
The animals come before the people. I believe Genesis 2 is, what is it, the stars? Or the sun and the moon?
That's Genesis 1.
Go
Genesis
ahead.
2.
Help me out.
Genesis 2 has the creation of Adam and Eve, and then has the creation of the planets. Or not planets, I mean the animals. So it talks about the location up here, and then it says, verse 15, the Lord God took the man and put him in the garden. So man's created, put him in the garden of Eden to tend to the garden. And the Lord God said, you may eat freely of the tree, yada, yada, yada. And then he said, hey, it's not good that man should be alone. So I will make a helper as his partner. So out of the ground, the Lord God formed every animal of the field and every bird of the air and brought them to the man to see what he would call them. Wait a minute. I thought you said they already existed.
You all the way at 18 though.
Yeah.
You gotta scroll way up to like Genesis 1.
Well, there's two different creation accounts. Pay attention. So in
Genesis,
no,
I am paying attention.
2,
you tried to trick me.
And
go up to Genesis 1 to the first creation account and get the real story. Get the real deal.
You're
trying to confuse the audience right now.
Genesis 2 is not real.
You're out of order.
No,
you're
I'm
out of order. You're trying to confuse the audience.
You know there's two stories, right?
There isn't two stories. You know that.
Yeah, I know that.
You just said it's a second account.
Yeah, it's the second story. It's the second telling of the same story.
No, you said it was an account. Come on, now you're lying. I caught you in a lie.
The account is a retelling of a story.
The retelling of the story.
Yeah.
Yeah, the same story.
An account is another version of the story. Yeah, it's two of them.
No, an account is not a different version. No, it's not.
It's two of them.
It's a different perspective. It's a vantage shift.
It's not a vantage shift. It's just two different stories talking about the same thing, and they contradict each other.
You're putting yourself out there on the internet looking real bad right now, saying more
you're the
dumb
one
stuff.
You're the one that looks really bad right now if you can't read the words on the page. Were the animals created
an account
after?
Means a different version. That's not true, bro.
That's what it means. Yeah, an account is a different story.
You know that.
I'm gonna show it to you.
You're trying to trick the kids out here right now. You might as well drop me because I'm not about to let up on this one. You tried to trick me.
Hey,
it's crazy how basic English words elude you. What were you gonna say, Snitch?
I was just gonna say, does this guy like want to delete chapters out of the Bible or something? Like, I don't understand what he doesn't understand about a like.
You're not following or tracking right now. We were talking about the second account.
You're definitely the one that's not tracking.
I'm saying go to the first account of Genesis. The host is trying to trick you. He's tricked you already.
You mean there's two accounts?
He's trying to trick the rest of the audience.
Are you saying there's two accounts?
We both already said that.
Oh, then you agree with me. There's two accounts.
It's two accounts, not two different versions.
It's two tellings of the story.
Two accounts, not two different versions.
They are different. That's the point.
It's not hard.
They are different.
It's not hard. Say it's two accounts, not two different versions.
In Genesis 1, the animals are created before man. In Genesis 2, the animals are created after man.
Bro, admit it. I caught you in a lie on live.
You actually didn't.
And now you're trying to.
You're not
even trying to backpedal. You're just trying to stand on it.
What in the second account? In the second account, when is Adam created?
I don't know. I'm telling you about
the
first account.
It's in verse 9. Or
Pull
actually,
it
not
up.
in verse 9.
We
Hold
can
on.
read it
It's gonna be.
together.
It's on the screen right now. Are you paying attention?
Oh no, I wasn't.
Verse 15. The Lord God took the man and put him in the garden. So we assume that the man is already created, right?
Why we gotta assume anything? If we read the first account, we wouldn't have to assume anything.
How does God put a man in the garden without the man existing?
Again, if we read the first account
I'm
in
just
order, we wouldn't have to assume anything in
I'm
the
just
second account.
asking,
You're playing. You're
does
not
Adam
just asking. You're asking
does
dumb
Adam
questions.
exist? Does Adam exist? Yes or no?
Based on the second account here?
Based on any account,
Yes.
does he exist yet?
Based on the second account here, yes.
Okay, obviously he must exist because God put him in the garden, right? Right.
No.
So
That's not obvious.
So God put somebody in the garden that didn't exist. He made him in verse 7. Said the Lord God formed man from the dust of the ground. So he put an invisible Adam that didn't exist in the garden.
You just heard. You just read it. He formed him from the dust of the ground.
Oh, so now he does exist. Gotcha. Okay, so
he
in
didn't
verse
exist
7,
until he was formed from the dust of the ground.
Yeah, we agree. He's formed from the dust of the ground in verse 7, isn't he?
The fact that you're trying to get it out of order is just tripping me up right now. It's like I don't know why
we're reading it in order.
It's a game. Read the first account, read the second account, you get the full picture.
We're in the second account right now.
You won't be confused. You won't be confused.
You're actually the confused one. So we're just simply asking, in verse 7, man existed, right? He was formed?
Okay, yep.
Okay. And then later, in the same story, God puts that man in the garden. We follow?
Okay.
Okay. And then in verse 18, God looks down and said, hey, it's not good that man should be alone. I'll make a helper. And then he makes all of the animals. Right?
That's not the order of the first account.
I know, that's the problem. They contradict.
They're not contradicting. I'm saying you're reading it out of order and you're confusing yourself. Because if you read the first account, you won't make
these. What's the word then said?
You won't make these assumptions if you read the first account.
Read verse 18 and tell me what it says. Tell me what you think it means. It's on the screen. Go ahead and read it.
I mean, it's pretty clear. I mean,
well, it shouldn't be hard for you to do it then.
God wants Adam to have a helper.
Okay, because he's alone, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Is anyone with him? Oh, baby.
Well, that could be a different point to talk about. I mean, I have a theory. It says it's not good for man to be alone, but that's, man to be alone in a union sense, man and woman, in that type of sense. We don't know if man was alone or if man was, single.
What did he do? What did Yahweh do to fix the problem?
He provided a helpmate for Adam. Somebody
no.
He created.
In verse 19, what does God do? The very next verse.
He fashioned.
In the very next verse, verse 19, what does God do?
It says, so out of the ground the Lord God formed every animal of the field and every bird of the air and brought them to the man to see who to call them. Yeah.
Okay. So the man was alone, and then God made the animals, huh?
That's out of order from the first account. I mean, it's widely accepted and understood.
That's why it's a contradiction.
It's not a contradiction. It's like you're just tripping up a really. You're not even tripping it up. You're just making something that was never confused.
Okay. In the second story, who's created before the animals?
There isn't a second story. There's one account of Genesis. The first account lays out the order.
There's not, though. There's two accounts. You already said it. Now you're lying. Liars go to the lake of fire.
There's not two different versions.
Yeah, it is. That's why it contradicts, because they're different. That's what it means to be different.
It's a different angle?
And one contradicts the other. Sense? I know.
I don't see I'm getting anywhere, but
I wish you would just
ask ChatGPT. I'm telling you, nobody's confusing this story.
Actually, I'll ask ChatGPT.
There's thousands.
Will you accept ChatGPT's answer? Because I guarantee it'll side with me.
Go for it. Let's do it. Like,
in the second
internet.
creation account, this is what you wanted, right? In the second creation account, we'll say in Genesis, are the animals created after Adam? Is that a fair question?
I mean, just ask it. What are the order? What's the order?
I want you to agree with me that this is a fair question to ask ChatGPT.
And because it's coming from you, no. You want to just ask it straight up. What's the order of creation based on the Bible? And
okay, in the second creation account in Genesis, what is the order of creation? How's that?
You're trying to be very nitpicky, but go ahead, roll with that. God is good all the time.
I'm sure he is. It's thinking. I don't have the quick model on. I have the expanded model on mine.
That's all good.
Step 1, earth and land. Step 2, man. Step 3, garden. Step 4, trees and plants. Step 5, water. Step 6, man is placed in the garden. Step 7, animals and birds are formed. That's the order.
You know how horribly, like, we wouldn't be able to survive without plants. There would be no oxygen.
It's true.
I agree.
This is like super anachronistic.
Well, yeah, I mean, God is good. The chat has spoken. What's the next question?
No,
the chat
God
hasn't spoken.
is an idiot because he put humans on a planet with no oxygen before there was oxygen. So God is not good. He has rocks for a brain. Like, that's not, you don't do that.
Hold on. So hold on. We're making a huge assumption now. You believe that because the creation order is laid out that way, that there was a lack of provisions for the creation?
According to the Earth
according
column.
To what you know. According to what you know.
According to the
according
Earth.
to what you believe to be true.
Sir.
You believe there was a lack of provisions for creation in the beginning.
According
to enough.
Sir, shush. According to literally the column of the Earth, which shows us all the layers of Earth and the chemical makeup of the atmosphere at the time, at the very start of the Earth, there was no oxygen because there were no plants to produce it.
Oh, you sound super indoctrinated. So you believe?
I'm not indoctrinated. I just looked at the crust of the Earth.
And you believe the information you was told when you looked at it, right? By faith, you believe what you was told when you looked at the crust of the Earth. So again, I'm telling you, you believe in the creation in the beginning. In the beginning, for creation, you believe
all
that
of these
creation
things
was insufficient.
Are based on actual evidence. And by the way, I asked ChatGPT to whether or not Genesis 1 and 2 contradict on the order of creation. It says yes. So your source agrees with me, as I told you it would. Snitchy, what were you saying? I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, I'm not indoctrinated. I just looked at the crust of the Earth.
What science have you looked at, Stay Woke?
You know, I've looked at the science of the Bible, and so I mean, when you again,
the science of the Bible,
garbage in, garbage out. I mean, when you trick you and manipulate your chat to think like you and believe the things you believe in, then yeah, it's going to side more with you. But I mean, if you just ask it straight up, you know, unbiasedly, then you'll get an unbiased answer, and you've failed to do that tonight.
You actually agreed with me that the question was unbiased, and now you're lying?
No, that question, it wasn't the best question.
You see how I made him agree? I made him agree before I typed in the question because he would do exactly this. What a liar.
It's not how I would have asked it. It's not how I would have asked it.
Hey, do all women bleed the first time they consummate?
Hey, man. I'm a man.
I'm asking because the Bible seems to think so. In Genesis 22, God says you can kill women if they don't bleed on their wedding night.
But we out of our place for talking about women on that note. And I mean, that's women. They know that's
Still
for them to
just waiting
discuss.
for a yes or no. Do all women bleed first time?
Well, I'm pleading the fifth because I'm a man.
The answer is no, actually. They don't.
Okay.
Only about 43% do. And this is historically accurate as well, which means when God says if a woman who is sold as a virgin doesn't bleed on her wedding night, doesn't bleed on that sheet, she'll be stoned, that means God is sentencing innocent women to be killed. You think that's science? The Bible has science in it?
Absolutely.
Is it scientifically true that these women would all be guilty?
I mean, if God put it in motion, it's holy. You just
He'll never say it. He'll never say it. Is it scientifically accurate to say that all of these women would be innocent or guilty?
I mean, again, God is holy, but I don't feel comfortable speaking on women because I'm a man. I don't feel comfortable speaking on women, because I'm a man. I'm a gentleman at that.
I'm not asking you. You're definitely not a gentleman because you've been talking over Snitch the whole time she's been talking. So it's very easy, right? Either God is sentencing innocent women to die, or he's not.
I've been talking over you too, though.
I don't care if you talk over me.
Just because I talked over her, don't mean I'm not a gentleman. I'm a gentleman.
Here's the thing. Actually, you have a woman who didn't bleed her first time right here, because I used to do Taekwondo and I got kicked in my lower stomach and I started bleeding. And so I bled for like an hour, but like it wasn't my period. And then 2 years later, I had my period. And when I had my first time, I didn't bleed. So I think this makes a really big point that not all women bleed for their first time, and God is wrong.
No, I think it makes a good point that God is merciful, and when you read the Bible, you miss the point of mercy. When you miss the message of mercy, you go off into some weird areas of life. You end up doing some weird things. You're in some weird situations.
To kill innocent women?
No, God is merciful. So the fact that the law was given
so it's not
to
merciful
man to
to
enforce,
stone innocent women?
The law was given to man.
Yeah, but I'm just waiting for a yes or no. Was it merciful to stone innocent women?
No, that's not merciful.
Oh, so when God did that, that wasn't merciful. What was it?
God didn't do that. Jesus, he actually told the woman to go home.
No, I'm asking about this passage.
There's a real story about that. Did you know? There's a story about that.
I know. It's in John chapter 8. I've read it. I'm asking about this verse.
What are we confused about then?
You're confused. I'm asking about Deuteronomy 22 right now.
We just answered it.
Was it merciful? You said no. So I'm asking, what is it? If it's not merciful, what is it?
What you just referenced in John, when Jesus told the lady to go home.
That's mercy.
That's God being merciful.
No, this is mercy in John, not in Deuteronomy. Address Deuteronomy.
Right, that's the law.
I'm asking.
We have
yes,
law.
I'm asking about. I'm asking about. Well, what was it? When God says that innocent people should be stoned, what do we call that?
Hold on. So you think the law should be fluffy?
No, I'm asking, what do we call it when innocent people are punished?
What do you call it?
I'm not saying shit about being fluffy. No, it's called injustice.
Injustice. There we go. Yeah.
Yeah. So God was being unjust. There's contradictions in God's nature.
No,
Deuteronomy 32:4, he says that he's just in all of his ways. Nope, God's unjust because he punishes innocent women.
No, man punishes innocent women. That's what man does.
God gave this law, not man.
God gave the law to man, and he expects men to use and exercise mercy.
Yeah.
But he gave them the law, so they do what they do.
And this law says to kill innocent women.
The law, no law is fluffy. Nowhere in the world is
I didn't say shit about fluffy. No one's saying anything about fluffy. I'm saying innocent people.
So what's the grievance then?
Do you think innocent people should die?
Well, bro, innocent people die in America.
I'm not asking if they do. I said, should they? Try to pay attention.
That's a hard no.
Oh, okay. Would it be good for someone to create a law knowing that innocent people would die?
Hold on. What's the standard here now? Make something that is 100% good in a fallen world where
he'll never answer the question. He's too cowardly.
My brain hurts.
He's too cowardly. He'll never do it.
No, you're coming up with some real imaginative things.
Bro's dead ass asleep. He hasn't been awake his entire life.
So hold on. You believe that God can make a law that's going to be perfect in a fallen world?
Yeah, he says it perfect. Psalm 19 says all of his laws are perfect. I'm sorry, did you not read Psalm 19?
But the people aren't.
So what? His law is.
So what's the point of having perfect law with imperfect people?
Because
Tell me how we reconcile that.
It's supposed to make them perfect. It says that in Leviticus 18.
No.
Did you forget to read that too? Yeah, you want me to read it for you?
The law
want me to read it
doesn't
for
make
you?
you perfect.
Yeah, it does.
The law doesn't make you perfect.
Sure it will. So if you read Psalm, it says the law of the Lord is perfect, reviving the soul. Is the law of the Lord perfect or not?
The law of the Lord is perfect.
Oh,
there's no questions there.
So it's perfect then to execute innocent women.
No, the law of the Lord is perfect. It is man who is imperfect. We just don't.
Again, did man give the law?
We're gonna fall short with that law.
Did man give the law or did God give it?
God gave it.
Oh, and the law kills innocent women, doesn't it?
Yeah. Apparently, yeah. It kills innocence. The law is unjust. It can be unjust.
Yeah, I agree. It's unjust. That means the lawgiver is unjust. Now, the point of the law is to make them holy. That's exactly what that means. So in Leviticus 18, God says, "Do not defile yourselves in any of these ways, for by all these practices the nations I'm casting out before you have defiled themselves. Thus the land became defiled, and I punished it for its iniquity, and the land vomited out its inhabitants. But you shall keep my statutes and my ordinances, and commit none of these abominations, either the native born nor the alien who resides among you. For the inhabitants of the land who were before you committed all of these abominations, and the land became defiled. Otherwise, the land will vomit you out for defiling it." So the goal of these laws is to keep the Israelites from defiling themselves, to keep them holy and segregated for the Lord.
Mm-hmm.
So
it reveals a lot of the imperfections in people. It was preparing them for the Savior because man understood. Yeah, it was.
Nope. I mean, God said to follow the law forever.
The commentary is pretty clear that the law was the New Testament. It was
why
the
do I care
law
what the
was
New Testament
given.
says?
Why not? That's where Jesus is.
Why would I? I don't care about Jesus. He's a liar and a fraud.
Oh, well, you're missing out then. See, now I know why you're saying what you're saying.
I ain't missing anything.
Now it makes sense. Well, you got to read the New Testament.
Imagine being dumb enough to think that I should just blanketly believe everything Jesus said.
Blanket enough to believe. I mean, dumb enough to believe. I mean, why you got to be dumb to believe it? Why can't you just read it?
I have read it. I've read it. That's why I know it's false.
So because you read it, I don't even want to go down that way.
Yeah, we know you haven't read it. That's for sure.
Well, we read for different purposes, I feel.
Mm-hmm,
like, I mean,
what's that?
So like, this is what I was gonna say. I mean, you got Thanos in the Infinity Glove. I mean, the glove.
I don't watch
is perfect.
movies. It's no idea what you're talking about.
But it's got all this power. Basically, he's got all this power in this glove. It's just in the wrong hands.
It's God.
So that's what the law is like. The law is like power, and it's in the hands of imperfect men. And so we do the best we can with it. No, the law is.
Oh, the law is Thanos. So who's Thanos? Or who's the glove?
The law is God's law, and Thanos.
What's the glove represent?
The glove represents the law, the power of the law.
The law is a glove. So then who's Thanos?
Yeah, Thanos is just a vessel who's got
what vessel?
An imperfect man.
Okay, so Thanos is human beings.
Yeah, he's an imperfect human. He's got an ideal of how things should go. The next person got an ideal of how things should go. But the glove is where all the power resides. It's just, I mean, it's the law. That's where the power is.
Is the glove perfect?
Yes.
Sure. Is the glove forever or temporary?
It's forever.
Oh, is the law of God forever?
He literally destroys it, dude.
Yes, it is.
Wait. Thanos literally destroys his own glove. What do you mean? It's not perfect. It destroys itself. I watched the movie, so I actually know what you're talking about. Bro.
Yeah. You can tell I really didn't watch them all like that. I mean.
It was at the end of the last movie.
I missed that.
No, not the end of the last movie. Sorry, the beginning of the last movie. Sorry.
I'm aware
the very beginning of the last movie. That's
I'm aware more of the
crazy.
comics back in the day. I'm more of a comic reader from back in the day. But yeah,
Yeah.
nonetheless, I do remember and do know Thanos, has got the glove, and that's where the power is. That glove and power represents the power of the law. Thanos, in my analogy here, represents an imperfect man because he didn't have a bad, he's not really a bad guy. He's just got a vision that's different than what the majority's is. So, I mean, I'm saying all that to say, the law is perfect, but when you put it in the hands of man, sometimes people get a little crazy with it. They want to punish and hang him and crucify him. That's what man want to do. But I mean,
that's
once
what
you
God
put
said
it in,
to do.
No, when you look at what God did, you see that he served.
You've never read this, have
merciful. I'm telling you, Jesus, when you look at what Jesus did, he
Buddy,
did everything.
I've read the New Testament
different.
more times than you've even picked up your Bible. In the same passage we're talking about, it talks about what to do with this woman who's no longer a virgin. It says that they have to take her out to her father's house and stone her, and then it says, "You shall purge the evil from your midst." It's not a suggestion. God said, "You must do it. You got to do it." It's a command from God.
No, not a command. That's what the law permitted.
Shall is a command.
That's a permission.
No, shall is not permission. All of the 10 Commandments say you shall.
Permission.
No, the 10 Commandments say you shall and you shall not. Not permission.
Upstairs. Provisions, guidelines, right?
Yeah, laws that they have to follow.
You have free will. You have free will, and there's consequences when you break them, right?
Well, you're not even remotely addressing the verse.
How not? I'm saying there's free will here. So, I mean, if we are...
Free will doesn't address the law. We're talking about the law. And the definition of shall says it means must, indicating a strict obligation or command, or will, indicating a future function. So this is not allowance. This is a command. This is a must. See, a lot of these problems could just be fixed by you actually reading the Bible and maybe knowing some English.
Well, no, but check me out. Check me out. Why would Jesus say he doesn't care about sacrifice? He's like, I don't care about the sacrifice. I care about your relationships. I'm paraphrasing.
He didn't say that.
You probably got the verse better than I do, but Jesus never mentioned any mentions of that.
Jesus said to follow the law.
He said clearly, I'm not. I don't care about them sacrifices. I don't care about the temples. I don't care about a lot of these.
Show me that verse.
How you treating people?
Show me that.
Do you not believe me though?
Yeah, you're lying.
You think I'm making something up?
Yep, you are.
To promote Jesus, huh?
Yep.
So you can come join. So people can come join my church.
Yeah, you're lying. Show me the verse.
I'm just telling you. I'm just keeping it straight up.
I don't think you're keeping it straight at all, because you can't show me the verse.
I'm about to pull it up for you. I gotta hop on my computer here.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know what Jesus be saying.
I don't think you do. You can use ChatGPT if you need to.
You know what? I'm about to go ahead and use ChatGPT. Yep.
Oh my god.
Figured you would.
I just don't understand. ChatGPT is so bad. Also, by the way, in the original Marvel comics,
right here, Matthew 9:13. I desire mercy, not sacrifice. That's God talking now.
No,
he says, I desire mercy, not sacrifice. He don't want no goats.
That's from the Old Testament. That's from the Psalms.
Also,
he quotes Hosea 6, so we have a connection.
It's in Hosea and the Psalms.
Yeah, we have multiple connections. It's littered throughout the Bible where God is saying, I don't care about your sacrifice.
No, it's not littered throughout the Bible. In fact, God says to do the sacrifices forever. In fact, in the prophets, he says in the future, you're going to be doing them forever.
So how do we reconcile this what Jesus said?
Well, Jesus is a liar and a fraud. No,
so
if you
believe God, not Jesus.
Well,
or you believe Hosea?
No, Jesus can't contradict the Old Testament. That's the point.
He can't contradict the Old Testament. Oh, okay.
That's why he says, when he's being asked about taxes, right? He says, you've heard it said, those who are well have no need of a physician, but those who are sick, go and learn what this means. And then his quotation is, I desire mercy, not sacrifice, for I have not come to call the righteous, but the sinners. So his connection isn't related to the law, not even related to him saying, I don't want sacrifices. It's related to the sick people, isn't it?
I think you're reaching a little bit. I mean, if you're saying that this is connected to the Old Testament, we have, right there, I kind of checked out. Right there, we see God saying in the Old Testament, and here we have him repeating it in the New Testament. What are we missing?
Again, you're missing the point. You're trying to say that Jesus is saying that the law needs to go away and that God doesn't want sacrifices. And that's actually not what Jesus says. In fact, he specifically tells people to go do sacrifices. I can show you that verse next. Here, he's saying, go and learn what this means in relation to what? Because they're accusing him of hanging out with tax collectors and sinners. And then he says that the sick need a physician. That's why he says, go and learn what this means. I desire mercy and not sacrifice.
Okay,
which means
we're still saying the same thing.
We're not saying the same thing.
He wants the mercy. He wants, sacrifices isn't going to...
He's saying that those who are sinners are still allowed in.
Yes.
Are they sinners? Are they sick? Is Jesus taking care of them?
You have to be a sinner and sick for Jesus to be taking care of you.
His understanding of this passage is not that Yahweh doesn't want sacrifices. His understanding of this passage is that Yahweh also wants mercy for these sinners.
Okay, I like what you're saying still. Because that's what... Maybe I wasn't clear on that in the beginning, initially, but mercy is the theme here.
Yes, but the point is, God does still want sacrifices.
But he desires mercy.
He wants both.
Well, as a fallen human, all we can do is our best.
Right. And does that include following the law?
Yeah, absolutely. Following the law to the best of your abilities, honoring the law, knowing that you're going to fall short.
So you don't have a problem with, stoning women that aren't virgins or keeping slaves?
Nah, see, that's wrong. That's one thing you're doing to somebody. Jesus said, wrong? Do unto others.
How is that wrong? That's Leviticus. He says that's Leviticus 19:18. He didn't invent that.
See, but we're trying to split it up again now. We're trying to separate the Old Testament from the New Testament, where we just connected the Old Testament to the New Testament right here with this verse.
No, I'm demonstrating that everything in the Old Testament already meets that criteria, or else God would contradict himself.
Right, you make the point. Jesus is not going to contradict the Old Testament, so he's only parroting it.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. It's nothing new here.
Which means you're allowed to own slaves, and you're allowed to kill children that curse their mother and father.
So you talking about consequences for breaking laws? Because I can't speak to that.
That's part of the laws. The laws tell you what to do when someone breaks them.
Well, so this is what I'm saying. I know this to be true. I don't have a lot of international travel experience, but I do know laws in other countries they get a little crazy. And it's yeah, that's crazy. That's a crazy law. Even in America, we have laws across state lines that just get crazy across state lines when it comes to girls.
Did God make those laws?
and minors and stuff. Come on.
Yeah, did
It's like,
God
I
make
mean,
those laws?
man made them.
We're talking about God-made laws right here. Can you track?
Man made them. What are you talking about?
We're
I'm
talking
the
about
laws that.
we're talking about God's law right now. It doesn't matter what man did. I'm
Okay.
querying you about God's law. So according to
Okay.
God's
And so,
law, and you're going to follow it forever, you're allowed to do slavery, right?
sure.
Okay.
Good luck.
So is it wrong to own slaves?
That's all I can. Good luck, but sure.
I'm just asking, is it wrong to own slaves?
Good luck. In the Big 2-6, in the Big 2-6,
You're
good
not
luck.
going to
But I
answer
mean,
it.
we still
I'm
have to,
asking,
that's
is it
not
wrong?
saying that covert slavery going on, brother.
You're
That's all
never
I'm
going to
trying to
say
say.
it. Yes or
You
no? Is
asking me
it
about
wrong to own
slavery,
another human being as
but you
as
asking
property?
a black man about
He'll
slavery.
never ask. Yeah, that's
You
on
asking
purpose.
a
Yeah,
black man about slavery.
you got it. So we're
I
just
see
waiting for the
slavery
answer.
in all facets.
We're asking about
I
owning
see
another
I see
human being
slavery in
as
all.
property.
I see slavery in all facets of life in the
Doesn't
Big
answer the
2-6 very
question.
covertly.
Another dodge. Is it
That I'm
okay to
answering it the
own
best way
another
I
human
can.
being as property?
I'm answering it the best way I can.
I need a
In
yes or
the Big
no.
2-6,
Is it morally
I see
acceptable to
slavery
own
happening.
another human being as property?
No, it's not morally acceptable. No.
Okay, so the Bible was saying that you could do something morally unacceptable forever?
No. It gave the guidelines for what
That-
I understand to be a world practice, a world history practice, done
But
differently across the millennia.
well, that's
It's
just
only gotten
meaningless.
real bad in the last
So
200-300 years.
the law says that you can own slaves. It says you shall. As for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves, but as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. So this would be okay then, owning another person as property.
Oh, how did that end? It sounded like it ended off on a good note.
I'm just asking. It says not to treat the Israelites harshly. This is an exception. The foreigners you can treat harshly.
I mean, if you want to take this and separate it from Jesus' words of do unto others as you want done to yourself, then we can do that. And I'll side with you 110%. Over here, we are in an immoral arena. But if we want to progress and move forward in history and meet the words of Jesus, we can take this past history, look at it and say, yeah, glad those days are over, and move towards the new. But if we want to,
that's meaningless. What's that, Snitch?
I just wanted to ask, was it really Jesus who said those words?
No, obviously Jesus didn't. Most of the words attributed to Jesus are fiction.
Oh boy,
that's what I thought.
If Jesus's words were really recorded, they'd be recorded in Aramaic, not in Greek. Preposterous. But stay asleep. Look, in Leviticus 19, it says, "You shall not take vengeance or bear a grudge against any of your people. You shall love your neighbor as yourself." Right? That's what Jesus is appealing to. Love your neighbor as yourself. Do you know where that verse first appears in the Bible?
No.
Leviticus 19:18. And then just a mere 6 chapters later, the same God who said, "Love your neighbor as yourself," also said you can own foreigners as permanent slaves, which means those two commands are obviously compatible. The fact that Jesus said it a second time doesn't make it incompatible with slavery.
Well, I guess I need to go get me some slaves then.
Sounds that way.
Behind.
What the hell?
I'm behind. Thanks.
All right then. Well, I guess we've gone to the end of the road there, huh?
That's crazy.
Oof. Okay.
It is crazy.
What in the world?
You have to be.
You're crazy.
Way
I'm
out
sorry.
there.
That is crazy. That is
You
a
have to
crazy
be way
thing
out there to
say.
think that that's remotely close to any type of truth of today.
You have to be.
We need help. We need help if you think that's the truth.
mean, you literally said that it's you said to.
I was being facetious there. Sorry.
Sure.
I couldn't help
You
it.
didn't sound facetious.
But
you didn't sound facetious. You sounded like the way you've sounded the entire time in our conversation.
I'm dead
Justin,
serious.
would you agree with me on that?
That's rough, man. That's rough. All right, hey, stay asleep. Thanks for coming up. You've been here almost an hour, and I've got to close down the live stream. Okay.
Appreciate you. You keep up.
Yeah, no one likes you stay woke, and that's why.
He did not sound facetious. Yeah, he didn't sound facetious at all. He sounded like he was being honest. That was so wrong.
It's pretty crazy, actually, to hear it coming from his mouth. He was offended. At first, he's offended because I'm asking him about it, and then he ends with, "Oh yeah, I guess I need some slaves because the Bible said so." Why these books are dangerous? These religions are dangerous. Crazy. But before I read super chat, I got a question for you, Snitch.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm reading up a little bit on the Medusa virus. I think you were the one that introduced me to the Medusa virus. On one paper, they were discussing how it looks like let's see. It appears like it developed naturally, like in that location, as opposed to just broke off from another piece of DNA. It might share multiple DNAs, or I mean, what can you tell me about how the Medusa virus originated?
How it originated? Oh man.
Like, did it form on its own, or was there like multiple pieces of DNA from other viruses that somehow combined? Do you know much about it?
So I would think that it formed as a result of multiple viruses. And the reason why I would say that is because DNA viruses and so DNA viruses specifically are a little bit unique in the fact that whereas RNA is well known to form like enzymatic properties, DNA is not. So like I would assume that is the case under the RNA world hypothesis, that it was other viruses, specifically RNA viruses, that came first, and then you had Medusa viruses. But Medusa viruses are known to encode the full canonical set of the 5 eukaryotic histones. And just to like break down what that means, you are a eukaryote, I'm a eukaryote, we're a part of the branch of life called eukarya, which is basically characterized by membrane-bound organelles, which are just mini organs inside of all of your cells, and those mini organs happen to be bound by membranes, which are just fatty molecules. I've already went over that with, I believe, you and a few other people. And specifically, the full canonical set of the 5 eukaryotic-like histones. So histones are special proteins that are extremely critical for our cells to package DNA, because every cell in your body has up to like 6 feet of DNA inside of it. And in order to package that inside of a cell that is smaller than what can be seen by the human eye, we need these proteins called histones, which basically wrap DNA around it, kind of like a thread on a spool. And so this virus can encode pretty much a full set of these histones. And to give you an idea of how incredible this is, bacteria don't have histones. So this is like other single-celled organisms don't have histones. And yet like this Medusa virus,
like a step between like a non-living virus and what we would consider like a living entity, right?
It's like one of those steps, and it's so critical because we don't find these histones in any other like we don't find them in any other like prokaryotic cell. We find histone-like basic proteins, but they're not histones. We only find histones in eukaryotes. And so that's where you see that like link, because Medusa viruses technically as a virus are not alive. And so the fact that we find something that is present in living organisms in these non-living organisms is really huge.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I'm gonna read up more on the Medusa virus. It's so cool. The article that I was poking through, which I'm struggling to understand some of it because this is not my field, was called Medusa virus, a novel large DNA virus discovered from hot spring water. And I'm gonna have to read it a couple times to get kind of understand what's happening. But it's a very in-depth article. It'd be really cool if we can demonstrate that the Medusa virus started as, like, I don't know, non-living and then evolved into what we might consider like a living thing. I think that would help in the discussion, saying, yeah, because they'll say, well, life can't give rise to non-life. Okay, we'll explain the Medusa virus then, right?
Yeah, I definitely do agree. And I think that I would say that it didn't necessarily evolve, but got encapsulated. So it formed like a symbiotic relationship, very similar to the bacterium that formed the chloroplast, the bacterium that formed the mitochondrion. So we see this trend of organelles being like really complex organelles being formed from other organisms being engulfed, which really solidifies the understanding that it was like a primordial soup and it was like a dog eat dog sort of thing going on with single-celled organisms. And some single-celled organisms just were not capable of surviving on their own, so they formed these relationships with other cells, which made things like plant cells, animal cells, and there's like other types of bacteria like diazotrophs and nitrogen-fixing bacteria that all have these like very special structures that likely were due to some kind of engulfing of other other non-organisms.
Okay. Hey, I appreciate the information. I'll have to do some more reading on it, but it's definitely, since you mentioned it last time you were up, I've been trying to look into it a little bit, and it's been daunting, but I'm going to keep doing it. Anyways, friends, make sure you're following Scientific Snitch on YouTube and TikTok. Her content's amazing, and if you like science, she's top tier. So make sure it happens. I'm gonna read some super chats. I've got a bunch of super chats left over, friends, because that we had some really long conversations, and it was like impossible to keep up. So a lot of them got saved for the end of the stream. One of the reasons why we're ending early, also because we started early, and because I actually have to get some sleep time in the summer. Remember, we start streams earlier because my son's out of school, so on and so forth. So expect a lot of live streams not to make it till midnight, for the summer. You guys are used to see me up till midnight, but I'm going to start sooner and end sooner over the summer. In the fall, we'll go back to the regular programming. Ari Odwin, thank you for the $10 super chat, friends. Says, I wonder if there's an Aussie version of the Bible. There is. It's called the Aussie Bible, and it's hilarious. God says Mary is a pretty special Shayla. Magi are eggheads from out east. That's crazy. Like, you know what I want to see? You guys probably seen on TikTok and Facebook and everyone, the Aussie Man Reviews. If Aussie Man Reviews did the Bible, I'd listen to him do the entire Bible. This is amazing. And Rock Hard for Doug, good to see you today, buddy. Hope you're doing well. Are you going live tonight, by the way? If you're going live tonight, let me know. Because I've always wondered why Christians would agree to baby paste, and then I learned 1 Kings 20, 35 to 36 today. Justin fucking Rock. Yeah, so this should be referring to the war, if I remember correctly, where the two women, is this where the two women make a deal to eat their sons? Let me double check. 1 Kings 20, 35 through 36. We'll get it pulled up here. But there is a story in Kings when the war happens where women literally make a deal to eat children, right? Says, at the command of the Lord, a member of a company of prophets said to another, strike me, but the man refused to strike him. Then he said to him, because you have not obeyed the voice of the Lord, as soon as you left me, a lion will kill you. Oh, and when he left him, a lion met him and killed him. Okay, this is actually a really fun story. So there's a prophet that God sends, and he says, whatever you do, don't go and stay overnight and eat food when you deliver your message, right? Go straight there and go straight back. And what does he do? He goes straight there, delivers the message, and then on the way back, another prophet meets him and says, actually, God sent me to tell you to come with me, right? And God is so mad at this that he has lions eat this guy, right? So let me grab the beginning of it. A prophetic opposition. So a certain prophet came up to King Ahab of Israel and said, "Thus saith the Lord," so and so out, right? And then let's see, prophet approached the king of Israel and said, "Come and strengthen yourself." And the Arameans defeated. Their gods are. Oh, this might be the other edition. Hold on. There's two. By the way, there's two times where a prophet is eaten by lions. It happens more than once. Isn't that crazy? Let me make sure I get the two different times and don't mix them up. The first one I was thinking of was in 1 Kings 13:11. That's where the prophet gets confused by the other prophet, and then God sends a lion to eat him. I forgot. This is actually a different lion eating story. So this is completely different. This is for a prophet who gives a word to Ahab. But yeah, I mean, listen, when it comes to like God punishing people in the Bible, I mean, lions, bears, it doesn't matter what it is. God is like completely okay with making sure that people are completely annihilated and destroyed, even if it's like the most horrific thing possible. You just have to accept it. Like, that's why the Christians will do the baby pace, because like, well, fucking God will send lions to you. Look what he says in Leviticus 20:26. He says, and also in Jeremiah, he says, "I will send wild animals to bereave you of your children." Holy shit. Okay. Damn. Snickerdoodle, thank you for the super chat, friend, says, meow Saya 4110. Meow not, for I am with you. Be not dismayed, for I am your cat, and I will groom you. I will demand dinner. I will paw at you with my righteous claws. My cat is my real verifiable God. You know what? If there was an animal god, it would have to be cats. Cats are noble, sometimes intelligent, fierce hunters. Actually, my cats will fuck up some flies, wasps, and bees. Some mice. Professional, good to see you. Thank you for $20 super chat. It says the mental equivalent of a walnut. Not a single word is registering in his head. If something new doesn't align with his faith, it's wrong. No thinking aloud. The Bible cannot be wrong because it cannot be wrong. Yes, that is how Stay Woke operates, and that's just how these people think. The bottom line is it's right because I need it to be right, or else my worldview falls apart. And Dr. Joe, thank you for the super chat, my friend. Hope you're doing well. It says, "I don't have enough funds to buy Stay Woke a modicum of respect or a clue, so use this for grapes, books, highlighters, and birdseed." Thank you, Dr. Joe. I appreciate it. I do love some grapes. I would be doing some watermelons soon, once watermelons are ripe. And the Greater Fool Band, great to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the super chat and the question. There's a question about an earlier call. If the universe is partially conscious because we are in it, if I put an ant in a cookie, is the cookie partially conscious? Good question, right? Because, I mean, theoretically, the idea is like, well, we're part of the universe, right? But that wouldn't mean that the whole universe has our properties. Like the set does not necessarily have all the same properties of the elements in the set. That's not how that works. So that question is actually a really good illustration of why his thinking was completely flawed. And Ari Odwin, with another super chat, thank you, is what an insufferable jerk. I told you, listen, I told you he was going to be bad. I warned you. And telling Snitch she's just full of knowledge, like that's supposed to be an insult. Bet he's sexist. You know he is. With the condescending young lady talk, roast him, Justin. You know we had to. Like, he's so annoying. He's so bad faith. Every time he comes up here, like he waffles. He won't answer questions. I was determined to back him into some kind of corner and get him to say some crazy shit before I let him go. Not the Bible, Jason. Great to see you. Thank you for the super chat, friend. Says ChatGPT will help you plan a 7-minute drive from New York City to LA. Congratulate and praise you on licking your elbow, and give nutritional advice for your 847-pound Chihuahua. Terrifying Christians have access. That's the crazy thing is, like, there's nothing you can't trick it to do, right? The fact that it'll do those things tells you that it's not like a tool of intelligence. Like, so if I go to ChatGPT,
by the way, I prefer to use another AI called Julius AI. I used it throughout my entire ANOVA and regression course this past semester, and I had a really good time with it because it was helping me like teach myself the coding that I had to learn. Because like we had a code, and I loved my old professor, but he he spoke like a textbook, so I had to find ways around that. And so whenever I didn't understand something that he might say, and to be fair, like the content was really high level, I had to like use AI, and I realized that ChatGPT got so many things wrong I had to switch. So I switched over to Julius AI, and it was made by his, I believe, he's in some Indian kid in STEM, and it's a really good AI. It's actually pretty good.
I'll have to check it out. There's a couple different models out that will eventually be for the public that has, let's say, better capabilities than ChatGPT. I'm curious though what it'll say about this. I've got a 1,000-pound golden retriever. What should I feed it?
A 1,000-pound golden retriever is not realistic. So if you're dealing with a large dog, feed it a well-balanced, high-quality dog food appropriate for its actual weight. If you have a genuine concern about your pet's weight, consult a veterinarian for a diet plan.
Well, what if my dog, I think I made a mistake. I think I had some numbers wrong. Actually, I just reweighed my dog, and my dog weighs 300 pounds.
No worries. 300 pounds is still extremely large for a golden retriever, so this likely indicates a serious weight issue. You should definitely consult a veterinarian for a custom feeding plan and health evaluation. In general, portion control, a weight management dog food, and exercise will be key, but a vet's guidance is essential.
Fair enough. It did a little bit of detective work on the weight, but we'll see. I need to make up a bunch of instances to fuck up ChatGPT. It's not good at a lot of stuff. Bacon and Bush says, I thought the God of lies was the bad guy. Why do Christians follow it? Yes. Well, that's why Gnosticism arose, because they're like, listen, the God in this Old Testament is kind of bullshit. Like, we need a way to figure this out. Like, why is Jesus the good guy? But like the God of the Old Testament also good? He's evil. So the Gnostics were trying to sort that out. And Professional, thank you for the additional super chat, says the law is made to limit what man does to please God, and the gauntlet gives the user unlimited power. How can something that limits power be analogous to something that gives unlimited power? This is actually good. I've not seen the movie. I have no idea what's happening. But this is such a good point, because like if the glove give somebody unlimited power, that's not the purpose of the law. The purpose of law is to regulate what they're doing so that they can remain holy for the Lord. That's why he says you'll be a holy people, a priesthood, in fact. In fact, he says it over and over again. Hold on. Let me find a couple of the quotes. In fact, at one point he says holy nation. Deuteronomy 28:9. The Lord will establish you as his holy people, as he has sworn to you, if you could keep the commandments of the Lord and walk in his ways. The goal of the commandments was to make people holy. In fact, give me a second. I got some notes on the law, and I think I'm going to add that to my notes before I forget. Let's see. Deuteronomy 28. I wonder if that's on there. I don't have Deuteronomy 28 in here, actually. I'll have to add it. Okay. But yeah, I mean, to the point, like, the purpose of the law is to keep people holy, right? Give me 1 second I'm going to make a tab on this real quick. Let's say purpose. Oops, wrong button. Oh, there we go. Purpose of the law. Got it. I'll add some more of that stuff to the cheat sheet too, because listen, Christians want to get rid of this law so much, but you'll never get rid of this law by reading the Hebrew Bible. The Greater Full Band, thank you for the $20 super chat. Friend says, begging you to move on from this person. I'm sorry. He was gonna be my last call for the night. I really just wanted to get him to say some stupid shit so I can post it later. Usually when Stay Woke is up here, he won't engage enough to clip him to make it worthwhile. And so this time he was up. I'm like, I'm going to get this fucker to say something. I'm going to make him say something that's crazy. And it looks like we finally made it happen. So we got him. All right. I think it was a worthwhile endeavor. Sorry if some people were bored. Suitably Simple, thank you for the super chat. Says Stay Woke knows he hasn't read the book and yet wants to make it appear as if he knows something about the book written by Bronze Age goat herders. This is clown behavior. It's true. Not just clown behavior. The dude can't even get out of his clown card because his clown shoes are too big. He trips on them every time. Like it's just it's crazy that we had to waste 10 minutes on whether or not Genesis 2 contradicted Genesis 1. It does. It's right there. Randy Wilson, my friend, great to see you tonight. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for sending out 20 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. I really appreciate that. And I just checked like yesterday, the day before. I thought that the horizontal live stream was going to catch up to the main channel on memberships. It's still way lower. The main channel, the members are fucking crushing it. Thank you, friends. And Laz, thank you for the super chat. Says, have you heard of Pickle Jesus? Well, I know about Pickle Rick. He's famous for turning water into brine. Oh, okay. Listen, that's a good one. That's a good one, actually. And Absurdus, actually, I heard another joke like that, which was something like, oh, fuck, I forget it now. There's not a lot of pickle jokes out there. Absurdus says, just testing to see if this works. Gift card. Well, fuck. Absurdus, it does work. Thank you. And Rachel, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says, for the kitty cats and the adorable baby birds, hope Faraday is feeling better. Hail Satan, lovely people. Thank you, Rachel. And you'll be pleased to know Faraday is no longer in the cone of shame. He's good. He's healed up. For those who weren't aware, we had to put him in the cone of shame for almost a week because he had an abscess on his neck that finally came to the surface and opened. And so we had to get it cleaned out, took him to the vet, everything was good, but he had to wear a collar so he wouldn't scratch at it and infect it and make it nasty. So, but he's good now. The cone is off. He's not scratching it. He seems to be doing well. Roy, thank you for the $1.49 cheeseburger. It looks delicious. And Godwin, thank you for the super chat. Says, and lo, thus saith Doug to Justin, go ye forth, removing keystones from the theist arguments, thus allowing their flimsy house of pebbles to crumble. That's going to be the thing, right? They don't actually have good arguments. Although I'm sad today we had so many people come up that were like not real debates. I was hoping to get some real debates tonight. Maybe because it's Tuesday. I don't know. Handsome Cat says, does turn the other cheek mean that Jesus is changing the Lex Talia law of eye for an eye? Was he a reformer or conservative? Okay, so my understanding is that Jesus was a reformer. And yeah, Lex Talionis. In the law, Jesus didn't seem to like. Now, here's the one thing that Jesus does repeatedly, or at least whoever is writing the Jesus character, right, is doing repeatedly. They're finding like tension in the Old Testament where God says a thing and then later seems to contradict that thing, right? So, for example, in Deuteronomy 24, God says, don't, you can divorce your wife. You give her a written divorce, let her go, right? Never controversial. However, in Malachi, God's like, I hate divorce. And so Jesus is like, there's some tension here. Why is this tension here? He's like, well, it's because God didn't originally plan, or Moses, he says Moses, but he means God. Elsewhere, like Mark 7 and Matthew 15, he tells you that God gave the laws to Moses. So, but he's like, so that's because this wasn't God's original plan. His original plan was to not get divorced. And what Moses said was just a provision. So that's what he's doing as well. So, for example, we were just talking about Leviticus 19:18, like turn the cheek type language, right? Well, this is another one of those passages where if you're looking at this in the Hebrew Bible, you're like, well, it seems to be that there's some tension here, right? If we got this verse that says, do not bear a grudge, do not take vengeance, you shall love your neighbor as yourself. Like, wait a minute. That seems to be incompatible with some of the other laws, right? So Jesus is one of those interesting characters where he's picking out tensions in the law. And he's like, listen, I'm gonna rephrase some of these old laws by using some of the other laws, right? So it's not like he's just making it up out of whole cloth. Jesus isn't just saying, hey, God told you to do this, but I want you to do that. Typically what he's saying is, God told you to do this. However, here's the better way to do it. And typically, what he's saying is somewhere grounded in the Torah. He doesn't always explicitly tell you. So, that's my reading of Jesus. I think he was a reformer. I also think he was a liar and a fraud. I think he was out of his mind. I think he was delusional. I think he literally thought he was the Messiah, and what he needed was some antipsychotics. Aaron, thank you for the super chat. Says a feeble donation. It's not feeble. Any donation is a donation. Says until payday. You have no idea how much I look forward to your streams. Well, thank you, Aaron. I appreciate it, and I appreciate you supporting. It's the community support that keeps my channel thriving. So I can't do it without y'all, friends. And then it says the Quran text and commentary, 2 volumes by Angelica Norwith, Yale University Press, 2024. Also, current sale is 50% throughout May. No way. Let me check this out. It's called Quran text and commentary, and it's 50% off right now. As the University Press, Volume 1. Okay, I see both. I see it. Oh, this is an old one. Let me get the right author. It's Angelica. All right. Neuwirth. That's a name. Okay. Yeah, it's available on University or on Yale University Press, but I don't see it available on Amazon yet. But right now, holy smokes, the hardcover is down to $20 for the first volume, and the second volume is down at $32. So both volumes, for about $52. That's really good. Thanks for Dennis. Thank you for that. I might pick up a copy. I really appreciate that. And a Dream says red looks good on you, sunburn. Actually, I do have naturally reddish skin. I'm just super pale. You know what I mean? And I can't do much about it. And my beard grows in a little bit red. Stardust, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says, why would Jesus curse a fig tree in Mark 11:12? Sure, it was not the season for fruits, but I would assume the God would know that, right? Well, that's the thing, is Jesus isn't really all-knowing in the Gospels. Like, he knows a lot of really cool stuff, but he doesn't know everything. So my understanding of the fig tree is the story there is probably fictional. It's placed there, I think, originally as a metaphor for what's happening with the nation of Israel. In fact, even at the beginning, I think, of the Gospel of John, John himself says of the tree not producing good fruit that an axe is already laid at the base. Right? Let me grab that for you real quick. So there's a bunch of imagery you'll find in the New Testament that is like it giving you, like, the parables are giving you this idea that the Jews are essentially going to be replaced by the Gentiles. That's where replacement theory comes from. But let's see, where would the verse be in John? Dun, 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 dun. Maybe it wasn't John. Let me check it. Let's see. Matthew 3:10 is the first time it shows up. I thought it was going to be in John. Yeah, I was wrong. Was John speaking in Matthew 3? Is that why I confused it? That's probably it. Or I'm just getting old and my memory's finally starting to fail me. Matthew 3, who's speaking? Oh, it is John the Baptist speaking. Okay, I thought John said that. Okay, I'm not crazy. John says, even now the axe is lying at the root of the trees. Therefore, every tree that does not bear good fruit will be cut down and thrown into the fire. Right? And he's referring to the Jews. He says, therefore, be worthy of repentance and do not presume to say to yourselves, we have Abraham as our ancestor, for I tell you, God is able from these stones to raise up children to Abraham. So the Gospels are like super interested in having some level of replacement happening. There's a book on this by Terrence Donaldson you might want to check out. It's a really good book. It's called Judaism and Anti-Judaism in the New Testament. Let me double check. It's called Jews and Anti-Judaism in the New Testament by Terrence Donaldson. It's a really good book. I had to read it way back when I was in Bible college. Mindforged Manacle says, people think infinite regress of causes is the same as regress in arguments. Maybe. For arguments, we have a practical need to start somewhere. My understanding, Manacle, is when people bring up infinite regress, they're usually referring to some sort of infinite regress of events or time, which is, it comes from Aquinas as far as I'm aware. But yeah, I mean, I've not heard a reference to arguments, like an infinite regress of arguments, unless they're like appealing to the PSR or some sort of explanation. Like there can't be an infinite regress of explanations. Also, Divine Order is in the guest box, but I apologize, Divine Order. I'm ending the live stream. I'm just reading the super chats now and shutting it down. I've got to go to bed, but hope you're doing well, Divine Order. I'm sure we'll cross paths soon. But nevertheless, we'll see you sometime, buddy. Guiding Penguin says the most annoying thing about assuming something that exists demands that there must be a creator is that would mean the creator would need a creator. Yeah, I mean, it's weird, right? Because if you're saying, well, the universe can't just exist, a God must have created it. Okay, well, why does God just exist, right? So it doesn't really fix the problem. The real question is, why does anything exist rather than nothing? And nobody has an answer for that. And Jameer says, a banana is spiritually a bus. Indeed it is. If you do New Testament spiritualization, you can make the text say anything you need it to. It doesn't matter what it is. And ZK says religion proudly gaslighting mankind since like forever. You fucking nailed it. Oh, kitty! What a beautiful kitty.
It's Mochi.
That's adorable. Mochi, is that a long-haired black cat?
Yep, long-haired black cat who has tummy problems and receives enemas.
I'm sorry to hear that. Mochi probably doesn't like the enema. Does is it he or she?
She.
Yeah, I don't think he likes the enema, does he?
No, she does not. But she's really cute, and she.
Oh, it's a she.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that correctly. Okay, so Mochi is a she. Okay.
She plays fetch.
Oh, that's adorable. So, listen, some cats do that kind of stuff.
Yeah, she'll bring me this mouse right here. Let's see if she doesn't. Sometimes she does it, sometimes she doesn't. We'll have to see. Mochi, bring it over. No, you just want pets. She just wants pets.
My last cat, Pie, used to go on walks with me and the dog. It was really cute, but most cats don't want to do that. One of those things.
Yeah, she sometimes likes to play fetch, sometimes she just wants pets.
Right. Star Ease, thank you for the super chat, says, since you know Greek is eternal, best translated as age ending in Matthew 25:46, I heard the same Greek word is used for the eternal fire in Sodom and Gomorrah. Well, it depends, because I assume you're referring to the Greek Septuagint then, right? Because the Hebrew Bible, Genesis 19, Sodom and Gomorrah, would have been written in Hebrew rather than Greek. So it's hard to say, but typically, oh my god, I'm sorry, I'm yawning. Typically, I don't know if it's aeon or some other word in Matthew. Let me look it up real quick. So yeah, I've got aeonion, which is should be from the same root word, just to mean everlasting or forever. I'm sure it could be used idiomatically of an age, and that's okay. But it looks like the base definition, it just means forever, eternal. I'm not sure I would use it to always mean an age, but Paul does, right? You'll find aeon in the plural in the Bible, in the New Testament, which means some people were using it to refer to ages or dispensations, right? And even Jesus talks about the end of the age. In fact, that should be at the beginning of Matthew. Hold on. Matthew 24, I think at the beginning of the chapter, uses the same word. Yes, the completion of the age is eonos, which is the same word, just a different ending. It looks like it's a genitive ending. So it can mean something that's not completely forever, but it definitely would still mean, if someone says forever, using the word would at least mean to the end of the present age, right? So it's a fair question, and sometimes it's difficult, right? When you're translating Greek, to know if you have a semantic range for a word, where that semantic range starts and stops for every particular instance. That's why it's best to leave like real difficult translations up to professionals. Like even like I focused on Hebrew and the Hebrew Bible when I was in school, but even I'm very reluctant to critique the translators' Hebrew translations, because to be honest, a lot of them have like PhDs in the Hebrew language. So like you have to be careful. Learning some Greek and Hebrew is really helpful, but you got to remember that like really well-educated professionals are doing these translations, and sometimes it's hard to tell. Sometimes they disagree with each other. That happens. That's why you want to get the knowledge of the languages there. But I would say definitely be careful thinking that you can correct the translator just by using a lexicon. Master Neo says, atheist, culturally Jewish. Okay, that must be you. Do you know or have any good sources on how Christianity progressed to have a fear of hell? I've always been curious. I thought Elaine Pagels did a book on this. Let me check. Or was it Satan? I do know that Bart Ehrman did a book on this for sure. Okay, yeah, Elaine Pagels did The Origin of Satan. So that's one source you're going to want to check out. And then the other one I think is called Heaven and Hell by Bart Ehrman. Yeah, it's called Heaven and Hell: A History of the Afterlife by Bart Ehrman. That's the book you're going to want to on. That's going to be a book that'll give you a lot of good information. And of course, they're going to tell you most of what people tell you. They stole Satan from the Persians. They stole, the Hades or hell from the Greeks, that type of a thing. In fact, the New Testament even says Hades sometimes, and Tartarus, which is obviously Greek. Edward's Dilemma says, if the Romans ruled at the time, what authority would Paul have to persecute Christians? Not much. See, that's the thing. Paul couldn't just roam around anywhere he wants to and just go round up Christians. That for the most part, the Jews were allowed to manage themselves. But when it comes to like legal disputes, there were some limitations. I don't know how likely it is that Paul was just going around murdering Christians. That seems like he'd be violating some rules. Not that he couldn't do it, but if the Romans found out, it seems like there'd be some problems there with the Romans. I agree. And C. Gray says, I learned something new with the argument about Paul's credibility based on lack of Hebrew knowledge. I'd never heard that before. Thanks. Yeah, it's really funny. So like that's the thing. Like if you know how to read Hebrew, and then you go to the New Testament, almost nobody in the New Testament can read Hebrew. They fuck it up all the time. And so in 90% of the time, like maybe 95% of the time, they're quoting from the Greek Septuagint because they couldn't read Hebrew. If the early Christians were indeed Jewish and Hebrew learned, I would expect them to at least be using Aramaic and be quoting the Hebrew Bible rather than the Greek Bible. 515 says YouTube at Mr. Deity named Justin's channel #1 lately. No fucking way. Mr. Deity said that? I love Mr. Deity's channel, by the way. Let me check. Is that so? Mr. Deity said that. That's some high praises. I don't know #1 in what. But I would take the praise from Mr. Deity. Mr. Deity's awesome. Let's see. I don't see a recent video about me on his page, but we are friends. So it is something that he could have said. I don't know where he said it, but Mr. Deity's really cool. If you haven't followed Mr. Deity on YouTube, you probably should. He's been doing these anti-Christian videos for a long time. He's got a lot of them. He's got 766 videos on his channel, and he's responding to apologists. He's responding to Bible claims. It's a really cool channel. Mr. Deity. And Hank says, tedious, obtuse pedantry. Thy name is Christian hobby apologetics. You nailed it. Tedious. But you have to, right? To wake some of these people up, you have to dive into the tedious bullshit. And not the Bible, Jason says, agree to disagree equals I ran out of lies. Adorable. That's really the case, right? Agree to disagree just means I can't defend my position, but I don't want to admit that you're right. That's usually what that means. Anyways, Peace, Love, and Cake, good to see you again, says, there's no way some all-powerful, all-knowing being would manage to make his word so dug-damned confusing unless he purposely fucked with us. This is a fair point. God says he's not the author of confusion. but the Bible is so damn confusing to a lot of people. It's just one of those things where like, okay, it sounds like God is the author of confusion. Nevertheless, what are we going to do, right? Give me 1 second. I got to read a message. Okay, sorry, I had to respond to somebody real quick. I'm looking for a super chat in here. 1 second from somebody. I want to make sure that I didn't miss it because I saw it earlier. Maybe I did pop it up. Sometimes I'll pop up a super chat and I forget to read it. That's probably what happened. Give me a second. My deepest apologies. I got carried away in chatting, and then I forgot to read this one. Yeah, because we were reading this one about the fig tree, and then I apologize. I had this one on screen, and then I didn't fucking read it. Thank you for letting me know. I appreciate that, Carnage. Texas Panhandler, our good friend, thank you for the super chat. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Just a shout out to my virtual date tonight. Oh, fuck, you and Ashera, base Ashera, on our virtual date tonight. I hope all goes well. And 32 days to the next face-to-face. Fun to have a date night live stream. Pete, I'm thrilled for you and base Ashera. It sounds like things are going swimmingly. And I know I definitely like hearing the updates. You guys are really cute together. So hope all is well. You have to tell me where the new meeting is going to be, the new rendezvous location. You know what I mean? Bigfoot survival. Are you a Bigfoot hunter? It says if they cleaned Jesus' body and spiced it, whose blood is on the Shout of Turin? It's actually a really good point because in if you go to the Gospel of John, they actually show prior to setting Jesus' body in the tomb, which is another contradiction, by the way. Prior to setting Jesus' body in the tomb in Genesis 19, it does say that he was wrapped and I think spiced by Joseph of Arimathea. See, let me grab it real quick. After the Joseph of Arimathea, it says Nicodemus, who had first come to night, came. Oh, Nicodemus did. Nicodemus, who had first come to Jesus by night, also came bringing a mixture of myrrh and aloes, weighing about 100 pounds. They took the body of Jesus, wrapped it with the spices in linen cloths, plural, according to the burial custom of the Jews. Now there was a garden in the place where he was crucified, so on and so forth. So it's interesting. The women in Mark chapter 16 are going to spice the body. In John, it's already been spiced. And Mary Magdalene is the first one at the tomb by herself who sees the resurrected Jesus. She wasn't even going to spice the body. So, right? If you go to chapter 20, I don't recall if it says she was going to spice it. It says, early on the first day of the week, while it was still dark, Mary Magdalene came to the tomb and saw the tomb had been rolled away. So Jesus is spiced as he's put in the tomb. In John, in the Synoptics, they go to spice the body later. These counts just don't agree. Game Guy says, it says has risen, not is rising. It's not dark. I mean, yeah. If the sun's risen, it's not dark. If it's dark, the sun has not risen. That's just how those words work, right? And Cynthia, good to see you. Says, love the Justin Dalton combo. Thank you both for all you do. I do love comboing with Dalton. Dalton's a really good resource. He's super, super smart. Nothing gets by him. And Jason says, Dalton is looking at the trees. Checkmate Atheist. True, he was out in the woods. I hope he didn't find God out there. This is going to be a huge problem. And Mason says, I searched adamant in the NRSV and it came up twice being used the same way as the KJV, even though that definition isn't in today's dictionary. Really? Okay, 1 second. Adamant is in... It's in the Webster. It says a stone. Oh, a stone. Interesting. Also, it means an unbreakable or extremely hard substance. Oh, that is different. I wonder what it means in the King James Bible. I've got a list actually, in the cheat sheet of like outdated, weird King James words. Let me see if adamant shows up on the list. It is. Adamant means a sharp, hard stone or the hardest substance. But that's not actually how we read it. Even if it is in the dictionary. In modern English, adamant just means it's like repetitive and unceasing or demanding. That's really interesting. I never caught that before. Thank you. And Jason says, this is starting to feel like the random guy that showed up to the party alone and is still sitting on a couch by himself after everyone went home. Yeah, I think that'd be about right. You're referring to Matthew, yeah. Matthew likes to get into the tedious stuff. He's a good caller though. Matthew's usually nice. And Two Hand Dan says, truly I tell you, all within this chat will have passed away before this caller finishes coping. Rock hard for Doug. And HRVD, which I keep forgetting. I apologize, I forget HRVD. But yeah, Matthew's a nice guy, but he is. Listen, you have to expect that the people that are like indoctrinated into these cults, that they're going to do some coping, right? It's very difficult to go from I believe to I don't believe in a day. It takes a long time, repeated processes. And I would say that when I deconverted and when I was reading the prophecies, I never had those moments where I was like, yeah, he really did fulfill them as long as you squint and make them spiritual. I knew that was some bullshit right from the beginning. I wasn't going to buy that. Hank says Matt's using some huge copium suppositories. You know what? He was doing his best though. For an apologist, I think he was doing better than most, I'd have to say. Now, obviously, all of the apologists are kind of coping, right? They're out there making excuses for the text. But I think Matt's an honest apologist. Gentleman Viking, good to see you, says, doesn't the erasure of Mary from the lineage run counter to the line apologists use about women being first to see the resurrection of Jesus? So this is interesting. If the argument is that Jesus is connected to David through Mary, it's interesting that then they would go on and say also, the Discord told me, Simeon says the abbreviation is Whore's Rule verts Drool. So HRVD is Whore's Rule verts Drool. I didn't know about that one. Now I got it in my head. Thank you. But yeah, if the women are like unimportant, so unimportant that they can't even witness something, then like Mary shouldn't she shouldn't be the genealogical tie. That's preposterous. That's silly. It's a good point. And so TDI says, stay spanked needs. I've never heard anyone call stay woke, stay spanked. Stay spanked needs to start paying for his appearances. Like, go get a sugar baby if you want to get demeaned, guy. You add nothing to the conversation. Never does. Listen, stay woke doesn't bring a whole lot to the conversation anywhere he goes. And nobody likes talking to him. And you guys saw why. That's why I don't let him on very often. He used to be in my guest box every week. Beginning says, the Virgin Mary, ghost sex, or lying 12-year-old. Find out tonight on Deconstruction Zone. Actually, I'm reading a really interesting section in a book right now that's making a case that you guys know the rumor that Pantera was actually the father of Jesus and Mary slept with this Pantera guy. There's actually a really good case for this. Let me see if I can get the article. Hold on. Was it James Tabor that was writing it? No, it wasn't a book. It was I think it was James Tabor's writing. Bart Ehrman and James Tabor has written on this. James Tabor wrote on this, I think, at least twice. Let me grab it. It says, no, Jesus' father was not a Roman soldier who raped Mary, but was this the right one? No, that wasn't the right article. Maybe it's the one by Bart that I was thinking of. Okay. Was the father of Jesus Pantera, part 2. So it must be, maybe it was Ehrman's article that I was reading. Let me see if there's references in it. It is. Okay, so Bart Ehrman wrote a really cool write-up on this, going through all the sources that mention Pantera. And I gotta be honest, like it's pretty wild. I thought that I had a document somewhere where I was recording all these Pantera quotes, and I just forgot to do it. Because if you go to Sefaria, you'll find this in the Talmud quite a bit. Sefaria.org. Let's see, but they spell it different, right? Oop. I'll pull up those references. But yeah, I think Bart Ehrman's the article you want to read on this one. So I'll grab those. I've got the article open. Let's see. Yeah, Yevamot 4 has some references. And then also, interesting, because there's some references of was it Jesus of Pantera was the reference? Yeah, in the Talmud. Okay, in the Talmud, there's references to Jesus, son of Pantera. Isn't that crazy? And anyways, there's a bunch of sources actually that talk about this. Let's see again. It's really cool. Anyways, long and short of it, I think Mary was a young woman who fell in love with a Roman soldier, did the deed, and then needed to cover it up. And next thing you know, Jesus has got no daddy, and he's born from God, right? 1 Million Ant says, if young Earth creationism is true, then God would have created Adam and Eve without buttholes or urinary tracts. Why would they need to expel waste from the body if everything they consume is perfect? So this is a good point. Like, the design of Adam and Eve, it seems that their design was predestined, right? Because if they were in the garden and their body was 100% efficient, then they would have no waste. They wouldn't need to waste, right? So it's really intriguing. They should just be self-sustaining. Doesn't seem to allude to that, right? And then I would say also, like, there's a bunch of weird stuff. Like, people ask, like, did they have belly buttons? Like, I mean, it seems like no, because they didn't have umbilical cords. But I don't know. It's the first time they saw belly buttons. Were they confused? Like, there's so many weird questions. Jeff, good to see you. Says, what do you think about M's tree that says, shirt? I'm an old dad with 7-month-old, so you'll have to excuse my sense of humor. Listen, it's not bad. We love M's and his sure. But I don't, even for me, I'm not entirely, I don't know if I'm ready for that yet on the merch shop. I'll pray about it. And Absurdus says ChatGPT is God. You know what? There probably are some people who would commit to the ChatGPT cult. So TDI says lies provide hope. When did that change? Isn't that weird? Like, it's that people like Stay Woke will say things like we should be Christians just because it makes us feel good. Okay, no one cares. Like, we would say that about any religion. You should be Buddhist. You should be Hindu because it makes you feel good. So TDI also says can't forget his wife is a prophet. Wait, woke? Is there? Are you telling me new information about Stay Woke? His wife is a prophet? I'll have to ask him about that next time I see him. Pat says, stay dumb, my bad. Stay woke. Sorry, not sorry. Yes, stay dumb is he's not been awake a single day in his life. And he's having a rough one. It's crazy that he was up here thinking that he was cooking with that nonsense. Shirley Temple says, you tell them, snitch. I work with Heck 293 and GFP. I do ALS research. Yay science. Fucking A, yay science. Like, religion didn't get us to this point. Science got us to this point. And Jason with another one. Thank you, Francis. Stay joke is crazy. Stay joke uses chat ABD. What's next, goofball? Chat shapes and colors. Indeed. 1 foot in reality and the other on a banana peel. Rough life. Stay woke is constantly getting cooked on these live streams. It's crazy to me that he still does it. Everywhere he shows up, he gets roasted. And TDI says, also remember, Stay Woke is unemployed, but Snitch has no clue where she's going in life. Isn't that crazy? I should have asked what I did. I think I did ask. I asked him what did he research. I didn't ask him what he does for work. I'm willing to bet Stay Woke is unemployed. I could be wrong, but that seems like his vibe, you know? Shirley with his follow-up says, stay woke, you get some leeches next time you get sick. Yeah, or cast out the unclean spirits, obviously. And Async, also Gretchen, thank you for the super chat, says, stay woke up and chose lying douchebag today. Yeah, that was the card he played today. He had a whole deck of cards. He says, I'm going to be a lying douchebag today. And that's what we got. Peace, love, and cake says Ray Comfort and his stupid effort in one day. Hell is real, and I'm there. Yes. Also, I forgot. I was supposed to read in a book. Fuck. Let's see. I was supposed to scan through a book for somebody. There's an ex-employee who used to work with Ray Comfort at a high level, who's out and is deconstructing and has contacted me and is writing a book about his experience. I was going to review it for him, but yeah, it should be interesting. I think he's going to be on the channel eventually. I need to catch it back up. Pick and Grin says, caller passionate about a book he doesn't understand. Isn't that crazy? To not read a book, not understand a book, and then claim that you're passionate about it. Where's the passion? The passion to ignore it? The passion to not read it? What bullshit are you talking about? Absurdus says, how much super chat money would it take to drop the POS FF stay woke? Sorry, I mean, we don't have a system for that yet. Maybe we'll institute one in the future when we say like $100 we'll drop a guest. But it's hard right now because the algorithm is kind of shitty. So it's hard to get guests to come up. The algorithm used to be different. It used to be that TikTok would feed you all kinds of guests, and you never had to worry about running out. But things are changing. Snickerdoodle says it's scary. Stay woke probably votes terrifying. That's a weird thing. I don't know where he's from. I assume USA, but like, he's obviously going to be voting for whatever Christian party he thinks is the most Christian, which is disturbing. Mason, good to see you, says, I can't believe you allow Stay Woke to stay after being a narcissistic and pathetic POS to snitch. Silver lining, though, a put off to Christianity. So that's kind of my point. So snitch is almost, not snitch, I mean, woke is almost never a worthy guest. But I really needed him to show his ass today so we can clip it and embarrass him. Usually he gets away without being clipped because he didn't say anything. He won't answer any questions. He's just like, I'm rubber and you're glue, right? So I really wanted to keep him on long enough to embarrass him, and I think we accomplished that with Snitch's help.
I agree.
Yeah. AI-induced apologist says, any thoughts on Leviticus 12, 1-5 on why women were more unclean for giving birth to girls? Seems bizarre. Rock hard for Doug. This question comes up a lot. I'm trying to remember what Jacob Milgram and Baruch Levine said about that. I do have his commentary here. Let me grab it real quick. All right. So Jacob Milgram is probably the preeminent scholar on Leviticus. I can't imagine anyone is close to topping him yet. But let me grab the verse for you real quick and see what he has to say. His commentaries, man, are girthy. They are girthy. Okay. Let's see, blah blah blah. The Lord spoke to Moses. Let's see, we're going to be in verse 1-5. 7 days, one shall be impure for the period of menstruation. On the 8th day, the foreskin shall remain in a state untouched if she bears a female. So really, we want verse 5. So let me see what he says specifically about verse 5 here. Dun, 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 dun. He's so long when he writes as well. You have to cover a lot of ground to get to specifics. Oh, pigeon, turtle, dove. Priest. Okay, I think I passed it. 1 second. Because you can't touch anything that's in there. 3 days.
By the way, I was just I'm packing away some stuff because I have a trip to New York very soon to see my family. And I just wanted to say, like, for the person who's like calling me unemployed, I think my students would disagree with you.
Oh, you mean woke? I think woke was suggesting you were unemployed. No, I don't think any of our people were saying you're unemployed. They were saying woke was unemployed. Okay. Yeah, no,
I wasn't sure if I heard that wrong.
No, it's not you. It's not you. It was referring to woke. So don't worry about that. Everyone here respects you.
Oh.
All right. So let's see. Wow, he's got a lot going on here. Okay, 7th day for the newborn, and then the circumcision, then the infirmity, not really well laid out. She shall be impure. The impurity of a comment on a contract overlap. Blah, blah, blah. Wonder if he's going to say anything. Another culture, newborn child is also impure. Yep, we got that. What of the Israelite child? If he or she rendered impure by contact with the mother, the text is silent. Even hint doesn't mean that we're exempt from the law. Nida, child impurity. There's interesting. Said isolate for 7 or 14 days, and that the termination of this period then undergoes immersion. There's no clear. There is the severe menstrual impurity is terminated by immersion, but state regarding the duration, if they do not, shall be impure. Lasts for 7 days, assumes a period of termination. The same holds true for the menstruation. Besides a minor impurity, man, I don't think he's going to address it in this particular commentary, but I know he addresses it somewhere. Then it's verse 3. This verse then switches from the mother to the boy. Okay, so that's verse 3 he's on. We specifically want verse 5. Here's verse 4, meaning she shall remain. Where does he address verse 5? Or is it like way at the end of this chapter? Sorry about the delay here. There we go. Verse 5, like 5 pages later. Introduces the second case. A female says, the probable reason that the legislator choosing of the 2 weeks, double that of a male, just as in the case of a male child, it is assumed that at the end of the period is marked by immersion. Oh shit! Is he not going to address it? Double the second period for the birth of a boy, giving a total of 8 days before the reason for doubling are cited on notes 33 days. Oh, interesting. So he doesn't completely address it. Weird why he would not actually address it. He's usually really good. It says the reason for this doubling, see note on 38 days. Oh, verse 4a. So we got to go back to verse 4. The beginning of it, where he, this is gonna be long. I'm just gonna have to read this on my own time and document on a separate document what he actually says, because here's the note: is thereby a total of 40 days is given for the purification of blood of a boy. The number is well attested throughout the Bible. But what is unexpected is that this 40-day period for the postpartum purification of the mother is prevalent in many other cultures as well. For example, we know it's prevalent. Comparative material also duplicates the disparity of the purification period following the birth of a boy and that of a girl, with the period following a girl's birth nearly always being longer. Thus, in India, a new mother is barred from religious rites for 30 days if the child is male, and 40 days if the child is reversed. That's a crazy way to say it. 9 days for in southern India if it's female. In southern India, however, the seclusion, blah, blah, blah. So he's saying that this is a common practice. Nonetheless, the Hittite ritual must also be sharply distinguished from its Israelite counterpart, not only by its length, but also by the fact that purification rites applied to the child and mother among the Hittite. Man, the reason for the disparity between the sexes is unknown. Some have conjectured that the postnatal discharge of the female lasts longer. Others suggest that, judging by Israelite law and practice, the disparity reflects a relative status of sexes. The redemption of price of a woman is about half the man. That's true. In Leviticus 27, a woman's redemption price is half of a man. Says, an old legend offers the ideology that whereas Adam was created at the end of the first week and was brought into the sacred Eden on the 41st day, Eve was created at the end of the second week, admitted into Eden on the 81st day. That's in Jubilees chapter 3. A biological distinction is made by Rabbi Ishmael. The male embryo is completely formed on 41 days and the female 81 days. That is a view current in the ancient Near East, is supported by the Greek sources. Aristotle holds that the male is formed 40 days and the female is formed 3 months. Hippocrates opts for 30 days for the male and 42 days for the female. So it sounds like there might be, according to the ancients, some kind of biological reason for this. Probably some sort of like having to do with the sexes. When I was in school, I asked about this a little bit, and one of the suggestions was what he said, which is namely because the female babies, eventually they will bleed and become impure. Then you get a double purity period for the mother because something impure is coming out of something impure, and they'd be more impure for women. So, but that's not a great argument. I bet because it shows up in the Hittite literature and the Greek literature and other literature from the ancient Near East, I bet there's some sort of weird biological reason behind it that people we've lost the information for. I'll do some research on it, see what I can find out. Carnage, hey, thank you for the super chat. Great to see you. It says Occam would rather take his chances with gravity than stuffers stay woke's clown shoes BS. That is it. Actually, he was having a good time. I wouldn't stick around for Stay Woke either. The guy is not worth a lot of people's time. He was really only worth as long as it took to get him to say some bullshit so we can clip him. I probably won't let him back. In fact, I think the last time he was here, I think I told him never to come back, which is why he stayed away so long. But yeah, always looking out for Occam, Big W. And Pat, thank you for the super chat. Says it would take me an infinity amount of time, labor to get as dumb as Stay Woke. Guy is a work of art, a modern art masterpiece, something to be awed, to be in awe. It's true. It's true. He is exquisitely dumb. Also, I want to point out, people were asking about the name of our green bird. And that's what you see in this picture right here in Carnage's picture. That's the green parrot. And the name for the green parrot is Electra. So we've got a Volta and an Electra in the pet family. So that's what we ended up naming the female bird. So we got Occam and Electra. I think they go together pretty well. I just hope that she doesn't turn out to be a stripper. So, well, actually, I guess if she wants to be a bird stripper, that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. I don't know why. It's such a cultural instinct to want people to not engage in that profession, but there's nothing wrong with it. It's like programming from Christianity. It's like a reflex from religion. Crazy. Godwin says, here's a tip. $1, my compliments to the chef. Well, thank you, Godwin. I appreciate that. I think we got what we needed out of Woke. And Furtive Patak says, drinking each time Woke's voice pitches up. Actually, it is fun to watch him get a little bit excited. A little bit worked up. He doesn't usually get worked up. He usually just drones on and on, right? And Pat says, Justin is cooking the shit out of Stay Dumb tonight. Listen, I really wanted to. He's so annoying. He's such an annoying guest. I'm like, I'm going to fucking get something out of him tonight. We're going to make it happen. And E-Boogie says, a black man defending the slaver god will always blow my mind. That's why I asked him specifically. I don't try to overdo the slavery bit because a lot of people do slavery, but I was like, listen, if Stay Woke is like down with slavery, it's going to be really bad optics. So smug too. Dude, you need Doug. Hope you're well, Justin. Hell Nero. Boogie, I am doing quite well. Thank you for asking. I really appreciate that. And also for those who don't know, Faraday's doing well now. The cone of shame has been removed from Faraday. Game Guy says, nobody should have to talk to Stay Woke for free. So here's $5. I appreciate that, Game Guy. Stay Woke is one of those callers that a lot of people just ignore. There's a lot of streamers on TikTok that don't take them anymore. Mr. Brief says, please, Justin, he'll never concede. Dump the call. We did see Mr. Briefs. I took a while, and I apologize. He's stubborn, and he's ignorant. But the reality is we got something out of him tonight. I probably won't let him back up, though. Yoda St. Cloud, great to see you. Says, I hope you had a good day. Yes, even you. Fuck, same to you, Yoda. Says, I also wanted to say that Stay Woke's vote is the same power as yours. Don't forget that. Yeah, it's rock hard for Doug and RSFO. Y'all know what RSFO means? I feel like I should know that one. But yeah, listen, that's the scary part is Stay Woke gets to vote, and his vote counts just as much as your vote does. And so that's why we have to deconvert people from these dangerous, toxic fucking religions, because they affect the world around us. They all get to vote. Herman says, I don't have 13 reasons why, but if I did, Stay Woke would be 15 of them. Fucking A, it would. Yeah. Stay Woke is all the reasons you need for these conversations to carry on. And Hank says, Stay Woke isn't stupid AF. He's way stupider. You know what? Sometimes I'm confused if he's really stupid or purposely obtuse. I think it might be both. I think he's both stupid and obtuse. Simeon, thank you for the super chat. Says, I see why Stay Woke loves ChatGPT. They both hallucinate Bible verses constantly. The gaslighting POS FF genuinely scares me whenever he shows up here. So it's interesting because like he almost understood. He almost knew the reference he was looking for. It didn't say what he wanted it to say. He wanted the reference to say that Jesus was suggesting no more sacrifices, right? Jesus doesn't say that. In both Hebrews and the Gospels, that passage, mercy I desired, not sacrifice, that shows up twice in the New Testament as far as I recall. But yeah, it does. It's not saying in the Gospels to not do sacrifice anymore. Jesus is literally just saying that God, while he wants sacrifices, also desires mercy, which is why these sick people are going to be brought into the kingdom. That's why he says sick people need a doctor. The doctor, he's enacting the mercy, right? So that's the point of the verse. I knew, I kind of knew he was going to go to this passage, but I was hoping he was going to press on the idea that he initially gave, which is that this passage is about getting rid of sacrifices. But it seems like once we got to the passage and he read it, he just switched. He's like, oh, yeah, that's what I was talking about. Oh, that's not really what you're talking about. You were talking about Jesus saying that sacrifices, like, he didn't want sacrifices anymore. That's not what Jesus said. Hebrews does make that suggestion, that the book of Hebrews does. Mason says, where did Paul get his doctrine from if the gospel hadn't been written yet, or did he make shit up as he went? So that's the difficult part. Where did he get all of his ideas from? Now, he says, not from any man. So it couldn't be the disciples. According to Paul, Jesus taught him. That's really the thing. He literally says that he was taught by Jesus and not by any man. So the general idea is that, he's got like a superior, right? He's got a superior knowledge. Nevertheless, Sean, thank you for the super chat, says, please tell Stay Woke that adding an annoying high-pitched influx into his voice doesn't make his BS sound more convincing. It really doesn't. He might think it does. He might think it does. I want to find that out of the verse in Hebrews. See. Hebrews 10:5-7 was the one that I thought he was going to bring up. Because Hebrews 10 does suggest that God doesn't want sacrifices. Let me pull it up. So fundamentally, he was confusing these two verses. So Hebrews says that God doesn't want sacrifices anymore. Jesus didn't say that. So consequently, when Christ came into the world, he said, which he didn't say this, by the way, in this particular way, sacrifices and offerings you have not desired, but a body you have prepared for me. Oh, he didn't actually say that. That quotation didn't exist in Jesus's words. He didn't say, and this is also from the Greek, which is fucked up. The Greek Septuagint says that's not the Hebrew Bible. In burnt offerings and sin offerings you have taken no pleasure. Then I said, see, I have come to do your will, O God, and the scroll of the book is written of me. So this is a quotation he's saying that Jesus said, but he didn't actually say the whole quotation. He didn't say all this. What he said in Matthew was merely that these sick people need a doctor, learn the meaning of I desire mercy, not sacrifices. He didn't say anything about God denying or not wanting sacrifices and offerings. So it's, that's where I thought he was going to pull up. I thought he'd ChatGPT it and it would pull up Hebrews and we can laugh at him. But then he changed his tune. Tim says, P1, shit floats. P2, Jesus walks on water. Conclusion, Jesus is full of shit. Oh, true. It's the same classical syllogism from Monty Python. Wood floats. If a witch floats, it means she's made of wood. So let's see. What how did that go? Yeah, floats. Yeah, let's see. What was it? And ducks float because they're made of wood. And if she weighs the same as a duck, that means she's made of wood. I think I remember how that went. It was a funny scene in Monty Python. Just Shmuley says, Stay Woken's dissonance is something else. else wanted to show off my sweetheart German Shepherd, Belle, in the new PFP. Oh, what a beautiful German Shepherd. Belle is adorable. Rock hard for Doug, simply wet for Shared, and Justin fucking rock. German Shepherds are really a cool breed. They're smart. They're good family dogs. They're good protectors. But they are athletic. You have to give them some attention. They'll get antsy. They'll chew on your shit if you don't walk them a lot. Resistance, thank you for the 10 Aussie dollar super chat. It says Christians and other religious nuts seem to view themselves as some sort of humanitarian in a twisted sense. Well, that's what Woke thinks. Woke literally thinks he's doing a service for humanity by coming up here and being a fool. As a humanitarian, I can say confidently that they are opposite of humanitarian. Agreed. Religion has not done humanitarian work. They've actively destroyed, humanity. Dread Goose says, how to keep your form while bench pressing. I'm going back to free weights because it keeps hitting my shoulders and not my chest. Fair. First of all, if you're at the gym and you're doing, and Snitch will probably vouch for this, if you're at the gym and you're doing bench press, any workout, I think you're going to get more muscle activation through free weights because you have to balance the weights. Whereas when you're on a Smith machine, go ahead, you can correct me.
Yeah, that's actually not entirely true. So first, I would say that your muscles are organized in these things called motor units, where you have multiple muscle fibers of your muscle being controlled by specific motor neurons. There's hundreds to thousands of motor neurons per muscle. And the more you focus on one muscle's contraction, the more motor units you're going to recruit for a given muscle. And this makes sense energetically because you're putting more energy into contracting one singular muscle, whereas with multi-joint movements like, let's say, a deadlift or a squat, you're focusing your energy on multiple muscles coordinating together. And while it will probably burn more calories overall and provide more strain on the body and in regards to like the actual fatigue profile, which is the reason why deadlifts and squats are so exhausting, because your brain works so hard to coordinate everything together, you're not actually recruiting more motor units for the given muscle of your choice. So during a squat, for example, your vasti muscles are probably going to be recruited a little bit less a little less in comparison to if you were to do, let's say, actually vasti muscles are a bad example. I would say rectus femoris. Your rectus femoris, which is a long knee extensor, is probably going to contribute a little bit less to a squat pattern because it crosses two joints, and then it also is, it's another muscle alongside three other muscles, potentially four, that also participate in knee extension, which are your vasti muscles, as well as a new one, which is called the tensor vastus intermedius, which was recently discovered. But that all being said, basically, long story short, the more energy you have to focus on coordinating multiple muscles together, the less likely you are to recruit one muscle to a really, really high degree. Whereas if you're doing like a single joint movement, like a knee extension, you're more likely to put all of your effort into that one muscle. But also, if you're trying to bench press and you're having trouble with your form, what I would recommend is retracting your scapula, and it will cause your back to arch a little bit. That's fine. You don't need to do like a crazy power lifter arch, but if you're arching your back and you're retracting your scapula, it'll keep your pec minor, which is a small pec muscle, a small chest muscle that attaches to your ribs from your scapula. It keeps that muscle stable, so that way throughout the movement you're not putting a lot of strain on it. And a lot of bencher's shoulder is typically due to pectoralis minor tendinopathy. So the more you can avoid overly straining the pec minor, the better.
Okay. So it sounds to me, so when I was young, when I was doing sports conditioning and things like that, I was always told that free weights activate more muscles. It sounds like that's not true then. It sounds like that's maybe outdated or maybe like an old wives' tale.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an old wives' tale. It's not entirely outdated. Like, there are certain things you should be doing compounds for. A good example would be really large muscle groups that primarily participate in stabilizing and coordinating movement. So your
Your abs and your erector spinae, which is basically just a large muscle that spans your entire back. Both of these muscles stabilize the front and back of your body. And so, yeah, you could do like a crunch and you can do like a erector spine. Oh my God, wait. Oh my God, here it is. Here it is. She brought it back to me.
Aww. Beautiful.
But so the abdominis, rectus abdominis, which is the six-pack abs muscle, and your erector spinae, they both contribute to stabilizing movements that involve pretty much your entire body. And so, yeah, you could isolate them to get a little bit more quote-unquote motor unit recruitment from it. But if you're trying to look really shredded and have a six-pack abs, you probably don't want to build them up too crazy. So if you're just getting your work in through stabilization, that's also another way to do it. So it really just kind of depends on what your goals are. And again, if you're looking to get stronger because you're a power lifter, then yeah, you should do squat, bench, deadlift. But if you're just looking for more muscle mass, then isolation movements are probably your go.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Well, I didn't do powerlifting or physique training when I was younger. It was mostly just training for sports. I'm curious if that's why they had us do that. But nevertheless, I'm certainly glad to be corrected. I appreciate that. I would say the form on the bench press, my gym buddy has a different form than me, and it works really well for him. But his form doesn't work for me. So it might be that you've got to figure out what works for you. He has a grip with his thumbs on the back, arms, and then he comes out here and he'll bring it down right across like this part of his chest, like really high. I have no idea how he even does it, but he gets a really good chest workout that way. I can't do it. I've got to bring it down here, and I keep my thumbs on the side of the bar, and I try to bring it down as far as possible so I get a good stretch, and that's it. But Snitch, you actually do like physique training, right? You're actually training like specific muscle groups, and you're actually like, are you doing competitions or anything, or what's up?
I used to be a not competitive bodybuilder, competitive power lifter, and I am looking to potentially compete soon in bodybuilding. I would like to compete at the end of my master's degree before I dive headfirst into a PhD. But that being said, like I train a little bit for both. I do a lot of strength training because I like benching heavy weight and knowing that I bench more than the guy next to me. But I also do a lot of stuff for specifically growing muscle. So it's kind of a mix of both. I feel like there's some exercises that you could get away with that are more quote unquote strength oriented and still build a decent amount of muscle with, despite being compound movements. So like squat, which can help bias your vasti muscles a little bit more since they only cross one joint and they're differentially a little bit more recruited during a squat pattern, whereas during a leg extension, your rec fem, which is the one that crosses two joints, is more so recruited. They're both knee extensors, so they extend your knee. And then for like RDLs, they're a good way to target your hamstrings and your glutes all at once. And despite it being a compound movement, it's a good way to more efficiently work through all of your exercises. So it really just depends on your goals. There's ways to program every single exercise into your routine, regardless of whether it's compound or isolation. So I err on the side of caution with saying like, oh yeah, this one type of exercise is going to be better for growing muscle versus another. I think it depends more on the context.
Sure. Well, thanks for the information. Handsome Cat, thank you for the super chat. It says Abraham served Yahweh milk and meat. Kosher? That's actually interesting. So that happened before the law was given. So I'm assuming not so much. So I don't know about that one actually. I suspect it's not. I mean, when God's law changes over time, right? Philip Dragon, Aaron, my friend, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. It says just FYI, you skipped one super chat earlier from Astronova. What the fuck? Did I do that again? I'm so bad. I apologize, friends. My ADHD is rough. Astronova, I apologize. You know I would never do it on purpose. I love you, friend. Says you're asking a black man about slavery. That was the thing, right? Stay Woke says the black man that worships the god of the slave masters, transatlantic slave trade, he's also so desperate to be special. It's weird, guys. I got to be honest. It's weird to me. And to be fair, as like a white person, I still feel bad that white people did it. Like, we poisoned people around the globe that we oppressed with the religion. Like, it wasn't enough that, like, eventually, that the slaves were set free. They're still being like punished by all the lingering effects of what happened, and part of that is the lingering effect of the religion that was forced upon them. It's crazy. I don't know what we're gonna do about it, but we're gonna keep doing these streams. I know that much. D20, thank you for the life-granting unicorn. Super appreciate that. And Rogerio Afonso, I apologize if I got that wrong. Thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, hey, Justin, this is the guy from Rio de Janeiro. I thought that was you, because there's only one Rogerio that I've seen who thinks you're absolutely amazing. Well, I think you're amazing. Thank you so much for so many great videos. Can you talk a little bit about your watch? It looks great. Sure. So I had a black wristband on my watch, and I apologize. I swapped it out recently because my cats ate it. This is a orange mandated wristband. It's the first version of the Apple Watch Ultra. I think there's like 2 or 3 more versions out by now. I forget. But it does everything I need it to. It's a decent little watch. I've had Samsung watches before, back when I was doing Android. They kind of suck balls. Maybe they're better now. The reality is, for what I need the watch for, this watch just does everything intuitively better. Whereas on the Android, when I was using the Samsung watches, like, I had to set everything up manually. Everything I wanted the watch to do, I had to physically go in and tell it to do that shit. Whereas a lot of the apps on your phone, like, it's already set up to do the basic stuff you would want it to do. You don't have to go in and like do all the things. And plus, this has better features, to be fair. And the water resistance is good. I go swimming with this on. I take my son swimming. We're in the waves. We're in the water. Not a problem. Birdkeeper, thank you for the super chat, says, was over an hour ago, and I had just watched you respond to it. LOL. But your prior super chat. Yeah. I said the head of angels, not bread. Oh, the head of angels. I thought you said the bread. Freudian slip. Not the bread of angels, the head of angels, not bread of the angels. But that's cool, from Psalms. LOL. I was just referring about Michael. Yes, Michael was basically the head of the angels. And by the way, the verse I was looking for wasn't Psalm 73. It was Psalm 79, I think. Psalm 78 or 79, if I remember correctly. 78, 79. Let's see. Yes, 78 is where it was. The Maskil of Asaph, talking about the Exodus. And he talks about the manna. It says, mortals ate of the bread of the angels. He sent them food in abundance. So that's what they eat up in heaven, is the manna, obviously, right? But as for Michael, what you want to do is if you go and read Daniel thoroughly, you'll find that Michael in chapter 10 and chapter 12 he's like the main guy. He's the one that's got to fuck everybody up. Let me check Daniel chapter 11. I'm not 10. I mean chapter 10. I think that's where he has to go fight the Prince of Persia at the end of chapter 10. Almost there. Here we go. Yeah, so at the end of chapter 10, yeah, he says, I'll read it for you. It says, again, one in human form. See what it says? One in human form, meaning in human likeness. So when it says one like the Son of Man, it's the angel, one who's in human form. Touch me and strengthen me. He said, do not fear, greatly beloved. You are safe. Be strong and courageous. When he spoke to me, I was strengthened and said, let my Lord speak, for you have strengthened me. Then he said, do you know why I have come to you? Now I must return to fight against the Prince of Persia. And when I am through with him, the Prince of Greece will come. And then I believe this is Gabriel, right? That's visiting Daniel, because Gabriel is usually the angel that comes to Daniel. And then he says this about Michael. He says, I'm about to tell you what is inscribed in the book of truth. There is no one with me who contends against the princes except Michael, your prince. So the princes is a code word for these celestial divinities that have to fight, where every nation like has their own god, has their own angel. They have to fight with each other, right? And Michael is the one over Israel that fights for Israel, right? That's why in Daniel 12, if you read the beginning of it, when it gives like the final battle, it says, at that time, Michael, the great prince, remember he's the great prince, the protector of your people shall arise, and there should be a time of anguish. So the one who's like a son of a man is an angel, and the highest ranking of them in Daniel is obviously Michael. The Night Ni says, have you ever, by the way, I didn't make this interpretation up. You'll find it in John J. Collins' commentaries. You'll find it in other commentaries about Daniel. That's just, I think sometimes people think that I have weird interpretations. None of my interpretations were invented out of whole cloth, actually. It says, have you ever seen the Spirit of Truth videos on YouTube? I have not. It was literally a dude crashing out for God for an hour on public access. Funny as hell, rock hard for Doug. The Spirit of Truth is just a crash out session. Let me find it. Let's see. The Spirit of Truth. Oh, fuck. I see it. Oh, yeah. You know what? I'll give that a look later. That's a good reference. Thank you for that. And the Night Ni says definition of adamant is a goody two shoes. Really? That's what it means now? I didn't know that. Am I get the wrong adamant? Like when I say he adamantly, implored that I go do something? Like am I thinking of a different spelling? Is it maybe with I adamant? No, I think it's the same word. Adamantly. Adamantly is a adverb describes acting with total determination. That's what I said. Refusing to change one's mind or being utterly unyielding. Okay. I guess that makes sense because the original root word means something akin to like stone, right? So you might turn that into an adverb, right? So I think that might work. Definitions are really fucking us up tonight, right? Matthew says, hey, Justin, you've mentioned how much stuff you have going on at once when streaming. As a fellow nerd, I'd love to see your setups. Doug Speed, Matthew, it's crazy. In order to do this, I've literally got 4 4K monitors running to have all the apps open. I've got Notepad, TikTok Studio, OBS. I've got Social Stream Ninja aggregating all of the super chats. I've got my text open. I've got my Discord open. And I've got 2 web browsers open. And I've got Video Ninja open for taking in guests. And they all have to go somewhere, right? So it's pretty messy. And you have to have a high-end PC to run all this stuff. But it's worth it because you can stream anywhere you want to. Now, I would say this. The StreamYard online streaming software is now so good, it can do almost everything I'm doing without having all this nonsense. It's still expensive. I forget what it costs now, but you can dual stream vertical and horizontal, and you can customize your vertical and your horizontal stuff. It's not quite as functional as OBS, but if you want something that works out of the box, StreamYard now has your back. So I'm not paid by StreamYard to say this. All I'm saying is the reason why I started using OBS to begin with is because these features were missing from StreamYard. But this OBS is just more powerful, to be fair. So we're going to stick with it. Mindforged Manacle says, odd question about Judaism. Also, if you send me an email, I'll take a picture of my setup. I'll show it to you. I don't mind showing you. Mindforged Manacle says, odd question about Judaism. If a pregnant woman converts, is the child only considered Jewish if the conversion finishes before the quickening? Okay, so, that's actually a fair question. So typically, your relation to Judaism is from your mother. Your tribal allotment is from your father. So if you're born to a Jewish woman, you're Jewish. But typically, like the child didn't come together. It's not considered human-esque until, what was it, 40 days or 30 days? Let me check. 40 days is the typical number in the Talmud. So that's when he gets a soul typically. So would the child be Jewish prior to getting a soul? I guess they wouldn't count it as a they might not count it as an actual human yet. So if that's the case, I would imagine no. I would imagine that the baby wouldn't be Jewish yet because it's not even at a developmental state where it can take those kinds of properties. And Jason says toes. Hey, are people showing toes in the Discord? Actually, our super secret society Discord in my link tree has a section for feet, if anyone's interested. But keep it PG. Knowledge, thank you for the super chat, says, have you asked why apologists in certain political groups have to lie so much? So many of them are in bad faith. I think some are incompetent too. I think there's probably more people that we talk to up here that are incompetent than bad faith. I always like the saying, never attribute to malice what can be better explained by incompetence, because I think a lot of people are just incompetent. However, we get special ones up here like Stay Woke, who's incompetent and bad faith. And so, yeah, it's a hairy situation, but apologists are apologists. Like they don't want their God to not exist. It brings them comfort, right? Lynn, thank you for the super chat, friend, says, I am watching a vid with CJ Cornthwaite. He's amazing. And Professor Marcus Vincent saying that the earliest Christians had no belief that Jesus resurrected. Yeah, because in Mark, there's no resurrection, right? In fact, CJ and others have posited recently that perhaps the transfiguration was originally meant to be some kind of resurrection scene, and then it ended up not getting to be one, right? Check out CJ Cornthwaite's videos on that. He's got a PhD in early Christianity. He's really cool. But anyways, we did a video together too on the Septuagint. Now that I think about it, we're going to get together and do another video soon, I'm sure. What are your thoughts? Do we know their teachings that early? Justin fucking Rock and Gabe for sharing. Hell yeah. So I don't think we know. That's the problem. In the period between Jesus's life and like the first writings, we don't know much. It seems like if Jesus resurrected, and that was the key part of Jesus' ministry, the thing he came to do was to resurrect and defeat death and do a harrowing of hell. Well, then Mark should have included that. That's the most important part, right? Is the resurrection. Now, it seems if Mark has anything to say about it, perhaps Mark is setting him up as a sacrifice for sins. Maybe Mark is just telling a story, and maybe Mark himself doesn't even know if Jesus is necessarily the Messiah. Like in Mark, the disciples are idiots. They keep fumbling around, not realizing Jesus is the Messiah. It's hard to... I bet somebody has written a really good book on Markan theology. Let me see if there is one. I know people have written books on the Christology of Mark for sure. See if there's a good book. Okay. Let me grab, I think... There's quite a few, by the way, there's quite a few people who write exclusively about the Gospel of Mark, but let me see. Why does it keep bringing up this wiki page? I just want Google. Give me Google, bro. Not Google Maps. I just want Google.com. Stop finishing my URL. Okay. All right. Let's see if I can figure out this guy's credentials, because there is a guy who wrote a book on this. I just need to figure out what his credentials are. Okay. But the link that goes to his credentials don't go to his fucking credentials. All right, hold on. It's William Telford. Give me a second. I can't seem to find a resume for William Telford. Nevertheless, he's got a book published by a fine publishing house. It's called The Theology of the Gospel of Mark in the New Testament Theology section, Volume 1. This is a kind of a commentary series. That's definitely something that you could dig into. You could also just get a good commentary on Mark. So in the Yale Anchor Bible series or the World Biblical series, or the Hermenia series, or the International Critical Commentary, the American Commentary. There's a lot of good commentaries on Mark that'll go into some of the key theological developments of Mark. Akram, hey, thank you for the super chat, my friend. Big W, it says, need a t-shirt with Doug. Well, I got Doug in the gift shop, my friend. Roland, the farting turtle spaghetti monster cat, and I can't pronounce any of these. Fergal Burgle, Imminagirl Burgle, however it was spelled at the Passover table, also do Facebook Lives. So I've been toying with the idea of going back to doing Facebook Lives vertical. I don't know how much overhead I need to add in another stream, and if my bandwidth will keep up, but I think it will. The reason why I stopped doing it for a while is because they wouldn't let you stream from your page, right? From your profile, right? I have a business profile for my business, and you couldn't stream from it. You can only post videos. In order to stream, you had to create like a fan page and stream from your fan page. Like, what the fuck? No one's following my fan page. Why am I doing this? I think they finally undid that. I think you can actually stream right from your profile. So I'll have to look into it and see if I could make that work. Because I don't want people following a fan page. Just follow my main profile. That's why I got it. It's ridiculous. Genji, hey, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, friend. Says Snitch. I have been powerlifting for 40 years. Fuck, Genji, I didn't know that. And I'm in my early 40s and deadlifting in the high 700s. That's fantastic. And low 800s. As I advance in my 40s, I find it harder to pull the 800s. Could this be a sign of age-related decline? That's crazy.
So I've been doing a lot of digging into age-related decline as of late because my current research in cachexia does a lot of playing into this kind of field. And I recently found a really interesting paper that basically found that there's a specific protein in muscle that plays a role in the ability for muscle to regenerate and repair itself. And for context, your muscles don't regenerate and repair like skin cells. They don't divide. Instead, there's a separate pool of cells that donate information in the form of nuclei to those muscle cells. And these cells that help to regenerate and repair muscle cells in this fashion are called satellite cells. They basically sit on the satellite of muscle cells and wait until there's damage to repair. They get activated and then they start repairing it. But the specific protein, it's called NRDG7, NRDG1. I don't remember the specific letter word salad, but it's a paper from 2026, and it basically found that this protein increases in satellite cells, and it increases the ability of that satellite cell to linger in muscle tissue, so it allows that satellite cell to stick around longer. However, it reduces rates of muscle protein synthesis, which would likely be contributing to a reduced capacity to produce force, and that is likely a cause of age-related skeletal muscle decline. But that was just a recent mechanism discovered in 2026.
Yeah. Hope that helps, Genji, and also big fucking W for being able to do that much in your 40s. That's super impressive. Shit, I couldn't do that kind of stuff even when I was young. That's crazy. I'm not a huge guy either, but Genji's obviously probably massive compared to me. But big W nonetheless. Those are huge numbers. So a huge W to you. Mindforge Manacle, it says, is Son of Man a title or description of a human? So in the Ezekiel, it's a description for a human. However, in Daniel, it's a description for the Messiah. So there's this intertestamental development that happens in the book of Enoch and also in other literature, especially like in Daniel, where we get this idea of a messianic figure being son of man, or like a son of man. Let me and some of the references you want to grab, I wrote in an article a long time ago about this. You're going to want to do 2nd Esdras chapter 13. You'll find the Son of Man in there as a messianic figure. And then you're also going to want to check out, I think it's 2nd Enoch. Let me grab it. Oh, actually, you'll get there's some in other Hebrew literature, but let me grab Enoch real quick. Okay, I'm sorry. First Enoch 46. In First Enoch 46, you get this Son of Man. So like at one point it says, and there I saw one who belongs to the time before times. His head was like white wool. With him was another being whose countenance had the appearance of a man, just like Daniel. Says, and his face was full of graciousness, so on and so forth. Then he goes on and says, this is the Son of Man who has righteousness, in whom dwells righteousness, and who reveals all treasures of that which is hidden, because the Lord of spirits has chosen him. Not birthed, chosen. And then later it says, at that hour, the Son of Man was named in the presence of the Lord and of the spirits, and his name before the one whom belongs time before time. So he passes on a name, and then towards the end of the chapter, that there shall be no one to take them with his hand and raise them, for they have denied the Lord of the spirits, his Messiah. The name of the Lord of the spirits be blessed. So this messianic figure that comes from Yahweh, that's like a human being. It looks like a human being, but not quite. That Son of Man is in Enoch and in Daniel. It develops in the same intertestamental time period. I highly recommend reading the book of Daniel. James Vanderkam has a translation. Enoch. James Vanderkam has a really good translation of Enoch. You can also do the Charlesworth translation in these 2 volumes. Those are the 2-volume set by Charlesworth that includes all of the Enoch literature, even the stuff that would be considered like additional added material, and including variants in different languages. James Vanderkam, the one who did his translation of Enoch, also wrote an interesting book that I think you'll like. It was in the Catholic Biblical Quarterly Journal. This is called Enoch and the Growth of an Apocalyptic Tradition. So this covers how Enoch developed, and if I remember correctly, there is a mention in here of the Son of Man. I have to look through. I wish I could get this on PDF so I could just do a word search. Let me see if it mentions it. Because it does. Astronomical Revelation, Book of Watchers, the Apocalypse. See, I wish the chapter numbers were in here. Book of Dreams. Anyways, I'll have to check it. But nevertheless, this is where the tradition stems from the intertestamental period. So when Jesus said the Son of Man, his audience knew what they're talking about. He's declaring himself to be the Messiah, who is given all power and authority from Yahweh in the heavens. And to be sure, Enoch 146 was probably written before Daniel. Let's see. It's debatable if Second Esdras was written before Jesus. Let's see. First Enoch 46, which is part of the book of the parables or the similitudes of Enoch. So that's probably how he's going to put it in here. 1 through 12. Man, there's so many chapters. Like 92 chapters. Jeez, oh Pete's. Yeah, I don't see if it's not in good order here. I apologize. But James Vanderkam is going to have something to say about it. He and I would say John J. Collins are like 2 of the best references for the apocalyptic literature. Chris, thank you for the $16.66 super chat. It says, picked up Game for Good Christians. Oh, I told everyone to get it. It's amazing. If you like Cards Against Humanity, get a Game for Good Christians. It's unbelievably good. It says fun and makes for good flashcards of biblical horrors. Yes, it does, exactly. If you just want to add to your cheat sheet, play that game, you'll find it. Hail Doug, who never hurl themselves at women who doesn't bleed. Indeed, Doug would never do that. Doug would never punish an innocent person. And Jason, thank you so much for the $5 super chat, and good to see you again. You've been here since the beginning of the live stream. Hell yeah. It says genuine hermeneutics question. Fair enough. How would you approach 2 Kings 18:27, Ezekiel 4:12, Ezekiel 23:20, and 1 Kings 7:23 as a unified theological corpus? I'm not sure that I would. So my understanding of Ezekiel is that probably honestly was written after the Deuteronomistic history, which would include Kings, although Kings does include some, I would say, archaic portions. But so I don't know to what extent they would be harmonized, but let me grab the verses you're referring to. Because unfortunately, like sometimes it's hard to say who's riffing on who, like who's copying what. But we'll grab those verses: Ezekiel 4:12, and then 23:20. Oh, 23:20 is the emissions, like a stallion and members like a horse, something like that. Yeah, that's about right. That's a tough one. 1 Kings 7:23. I feel like this is not going to be a serious hermeneutical question. Jason, if I know anything about Jason, all right, let's grab the passages. So, King says, but the Rabshakeh said to him, has my master sent me to speak these words to your master and to you, and not the people sitting on the wall, who are doomed with you to eat their own dung and drink their own urine? Sure, because they're at war, they're going to be locked in. Ezekiel 4:12 says, you shall eat it as a barley cake, baking it in their sight on human dung. Yeah, yes, indeed. The prophecy of Ezekiel is about the specific war, although in Ezekiel it's going to be specifically about the war that Babylon is engaging in. In 2 Kings 18 should be Babylon as well. Let's see, the Assyrian conquest was at 1 Kings 16. So 2 Kings should be the Babylonian conquest. Let me double check. Second Kings, I take that back. 2 Kings chapter 16 is in fact about the Assyrian conquest. So this would be in chapter 18, what's happening during the Assyrian conquest. Now Ezekiel is referring to what happens later in the Babylonian conquest, which is fine. 2 Kings 17, so still the same Assyrian, says you eat it as a barley cake, and you shall eat it as a barley cake, baking it in their sight on human dung. Yeah, still, because that's the prophecy, yeah. And then Ezekiel 23:20 says, and lusted after her paramours. Those members were like those of donkeys, emissions like that of a stallion, yeah, right. So here's the thing. There's a number of cases where Yahweh says he's going to punish people by urine and dung. It's like the most embarrassing punishment you can have. Both in the Assyrian conquest and the Babylonian conquest. This is God bringing shame upon the people. In fact, he says, I will pick up your skirt over your head and show your shame to all the onlookers, right? So God's goal here is specifically to shame them. I think that's in Jeremiah. Let me double check. Yeah, Jeremiah 13:26. He says, I myself will pull your skirt over your face and expose your shame. Crazy. So God, he wants to humiliate them, right? And he loves it. Deuteronomy 28:63. He enjoys it. The Knights Who Say Knee says, Google my last super chat. Okay. Let me grab it. The definition of adamant is a goody two shoes. Well, I did Google it. What did I miss? It's right here. It's still on my tabs. Look, it's still on my Google tabs. I Googled it. Am I missing something? Adamant is an adjective describing someone who is completely unyielding, inflexible, or resolute in their attitude, opinion, and purpose. Okay, yeah. And then let's see. From the Merriam-Webster, this has the hard, rocky interpretation. A stone, such as a diamond, formerly believed to be of impenetrable hardness, an unbreakable or extremely hard substance, often used figuratively, which is what I was saying. It seems like to refer to a human being stubborn or hard, we're using the phrase figuratively. Whereas in the King James Bible, they're using the original definition of the word. If I'm missing it, I'm sorry. I might not understand what you mean. Not the Bible. Jason says, I mean, no kink shame. Listen, to be fair, are you suggesting that Yahweh has a little bit of a kink? He might be into golden showers, hot plates, and stallion emissions. He is a little kinky, to be fair. I would never kink shame, but I think he's pretty kinky, actually. Dennis, thank you for the super. Dennis, heads up, New Oxford Annotated Bible, NRSV, release in June in the UK. They pushed it all the way back to the fall. It was originally supposed to be out before Christmas, 2025. Then they pushed it to spring, then late spring, then summer, then fall. So you're saying in the UK you already got one? And there's free shipping to the US? Dennis, I need a website. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Are you serious? How do I order it from the UK and send it to the US? I'm looking at the currently, that's a 4th edition. Was it pulling up the 4th? I got it right. 6th edition. All right. If I go to the website, see what the new date is. The hardcover item has not yet been published. It is available for pre-order and will ship November now. It's November. Every time I check, it gets further back. Why do you hate me, Oxford? I've done nothing but try to sell your Bibles. And this is the thanks I get. They need to start paying me royalties for having people buy these damn Bibles. Okay, well, you're saying it's available in the UK. How? How? Well, because it's Oxford, obviously. Okay. I need to know the website to get this. To get this ordered early. Let me know. Email me the link. And Orthodox Christian Andrew, thank you for the super chat. Says, just saw your channel. Thoughts on Prime Mover? Fair question. So this is like would be part of Aquinas's. You can't have an infinite regress. Must be a start. I think the prime mover argument is a little bit silly for a couple reasons. One is because there's no logical problem with an infinite regress of time. Number two, I would say even if there was, say, a starting point and a prime mover was necessary, I have no reason to believe that a prime mover would be God. I think it could, if we're just saying God exists because God must be necessary because we need a prime mover, well, I would just say, well, we have a naturalistic force. That naturalistic force has only one job. That job is to be the prime mover. And it must exist because it's necessary, right? So if we're just using prime mover or like the lack of an infinite regress to posit some sort of necessary thing, I have no idea why we would posit a necessary God. That brings in way too many assumptions, and I think Occam's razor would cut that short and to say, no, there's no need to multiply entities needlessly. So the simplest answer here is probably going to be the one that explains the thing the best. Although as far as I can tell, the quantum makeup of our universe appears to be fundamental and eternal. So like the electron field, the electromagnetic field, all the other fields, as far as we can tell, these things have basically always existed. And the other thing I would say here, if we go to, where was I just about to go? Oh yeah, if you look up the quantum eternity theorem, I've been giving an argument since I first started streaming that energy is conserved, meaning it's not created nor destroyed, it's only transferred, and we have energy, so it just means that it's existed forever, right? There's a theorem called the quantum eternity theorem, and it posits, let me see if I can find the like a good rendition of it. Wow. Well, Blitz has a video on it. That's cool. I'm trying to see if there's like an official website that talks about this, or an official article of some nature. Because Dr. Blitz's article is the only one that pops up. But I thought it had a wiki page. It says it's a physical hypothesis suggesting that if the universe has non-zero total energy, so any energy, and is describable by standard quantum mechanics, it must exist indefinitely or infinitely, both in the past and in the future. And that's my understanding of the quantum eternity theorem. I thought on my cheat sheet I had a link to this, to the original rendition of this particular argument. Let me double check. I don't have a link to it. I do have the premises. It says all systems governed by ordinary unitary quantum evolution are temporarily excluded in both directions. The universe is governed by blah, 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 therefore the universe is temporary. Yeah. I don't like the wording of this one. I forget where I got that one from. I might reword my quantum eternity theorem to be a little bit less wordy. But nevertheless, if you Google it, friends, you'll find the theory basically positing what a lot of us have been saying. Like listen, if energy is conserved, it just seems to be that it was conserved indefinitely or infinitely. And Oren says, my new Oxford Annotated Bible 6th edition is due in Vermont in November too. Rock hard for Doug et al. And Oren, we're in the same boat. I was hoping to get one before Christmas last year, and I'm not even going to get one probably before Christmas this year. Unless I can find a way to order it from the UK website. I'd be okay with that. And Jason, with another super chat, thank you, says, peer-reviewed. Thank you. Thank you, Jason. I appreciate that. Glad I could help. And yeah, I mean, the God of the Hebrew Bible is into something. You got to remember, though, like so in ancient Jewish culture, the talking about this kind of stuff, it was seen as shameful, right? That's why the Bible is so prudish, right? So if you're God, you're like, what can I do to punish them, to bring the most amount of shame upon them? Well, these types of references would be the thing, because that's what they think is most shameful. That's why Genesis opens up with they were naked and not ashamed, because in God's sight, it's shameful to bear yourself. Pretty crazy. Nevertheless, it's also weird because if objective morals are real, and they're unchanging, that means God created them literally in a state of shame. They just didn't know about it. It's fucking crazy. So the first sin would have been God created them in a state of shame. Wild. Hey friends, who's live right now that we can go raid? Anyone know? Let me check the YouTubes and the TikToks. I assume Mezzo is probably live, and maybe Robot Goat is live. Let me see. Hit the live tab on the YouTube. Damn, not a lot of people live tonight. Wow. Like nobody's live on YouTube tonight. Shit. Except for me. Oh, there is a... Yeah, I don't see anyone live on YouTube. Mezzo's winding down? Well, fuck. All right. Well, it sounds like I don't have anywhere to send you all tonight. I apologize. But we'll be back on tomorrow night. I'll be starting even earlier, probably at like 4 or 5. So come catch the early show, and I'll probably be ending much earlier than this. I wasn't supposed to be up till 11:40. Yeah, that's why I can never get any sleep, because I'm always up later than I wanted to. But Snitch, thanks so much for joining me. It's good to see you.
Good to see you too. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Bye, friends. Love you. We'll see you again tomorrow, and then Thursday I'm going to do the Q&A that was canceled on Sunday. So Thursday we'll get some Q&A time in still yet. So